Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 3 Emperor. Chapter 81 Dead Angle of Vector Manipulation. Non-existent. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this instant, the Earth's rotation is reduced by 5 minutes. And the huge momentum generated in these 5 minutes was completely deprived by Accelerator, and then concentrated at his feet and released directly. This huge power caused the entire island to collapse, and the power was incredible. And because of the reduced 5-minute rotation of the Earth, the biggest disaster on the surface has been attracted. The small island is trembling, the air is screaming, and the collision between the continents has caused huge earthquakes in the whole world. The sea roared, and all the sea areas instantly swept through the monstrous waves. Not a single warship was left intact in Marineford's harbor. Sengoku and the other 3 looked at everything in front of them dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Damn it! It's terrible. What kind of power is this? Is this still a human? At this moment, the entire island is trembling. The ancient building engraved with the 2 big characters, Justice, in the center of Marineford cracked instantly, and the name of Justice was torn apart. Seeing this scene, Sengoku was extremely annoyed, but he had to avoid the sharp edge for the time being. Even he did not dare to bear the huge impact. And at the same time, it wasn't just Marineford that was upgraded, it was the whole world. At this time, Accelerator, who sent out the blow, looked at Sengoku and smiled. That smile is like a devil. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's face changed slightly, with an ominous premonition, his body turned into flashes of light in an instant, and he couldn't help but speak. Sengoku. Be careful. 420. The raised hands suddenly gathered together, showing a golden brilliance. 8-foot mirror. The 5-minute rotation vector that the Earth has been deprived of has not been exhausted at all, and it is still gathering at the foot of Yifang Accelerator at this moment. And it was at this time that the Japanese Accelerator suddenly released the medical power under his feet. Sigh. Accelerator turned into a starlight, with unbelievable acceleration. In less than 0.1 second, it reached the speed of light, and after 0.2 seconds, it surpassed the speed of light. Sengoku's expression changed, and he couldn't react at all. He just saw the space in front of him being distorted. It was a blow from a demon that couldn't even react to the nervous system. Sengoku. Be careful. Kizaru turned into a flash and came in an instant, trying to save Sengoku. However, Accelerator's speed is faster. Advertisement. The 5-minute rotation vector makes Accelerator's speed at this moment comparable to or even surpasses the speed of light. At this moment, the completely photonized Kizaru actually had a feeling of being overtaken, which made his face change drastically. How is this possible? This guy actually caught up with me in 8-foot mirror. The old man is at the speed of light now. No one has ever been able to keep up with his 8-foot mirror speed. 8-foot mirror can be intercepted, but it will never be caught up. And being intercepted was also at the moment when he was photonized. After all, as long as you enter the state of open black lens bracket 8-foot mirror close black lens bracket, then Kizaru is the speed of light. AGBJ, in that state, his speed is the best in the world, without exception. However, now this exception appeared. Accelerator. At this moment, his speed surpassed the speed of light. Accelerator's acceleration instantly vaporized the ground under his feet due to the huge friction. Everything behind it was blown away, and a 100-meter high tsunami rippled in an instant. Damn it, it's too late. Kizaru's expression changed. At this moment, Accelerator has already caught up. Kizaru changed his mind instantly and kicked Sengoku's body. Flash kicks. Sigh. Sengoku was kicked head-on by Kizaru, turned into a flash of light and flew towards the ruins in the distance, and exploded. As for himself, he completely entered Accelerator's attack vision. Seeing this scene, Accelerator grinned. I see. Do you want to save him? That's right, he can't be elemental after all. If you really took this blow with your mortal body, I'm afraid your whole body will be shot. However, even if you are Flash, can you guarantee that you can withstand this blow from my uncle? Then, one party is coming. Infinite shocks rushed towards Kizaru in an instant. Kizaru dodged, knowing that he couldn't dodge, and quickly took out the Amazono sword to block. However, at this moment, Tien Kongyunjian twisted instantly, and the space became chaotic. Advertisement. Seeing this, Kizaru's expression changed drastically. What? Even the space is covered. Then, boom. The shocking shock fell on Kizaru in an instant. The flashes that were about to scatter were gathered instantly under the control of Accelerator's vector, unable to escape. Kizaru took the blow solidly. This demon's blow directly exploded Kizaru's body. Accelerator grabbed Kizaru's body, and instantly broke through all the obstacles in front of him at a speed exceeding light. Peng's voice. The next moment, what emerged was the upgraded sky. All the vectors spread out, and the huge momentum set off an unbelievable gust of wind, and flew to the back of Accelerator, becoming its wings. At this moment, the body of Kizaru, who was knocked into the air, exploded instantly, turning into dense photons, scattered all over the place. Kizaru. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he stood up from the ruins. Accelerator's blow was too terrifying. If Kizaru hadn't kicked him away at a critical moment, he couldn't dodge the blow, nor could he bear it. Although Kizaru is Logia, can Logia resist? And at this moment, countless photons gathered in an instant, turning into Kizaru's appearance. However, at this moment, Kizaru's face was not very good looking, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. This blow was too strong. In addition, at that moment, Accelerator used the vector to forcibly control the entity of the yellow ape, causing him to take a solid blow. Therefore, even if he achieved elementalization later, he was still injured. And serious injury. The flashes on the body began to collapse, and Kizaru's body exploded in an instant. The next moment, the photons began to condense and explode again. After several times, Kizaru appeared half human and half naked. Exactly the same as the original Akainu, even the elementalization is out of control. Seeing this, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. Are you actually injured to such an extent? Advertisement. At this moment, behind Sengoku, a voice remembered. Sengoku, stop staring, it's the holster. The crane quickly pointed to Accelerator, who was flying in the sky. At this moment, under his feet, there is neutral gear. Maybe there is a gap in his ability. Now, attack him. Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly, and he didn't think about it. Since Crane said so, it must have been analyzed, and with this in mind, he shot instantly. The moon cloth under his feet exploded in the void, and in the blink of an eye, he came directly to Fang Tongxing's feet, and the Dharma swayed down, and he slapped it out with a palm. Shock. Bang. A huge shock came from beneath his feet. At this moment, Accelerator flying in the sky was stunned for a moment, completely unaware. What? Clang. All shocks, all returned, bombed in Sengoku's hands. Sengoku's face changed slightly, he raised his hand to resist, and was instantly knocked into the air. Back beside the crane, Sengoku couldn't help but speak. What happened? At this moment, Crane's complexion also changed, and it was more ugly than ever. It looks like his ability is the most troublesome kind I can imagine. Now, Sengoku, we are in trouble. When Accelerator saw this scene, he also reacted. Although Ju grinned, he couldn't help but speak. Don't you think that my feet are the dead end of my ability? Well, you're right to think so. After all, if everything is reflected, the earth should be pushed away by me. As he said that, Accelerator pointed to his head. Do you know, with my calculation ability, reflection is performed unconsciously. Also, a filter of saleable and harmless is automatically built. Only unnecessary things are selected reflection. First calculate the minimum required energy, such as gravity, air pressure, light, oxygen, heat, sound wavelength, etc., and then reflect all the energy directions other than these. In this case, even if I fall asleep, your attacks don't even think about hurting me. Blind corner. Accelerator grinned, extremely crazy. Sorry, there is no such thing as vector manipulation of my uncle. Chapter 82 Shichibukai, you are in trouble. Open black lens bracket, subscribe, close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, the entire Marineford is in a half-destroyed state. Accelerator's converging vector was so domineering that it almost made Marineford a thing of the past. Doflamingo hung in the sky with a thin thread, looked at this scene with a horrified expression, and couldn't help but speak. Scary guy. Just this kick almost silenced the entire Marineford. Who is this, the sun never sets, empire? And where did it come from? Doflamingo was shocked. At this moment, only a few people appeared in the sun never sets empire. However, it was these few people who set off a storm in the whole world. Ulquiorra attacked the Holy Land at night and defeated Akainu. Black cum FKS Hawkeye blackmail, redhead. Artoria, on the other hand, directly defeated Kaido. Although Doflamingo didn't see it with his own eyes, but Hawkeye's acquiescence, this is almost conclusive evidence. Now, except for these three people, the sun never sets, another powerful figure appeared in the empire. One Way single-handedly overwhelmed Marshal Sengoku and Kizaru Admiral at Naval Headquarters Marineford. And now he's spotless. Reflection. Vector manipulation. What a scary ability. Doflamingo murmured, feeling a sense of awe at the sun never sets, Empire Yuxin. A feeling of being with you like a tiger. Advertisement. If the other party wasn't interested in artificial mushroom fruit, he would have died long ago. A terrible force. However, it is also an opportunity. Doflamingo smiled. He didn't know whether it was good or bad for the sun never set empire to find him. However, since you have already boarded the sun never sets empire ship, you must hold on to this thigh. I don't know how Impel Down is going. Naval headquarters is blocked, neither Kizaru nor Sengoku can move. Impel Down will be much less stressful. However, I am not here with Akainu. I am afraid I have already gone to Impel Down. Hope it's okay over there. Saying so, the two slashes exploded in an instant, rushing towards the sky. Doflamingo hurriedly dodged and looked into the distance, feeling startled again. At this moment, Hawkeye and Artoria are engaged in a terrifying battle, and their slashes seem to be able to cut the sky apart. Furofurfur. Terrible fight. On the other hand, Shichibukai was intimidated by Sengoku before. Although he made a move, he is still paddling. HMPH, a bunch of idiots, they don't know they've got themselves into trouble. Hehe. They did get into trouble. At this moment, the voice of the black sperm came to Doflamingo's ears. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then turned around, and suddenly found that a small black sperm stood on his shoulder at some point. Doflamingo was startled and spoke quickly. Black sperm, when were you here? What does it have to do with you? Advertisement. My uncle has unlimited avatars, don't worry about appearing anywhere. What do you want to do? For the black sperm, Doflamingo was still a little apprehensive. At this moment, he seemed to see Doflamingo's nervousness. The black sperm smiled, and then spoke. Take it easy. I just told you about me for His Majesty's wife. I won't make it difficult for you. On the contrary, you are doing a good job, getting better. In the future, I can hang out with you, Uncle Black Sperm, and I guarantee that you will not starve to death. Hearing this, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I said one more thing before. Now, let alone the trouble, it has attracted the joy of the black sperm. Fufurfurfur. If that's the case, then thank the black sperm. In this case, tell me the details of these guys. With that said, the black sperm pointed to the group of Shichibukai paddling below. Huh, is this? Doflamingo was taken aback. The black sperm smiled, then opened his mouth. This group of guys just attacked this uncle. Those below, one counts as 3 devil fruits per person, for the money. Next time I go to find them, if I can't get them out, I will kill them directly. Hearing this, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Looking down at the Shichibukai, who were constantly paddling with evil intentions, they could not help but mourn in silence. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. You were in for a big deal. Fufurofurfur. That's easy to say. The one who started to attack you before, called Gecko Moria, failed to challenge Kaido a long time ago, retreated from New World, abandoned himself, and lived in the Devil Triangle. Advertisement. Pure brother. As for the one with the cigar, Crocodile, who once challenged Whitebeard, failed and retired from New World. Now he is in Alabasta on the Grand Line. I don't know what purpose he has. That Murloc is called Jinbei, who came out of the Fishmen Island, and used to belong to Sun Pirates, but now he rarely stays on the Fishmen Island, and is active in New World, and he is very close to Whitebeard. To find him, go to Whitebeard's field. Hearing this, the black sperm grinned, silently wrote it down, and murmured. 3 for 1 person here is the Ju-Mu Devil Fruit. If those guys on the 6th floor of Impel Down can escape smoothly, even if there are only half of them, there will be at least 20. If each person has 3 coins, it will be 60. Hee, this is much easier than salvage at sea. The black sperm is extremely excited. He is more and more grateful to the red-haired Shanks who gave him this inspiration. Thinking of this, the black sperm grinned, and then spoke. Know that red-haired guy who fought Hawkeye? Doflamingo nodded. No. Red-haired Shanks, open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket Emperor, one of open black lens bracket 4 Emperors close black lens bracket. Why, has he ever had sex with you? The black sperm waved his hand. No, I'm covering that guy. Whitebeard and Big Mom are going to fight, it's going to be involved no matter what. When the time comes to destroy one of them, search for everything on the site, and then sell it to that red-haired guy, it will be another big deal. Hearing this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. So arrogant. Whitebeard and Big Mom, the 4 emperors, casually said that they would destroy one family. Also sell the site to a redhead. Are you sure this is covering him? Chapter 83 I am a scientist, not suitable for fighting. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel Down the 5th floor, freezing hell. Guy always thought that he had adapted to the cold by being locked up here. However, for some reason, from the very beginning, Guy felt his spine was extremely cold, and that kind of coldness did not originate from his physiology. It was the unpleasant feeling like Shinigami stroking his back. And the appearance of this feeling is when there is movement from the 6th floor. At this moment, he looked at the black sperm in fear, and couldn't help but speak. What did you do? Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. Hey, it's nothing, just release the prisoners on the 6th floor. The guys below are much stronger than this level. I didn't get any benefits on the 5th floor, so I'm going to search the prisoners on the 6th floor for profit and water. But upon hearing this, Guy saw's complexion change drastically, and he couldn't help but speak. What did you say? You caused the riot on the 6th floor. You'll attract the director of Impel Down. Director. The black sperm grinned. Perhaps he was killed by Ulquios, 257. Your Majesty endowed him with the returning blade ability, which is far more powerful than me now. I don't think anyone in Impel Down can repel him. Anyway, it's time to leave now. Follow me. Don't want. Unexpectedly, Guy shivered, and his speech was a little awkward. He quickly hugged something. No matter how the black sperm dragged it, he was not ready to leave. The black sperm froze and smiled, a little speechless. What are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? Now is the time. Don't want. Guy shook his head hastily. I said, I'm a scientist, I can't do these things. Impel Down was provoked by you. If I leave with you, the world government will never be able to accommodate me. I'd rather stay locked up here and wait for Joker to rescue me. It doesn't matter if you wait a few more years. Guy is scared. I was really scared. These people are really not afraid of death. They actually attacked the big prison and caused a riot in the prison. If this is the case, follow them away. Advertisement. Gaisa will definitely be labeled as one of them. Can there be a way out? He was just engaged in scientific research with peace of mind, but for some unknown reason, he was labeled must kill by the world government. You bastard. So afraid of death. The black sperm looked at Guy's rogue, and couldn't help but rubbed his forehead. I'm not afraid of it. It's that you are looking for death. Do you know that you are against the whole world? Stop talking nonsense. The black sperm landed on Guy's head, hitting him with gold stars. This world belongs to His Majesty. How can the whole world fight against it? I talked to you kindly before, did this uncle give you face? At this moment, black sperm doesn't want to spread this ridiculous nonsense with Guy. He picked him up directly and prepared to leave. Along the way, the rest of the prisoners on the 5th floor saw this, and they all spoke up quickly. Hey, let me out too. I haven't seen the outside world in 10 years. I've hidden a lot of treasure out there. Those can be given to you. Hearing this, the black sperm looked calm. He had heard this kind of nonsense on the 5th floor no less than 1,000 times. In fact, the strength of the weak chickens on the 5th floor is not very good, but one by one is better than the other. HMPH, a bunch of idiots. If you let you go, you won't be able to get out of this prison. The black sperm said coldly, and left quickly. And at the exit of the 5th floor, a figure appeared. The black sperm was taken aback for a moment, not seeing clearly yet. During Setsuna, a long purple dragon rushed towards him. Dragon. Kindness. The black sperm carried Guy on his back and leapt forward, quickly dodging away. Boom. The place contaminated by the poisonous dragon was instantly corroded, and white smoke came out. Seeing this, the black sperm was startled. Use poison. Very despicable fellow. Are you qualified to tell me? In the darkness, Magellan stepped forward and came to the black sperm, looking at him coldly. It's you, a despicable guy who has been hiding in the depths of Impel Down, and caused the riots on the 6th floor. Advertisement. Watch your words. At the moment, although the black sperm is much shorter than its Magellan. However, his majestic posture showed an aloof look. Those guys bought their lives from this uncle. 3 devil fruits, 1 life. If you can afford the price, one of those criminals counts as 1, and I will beat you all up, and lock them back up. So, can you afford the money? Hearing this, Magellan seldom listened to the black sperm's coquettish words, and dense purple viscous venom instantly spread all over his body. The next moment, a poisonous dragon galloped out and smashed towards the black sperm. Dragon. So many prisoners have been released, there is no need for me to arrest you. Let's rectify the law on the spot. Seeing this, the black sperm has not acted yet. Guy on his back screamed. What? Impel Down's deputy director poisoned Magellan. Damn it. Why the hell is this guy? As he spoke, Guy showed a flustered expression. Seeing Magellan covered in poison, he gasped in fright, and spoke hastily. Deputy Magellan. It's none of my business. I don't know the black guy, he just grabbed me. You kill him quickly, I want to return to my cell. Stand on your horse and be quiet for a while. The black sperm slapped Geisa on the head, making Guy dizzy. After avoiding the poisonous dragon, the black sperm smiled and continued to speak. Don't listen to this guy talking nonsense. This operation was prepared by my uncle to rescue him. Whether it's my companions attacking Impel Down, or I release the 6th floor prisoners to create chaos, it's all for this guy. What are you talking about? Don't take me with you bragging. Guy pissed in fear. Are you saying that I still have a way to live? At this moment, Magellan looked impatient. Behind him, 2 purple poisonous dragons appeared again. He looked at the black sperm and Guy scattered coldly, and spoke calmly. I don't have time to listen to your bullshit right now. It doesn't matter whether it's rescue, or there are other purposes, it doesn't matter. In short, you are all going to die here. Dragon. During Setsuna, 3 poisonous dragons soared into the sky, approaching the black sperm. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the black sperm shrank. I can't hide. Split value added. Next moment. The densely packed clones were released, blocking the blow. The clone of the black sperm was instantly eroded by the poison and fell to the ground. Seeing the poison passing by him, Guy almost cried in fright. Ah, dying. I knew it was going to be all right. It's been said that I'm a scientist, so I can't do these things. Ignoring Guy's noise, after resisting the blow, the black sperm's complexion changed. You bastard. Almost hurt the target His Majesty wanted. You're hot on, my lord. Kill you. In an instant, the body of the black sperm 4.0 exploded to protect it. The 100,000 cells multiplied and split in an instant, forming a shocking arm, and then smashed directly towards Magellan. Seeing this, Magellan's expression changed, and he instantly manipulated the poisonous dragon to blast away. Dragon. However, in the next instant, Thunder Dragon was directly dispersed. At the same time, the power of the shocking arm remained undiminished, and it slammed down towards Magellan. Seeing this, Magellan's face changed slightly, and he dodged instantly. Dong's life. At this moment, the entire Impel Down trembled. Magellan was startled. What a terrifying power. Can you dodge the first blow? Can you dodge the second? The second shocking arm condensed and swept towards Magellan directly. Magellan's pupils shrank, too late to dodge. A large amount of poison gathered in front of him and turned into a shield, instantly blocking the blow. Then, boom. The poison shield was shattered, and Magellan was instantly sent flying. Seeing this scene, Guy's expression changed. What? Repelled that poisonous Magellan so easily. Chapter 84. Avatar sets Avatar, extremely arrogant black sperm. Open black lens bracket, subscribe, close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Guy's expression changed. What? Repelled that poisonous Magellan so easily. Guy couldn't believe his eyes. Although Magellan is now only the deputy director of Impel Down, in fact, he is exercising the authority of the director, otherwise Shiryu would not be so afraid of him. Because the director of Impel Down is about to abdicate, in order to cultivate the next generation, almost everything is handed over to Magellan. And Magellan was able to get to this point, relying on his super strength. He has the power and ability to execute any prisoner in Impel Down. But whenever Magellan appears, even the most heinous crimes on the 6th floor must be feared. 3 points. Any surprises? Although his ability is indeed a bit troublesome. However, now that my uncle has gathered most of the cell reserves, anyone who comes here will die. The black sperm is extremely arrogant. The huge muscular arm flicked suddenly. The toxin-tainted cell clones were thrown out in an instant, covering the entire snow field. After being corroded, white smoke continued to be emitted. You Guy, not bad. Not as wide-ranging as the Logia though. However, these poisons actually caused my uncle to lose 82,567 cells, which is comparable to Hawkeye's ordinary slash. As a result, my uncle's cell reserve is only 5,875,605,621, 3,456 cells left. In the form of attack. The last thing black sperm are afraid of is slashing. No matter how outrageous your slash is, what you can hit is always only those cells 06 facing each other. Therefore, as long as you are a swordsman, it is almost impossible to be an opponent of black sperm. Second, it is attack. Strikes tend to be more range-oriented than slashing. If the blow is powerful enough, it can instantly eliminate a large number of black sperm cells. For example, even black sperm can't take a few punches from Saitama head-on. Of course, if Saitama uses a knife, that's a different story. And after that, there is a large area of AoE damage. In this One Piece world, what is shown as Logia's fruit ability, Aokiji's ice, Akainu's lava, and Kizaru's flash, are a real fight to the death and can deal effective real damage to black sperm. And Magellan's poisonous fruit can barely be regarded as one of the range damage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible that the black sperm was clearly the attacker, and the damage they caused would be greater than being hit by Hawkeye. And at this moment, boom! The opposite side exploded in an instant, and Magellan walked out from the ruins. At this moment, he was covered in poison, with an angry expression on his face, and stepped forward every day. But at this moment, he staggered, and he almost lost his footing. Seeing this, Guy's face changed slightly. Magellan is injured. Advertisement. That blow just now was so terrifying. The terrifying man who was strong enough to suppress the entire Impel Down was wounded with just one blow. And, he clearly saw Magellan defending himself. At this moment, Magellan stabilized his figure and looked at the black sperm coldly. You pissed me off, pirate. Huh, are you angry? The strength is not very good, but the temper is quite big. The black sperm picked his nose and didn't care. Keep talking nonsense. If you want to play, I can play with you. Is 100 billion cells enough? After finishing speaking, the black sperm instantly increased in value and created a clone. This avatar is no different from his body. However, it contains hundreds of billions of cells. This guy is handed over to you. The main body patted the clone's shoulder. The avatar smiled, with an arrogant look on his face. Does this kind of guy need me to come out? 100 million cells is enough. After finishing speaking, the avatar created another avatar, and at the same time, said, This guy, leave it to you. Seeing this, Guy's eyes popped out. Where are you keeping your nesting doll? Not only do you like to talk flirtatiously, but your operation is also so flirtatious. Obviously, seeing this scene, the body of the black sperm was also teased by his avatar's show operation. What are you riding on horses for? Let you deal with the enemy. Suddenly being scolded, the clone glared and snorted coldly. Ontology, don't be arrogant, as long as you can deal with the enemy. Can you control it? Seeing this scene, Guy Saw was even more shocked. Good guy. To be reprimanded by the avatar that he created. Is there such an outrageous thing in the world? On the other hand, Magellan's entire face was gloomy. Avatar said Avatar. Obviously, the black sperm on the opposite side didn't pay attention to him at all. The next moment, 3 huge poisonous dragons soared into the sky and charged towards the black sperm. You are courting death. Sneak attack. You mean bastard. At this moment, the black sperm clone snorted coldly. Killing intent was released from all over his body. Facing the 3 poisonous dragons approaching, he went forward without any fear. In the next moment, densely packed arms appeared on this avatar. Advertisement. These arms continued to swell, instantly became huge, and then blasted towards Magellan. You are looking for death. Eat my uncle's fist. Ola ola ola. The densely packed muscular fists bombarded in an instant, directly crushing the 3 poisonous dragons. Seeing this, Magellan frowned. Did the poison have no effect on him? No, it should work. At this moment, Magellan noticed that the black sperm had been detached from the infected cells and had died. Thinking of this, the smashed poisonous dragon instantly condensed, seemingly endless, but as soon as the head was formed, more muscular fists came, and the poisonous dragon burst instantly. Magellan's pupils shrank suddenly. What a speed! His avatar formed even faster than my poisonous dragon. Quote. The cells killed by the black sperm had covered the entire ground, it was impossible to count. You guy, do you have infinite clones? Infinity is not enough. My uncle said it. This body has hundreds of billions of cells. The performance just now was not good, and I defeated 242,531 cells of my uncle. Try harder, how about the last million cells? Hearing this, Magellan frowned. So many clones. If it is true as what the black sperm said, 100 billion cells are 100 billion clones. The opponent just stood up and let him fight. If he wanted to kill hundreds of billions of clones, he was afraid that he would fight until he was old. What's more, there is the body, and the number of cells in the body is calculated in trillions, and a trillion is a trillion. A terrible number. Hee. Since that's the case, I won't accompany you anymore. Let's play with my clone. After finishing speaking, the black sperm carried Guy on its shoulders and left. Magellan reacted instantly, and the poisonous dragon surged out. Where to go? Little mouse, don't think that you can be arrogant if you have some ability. Here, I have the final say. However, the speed of the black sperm clone was even faster, instantly crushing the poisonous dragon in the same way. No matter how Magellan attacks, the avatar blocks everything, and he can't touch the main body at all. Big wood. I said, these attacking teams are useless. Is this the only thing? The black sperm clone was extremely arrogant. 100 billion cells is just a drop in the bucket of the body, but it is still a rather exaggerated number. But at this moment, Magellan snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and instantly took a picture of it. Then you try this trick. Poison giants. Judgment of hell. In an instant, the dark red venom erupted instantly, forming a huge skull-shaped giant all over Magellan's body. Go to hell, little mouse. Accompanied by the sound of shouting that went straight to the sky, the giant palm was snapped down instantly. The black sperm released its clone to resist, but was instantly swallowed up. Advertisement. At this moment, the avatar was taken aback, and couldn't help but speak. What a powerful poison. This blow actually wiped out tens of thousands of clones of my uncle. After a little perception, the black sperm clone immediately understood and smiled. It turns out that the toxin that will corrode and spread is no wonder it is so powerful. When will you still laugh? Magellan let out a cold snort, and the huge poison giant soldier once again made 450 moves, and the Japanese blow was taken. Seeing this, the black sperm clone snorted coldly. Is it only you who can grow bigger? Don't think that my uncle is just a clone and can be bullied. Add value. Split. In an instant, the body of the black sperm clone began to collide, and in the blink of an eye, the poisonous giant surpassed Magellan, and it was still changing. 100,000 cells. 200,000 cells. 300,000. 500,000. Millions of cells. 5 million cells. Go to hell. The next moment, the huge black sperm condensed 5 million cells into the huge arm, and then smashed towards Magellan in an instant. What? At this moment, Magellan's face changed drastically. This punch, just the punching wind from crushing, gave him a feeling of being suppressed. He hastily manipulated his poison giant soldier and raised his hand to defend. Boom! Carrying the exploding blood-red venom, Magellan's huge body was instantly crushed like a kite with broken wings. Not only that, the entire impel down floor was cracked, and then fell down, accompanied by the cracking of the earth, and slowly disappeared towards the dark hell of the abyss. Wow! Almost instantly, Magellan couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned white. This blow almost made him lose consciousness. But, even so, he stared coldly at the huge black sperm clone. You bastard! I will never let you go! Magellan's voice became smaller, and soon disappeared into the darkness. HMPH, that's the strength. How dare you come to provoke me? The black sperm clone grinned and swelled to the extreme. Another tens of millions of my cells were consumed. Why don't you let me go? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Riding on horses. FK him. The next moment, the black sperm clone jumped, and then jumped towards the darkness where Magellan fell. Chapter 85. Unable to produce devil fruit, I will let you know what cruelty is. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Impel goes down to the 6th floor, eternal hell. The riot of the prisoners was completely irrepressible. Impel down ushered in the biggest disaster in history. Although the jailers are orderly and have used all kinds of control methods, but at this moment they are facing the vicious prisoners on the 6th floor, and they cannot be stopped by ordinary methods. You guys are screwed. I'm going to kill Magellan, that diarrhea bastard. What about Magellan? Tell him to get out of lousy. I've seen him upset for a long time. Work. Ha ha ha. I am free, woman, and there is good wine. That smell is so nostalgic. 10 years. Lousy has been imprisoned here for 10 years, and finally came out. Lousy wants to kill Whitebeard, and the next is the era of Lousy. Idiot. It was Lousy who killed Whitebeard, what are you? Court death. The two of them instantly tore into everything, and the fight was earth-shattering. Just the aftermath of the battle made the faces of the jailers change drastically, and they did not dare to approach. At this moment, the prisoner was extremely arrogant, and he was not afraid of death to attack the jailer's line of defense. And Shiryu of the Rain rushed out from the darkness in an instant. Even though he was injured, he still shot fiercely. He pulled out the Taidao at his waist in an instant, and the cold light flashed by. His eyes couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Do you really think there is no one else in this Impel Down except that bastard Magellan? Lousy can be the warden of this Impel Down. In the air, several cruel blood flowers bloomed instantly. The three leading prisoners were directly beheaded by Shiryu. In the blink of an eye, Shiryu pinned down the charging prisoner. However, seeing this scene, not only were the prisoners not intimidated, but they jumped up excitedly. Hey, Shiryu, who was beaten so hard that he couldn't stand up just now. Now, once that black thing is gone, you will become arrogant. How much power do you think you have? The kind of slash just now, how many knives can you slash? These prisoners laughed out loud, extremely arrogant. Shiryu is indeed strong, but everyone knows that Shiryu has already lost the battle with the black sperm just now. Being able to display this kind of fighting power at this moment is purely a flashback. However, Shiryu narrowed his eyes slightly and licked the blood stained at the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether the blood was his own or the prisoner's. Do you know, I'm most excited only when I can kill. Advertisement. And in this excited state, my nature will be completely liberated. Shiryu smiled, laughed cruelly. Magellan has been suppressing me not to kill people. I have been restrained for a long time, and now, I can finally kill people justifiably. Don't let me down too much, you trash on the 6th floor. Shiryu made a move in an instant and slashed twice. The speed of these two knives is even faster than before, and the power is even more terrifying. Before the two prisoners could react, they were chopped down to the ground. Shiryu, do you want to hold on? Even in its heyday, you can't stop the 6th floor, let alone now. Hearing this, Shiryu sneered. When did I say I was going to stop you? I just enjoy killing people. Let me play a little longer before Magellan shows up. Shiryu's face was covered with blood. And at this moment, A huge figure suddenly stood in front of Shiryu. Shiryu slashed down without thinking, but was caught by the opponent with bare hands. The black armament hockey easily blocked the slash. Seeing this, Shiryu narrowed his eyes slightly, a little moved, and couldn't help but change his face, and couldn't help but speak. That black bastard didn't expect to release monsters like you. The other party didn't take any action, just a look, which made Shiryu feel retreated, grinned, and spoke to Shiryu. I'm asking you, I heard, since Luojia's death, it seems that old guy Whitebeard is very active. Hearing this, Shiryu smiled, retracted the sword, and had no intention of continuing to attack. He knew that he was no match for the person in front of him. The opponent has lost the shackles of the sea stone, and in the case of fighting alone, I am afraid that there are few opponents in the world. What? You seem to be very interested in Whitebeard. This is the era of Whitebeard, and he is the closest man to One Piece. At the same time, he is also the strongest man in the world. Shiryu smiled, suddenly lit a cigar, took a deep puff of the cigar, and breathed it out. Cigars seemed to be able to numb the pain in his body, but it made him feel a lot better. The man closest to One Piece. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard. Luojia was suppressed when he was alive, but he was so arrogant after death. Unfortunately, Luojia died too early. After speaking, he let go of Shiryu's taidao and walked past Shiryu calmly. Shiryu didn't move. Didn't intend to do it either. Advertisement. Magellan and the director were not here, and no one dared to stop him. Although this man's reputation was not as good as the Golden Lion back then, in terms of strength, he was definitely on par. And just after he had just walked past Shiryu, at the rear of the jailer troops, something suddenly fell down, exploded, and smoke flew up into the sky. And in the smog that filled the sky, 3 poisonous dragons popped out instantly. Magellan stepped out of it calmly. That black bastard, did you really think you could get out of Impel Down? With the director guarding the 3rd floor, no one can leave, and no one can attack. Magellan's face was stern, and he was planning to chase the black sperm who had escaped with Guy, but took advantage of the opportunity to set his eyes on Shiryu. Shiryu, what are you doing? Why don't you stop him? Shiryu looked back at Magellan, narrowing his eyes slightly. You're actually injured, Magellan. And I don't think I have the strength to stop him now. Since you're here, I'll leave him to you. Hearing this, Magellan took a deep look at Shiryu. At this moment, Shiryu was indeed seriously injured. If he really wanted to fight, he would definitely lose. However, this is not a reason to give way to criminals. Of course, Magellan has no intention of arguing with Shiryu now. After all, now is not the time for infighting. As he walked step by step, the giant poisonous soldiers eroded the surrounding earth to sizzle. I didn't expect that black guy to even let you out. I only said once, go back to the cell, otherwise I will be impolite. Facing Magellan, he walked over calmly without speaking. Seeing this, Magellan stopped persuading and spoke calmly. So that's the case, I know, if this is the case, then you should die here, Douglas Bullet. Big words. And just when the two were about to make a move. Boom. A huge pitch-black figure descended from the sky and landed at the place where Magellan appeared just now, instantly raising a huge cloud of smoke and dust. Backquote. Poison using scumbag. Let me lose at least 20 million cells, do you think I will let you go? In the smoke, the huge body of the black sperm was revealed. Seeing this, Shiryu's eyes widened immediately, and he couldn't help taking a step back. In the face of criminals, he can be calm. After all, he has absolute confidence in his strength and swordsmanship. Even facing this Douglas Bullet, not to mention winning, at least he wouldn't be too embarrassed. However, black sperm are different. This thing not only talks and operates, but also has the ability to defeat swordsmen. No matter how strong your slash is, if he catches him with his face, you will never be able to slash him to death. Advertisement. This is simply a swordsman's nightmare. This guy actually fell down. It's troublesome. At this moment, even Magellan couldn't help but frown, being attacked from both sides. However, he did not intend to take a step back. The black sperm clenched its fists and walked towards Magellan calmly, as if planning to make a move. At the same time, looking at the criminals around him, the black sperm raised his head. You guys, are you still hanging around here? Your lives were bought from me with 3 devil fruits. It's not good to dawdle here, de nuoho. Why don't I stick you here to deal with this despicable guy who uses drugs? How about another devil fruit for each person? The black sperm grinned and sat down directly, regardless of other people's reactions. But at this moment, upon hearing this, Bullet sneered. Ridiculous. The blackmail is actually on Lousy's head. Get rid of you first. Moment. Bullet shot directly, even bypassing Magellan, and punched out, directly piercing the body of the black sperm. Seeing this, the black sperm didn't dodge, and even though his body was pierced, he looked at Bullet calmly and smiled. You guy, you have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, you made a move on my uncle. This punch, at least one devil fruit. Seeing the calm attitude of the black sperm, Bullet froze for a moment, a little surprised. Oh, aren't you going to make a move? Oh, do you want to see my uncle do it? The black sperm smiled and spoke calmly. Wait out, you can't get devil fruit. My uncle will let you know what it means to be cruel. Chapter 86 The ability to cover the entire impel down, ignoring any attack. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What are you guys going to do? At this moment, Guy felt extremely flustered in his heart. Now, he is really tied to the black sperm. In this operation, regardless of whether he can escape impel down or not, in short, neither the Marine nor the world government will let him go. Why do undergraduate scientists encounter such a thing? Hateful. I still have a lot of things I haven't studied. The gigantic human body, the most vicious weapon in history, the blood factor. Guy was covered with black sperm on his shoulders, his eyes were dull, and he kept thinking. And that Vegapunk guy, I haven't surpassed him yet. Guy has no hope for the future. He angered the world government. In this sea, there is no place for him at all. What are you whispering in my ear? The black sperm couldn't stand it anymore. Am I dying? Dying. The black sperm froze for a moment, a little surprised. You shouldn't have been injured just now. It's not that the body is dead, but the heart is dead. My future has been killed. If such a big mess is made in impel down, Joker will directly abandon me. Even by 673 grams, Mom is probably not willing to fight head on with the world government because of me. The only good news is that the research funding I cheated from Big Mom doesn't have to be repaid. Guy took a deep breath and let it out slowly, extremely melancholy. Life is not complete, it is coming to an end. Not reconciled. HMPH, my uncle said that His Majesty wants you to be useful. As long as you play your due role, Our Majesty will be your biggest backer. That's the world government. Guy made a sad face. In this case, even 4 emperors can't cover me. Advertisement. Hee. 4 emperors, is Kaido that kind of thing? The black sperm smiled arrogantly. If it wasn't for that kid running fast last time, he would have been beheaded by Arturia long ago. Is this kind of thing worth bragging about? What? Killed Kaido? Are you kidding? Guy was speechless, and there must be a limit to talking. That's 4 emperors, as famous as Admiral, and can even overwhelm him. Hearing this, the black sperm had a mocking face. I think you've been locked up here for too long and your brain is broken. Whether it's the Admiral you're talking about or those 4 emperors, they are nothing more than our defeated opponents. This kind of news has spread all over the sea. What? At this moment, Guy was completely stunned. Really beat Admiral and 4 emperors. If the truth spreads all over the sea, the black sperm has no reason to lie to him. However, how is this possible? Do not believe. The strength of my uncle is on par with Arturia, but weaker than Ulquiorra. With that said, the black sperm pointed to the upper layer. It's the guy who is attacking now. Hearing this, Guy was taken aback again. How are you strong? The black sperm is gone. He has been swearing all his life, but this time he was slapped. Do you think my uncle is not strong? Is it strong? Guy recalled it for a while. Unlimited clones, easily repel Magellan, and made the biggest move in the history of impel down. Really strong. But the strength shown is already outrageous. And this is not the full strength of the black sperm. Advertisement. It is said that his avatar reserves are calculated on a basis of. And the 100 billion clone just shot down Magellan. Think here. Guy was taken aback for a moment, breaking out in a cold sweat. This thing is horrifying to think about. A little memory. It seems that the black sperm is really too strong, and its ability is even more incomprehensible. That's why Guy didn't think so before, it's because the black sperm are acting like fools from the beginning to the end. The operation is coquettish, and the speech is also coquettish. It gives people a funny feeling, no sense of oppression at all. AGBG. Thinking of this, Guy rolled his eyes immediately, and opened his mouth without knowing what he was thinking. Your Majesty is covering me, can you give me research funding? HMPH, as long as you meet His Majesty's request, even the moon in the sky can be brought down for you. Guy took a deep breath. So arrogant. However, if this is the case, then he will make a lot of money. In the future, he will have endless research. Put me down quickly, I can walk by myself. What? Your legs aren't weak anymore. The black sperm grinned, and didn't intend to put it down, and then jumped up, rushed towards the upper floor, and then punched out, trying to smash the ceiling. But, boom. When the blow fell, the ceiling remained motionless. What happened? The black sperm froze for a moment. Can this kind of thing withstand a punch from myself? Again. 100,000 cells. Break it for my uncle. Advertisement. The huge muscular arm was thrown out in an instant. Boom. The ceiling remained motionless. The black sperm's pupils shrank, a little surprised. Did I ride a horse? Seeing this scene, Guy Saw's expression changed, he was a little scared, and couldn't help but speak. It's over, it's over. Push. Impel down the director, he wakes up. This kind of thing doesn't just happen to the black sperm. The same is true for the 6th floor eternal hell. Shiryu and Magellan joined forces to fight the criminals, and the two suppressed together. However, this is the 6th floor after all, and Shiryu and Magellan, who were also injured, were quickly suppressed, and dense attacks fell on them. The two flew out backwards, but there were no injuries. Seeing this scene, Bullet narrowed his eyes slightly. Attack. Has no effect. Isn't that Guy's ability? Seeing this, Magellan remained calm and looked up at the ceiling. At this moment, there is an inexplicable force extending. This force wraps the entire impel down like a wall of iron. Hee. I told you, you can't escape. The director has come to his senses and started to act. The director's ability has long been awakened. The range of capabilities is enough to cover the entire impel down. You have no chance of winning. At this moment, even Shiryu was extremely excited. This is the first time he has heard of such a wide range of abilities. I didn't expect the director to develop his ability to such an extent. Thinking of this, Shiryu grinned. Hee. Since that's the case, I don't need to care about any injuries. From now on, none of your attacks will hurt me. Chapter 87 The Power That Can Absorb Everything. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Ulquiorra swaggered to invade Impel Down. The first floor was breached in an instant. He stepped out, and with the explosion of Reiatsu, within the visible range, no creature could stand. Ordinary jailers just appear within the scope of realization, and the soul is shattered under the crush of this Reiatsu. Even Doflamingo, who was following Ulquiorra, couldn't take it anymore and felt extremely depressed. Fufurofurfur. What kind of ability is this? How can you kill so many people without doing anything? It's not like Conqueror's hockey kind of aggressive attack. Hearing this, Ulquiorra glanced at Doflamingo and spoke calmly. It's called Reiatsu. This kind of thing is not an attack at all. I just walked by, these ants can't bear my Reiatsu. Doflamingo trembled inwardly. Ulquiorra gave him the greatest sense of oppression. It is different from the rage of infinite magic power displayed by Artoria and the infinite clones of black sperm. The nothingness of Ulquiorra is suffocating. He was silent, and if Chiba hadn't ordered him to follow, Ulquiorra wouldn't have talked so much with Doflamingo. At the same time, Doflamingo also feels that Ulquiorra is the most dangerous and terrifying. You never know when he's going to hit you. And once you do it, it's a dead hand. Fufurfur. What kind of power is this? It doesn't look like Devil Fruit's ability. Can I also get this kind of power? Hearing this, Ulquiorra took a deep look at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's heart trembled, a little throbbed, and he couldn't help but speak. It's okay, I'm just asking. Embarrassed smile. But, who knows? Ulquiorra replied. Human, with your current soul strength, it is impossible to become a rancor. It will only become an irrational, virtual. A rancor. Imaginary. Another word I haven't heard before. However, this is not the point. What Doflamingo heard was the point. It's not impossible for him to obtain this kind of power, but his soul is not strong enough. Does this power have any conditions on the soul? If I complete the man-made devil fruit, can I exchange this power from your majesty? Hearing this, Ulquiorra cast a contemptuous glance at Doflamingo, as if looking at an ant. Humanity. Don't be so arrogant. Do your own thing well first. Advertisement. If things are done well, you can ask Lord Eisen for strength. As for your majesty, you don't have that qualification. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, but didn't pay much attention to Ulquiorra's scorn. Master Eisen. Who is that? We, the sun never sets, the cadres of the empire. His strength exceeds the sum of me, Black Sperm, and Artoria. What? Doflamingo's pupils shrank. More than the sum of these three. These three are already strong enough. Against the four emperors admiral, not to mention a sure win, at least to say that it has a suppressive force. And that Master Eisen actually surpassed that much in strength. Doflamingo was a little moved. The sun never sets, the power of the empire is really scary. What is shown now is completely the tip of their iceberg. At this moment, Doflamingo clenched his fist subconsciously. Strength. He has never been so thirsty for power like he is now. Because, at this moment, he actually felt that something like power was within his reach. Reiatsu can be bestowed by someone. In Doflamingo's cognition, strength is a personal synthesis of devil fruit ability, physical skills, sword skills, hockey, etc. And these things, it is quite difficult to improve them. But now Ulquiorra told him. Both Eisen and Shiba can easily bestow the power of Reiatsu, how to keep Doflamingo from moving. And at this moment, Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes slightly. Humanity. Your soul fluctuates very much. Is there any ambition? Hearing this, Doflamingo was taken aback. Is it possible to know all this? It's just a probe of nerves. Under my probing nerves, all souls have nowhere to hide. The ant in front of me. The voice just fell. Ulquiorra turned his head away, and then his eyes fell on the dark foot. Doflamingo's pupils shrank. At this moment, he realized that a person appeared in front of him at some point. Who? The other party smiled in the dark. It turns out that I was discovered. No wonder I dared to invade Impel Down. Even observation hockey shouldn't have discovered me. Advertisement. The voice just fell. Doflamingo's knowledge spread out, and he was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, I did not hear the other party's voice. The other party is clearly there, but it seems that they don't exist. This feeling is different from Shiba. Shiba gives Doflamingo the feeling that he is not in the same dimension, and the low-level dimension cannot perceive the high-level dimension. But at this moment, he simply couldn't perceive the other party. Who are you? Ulquiorra spoke calmly. The strength of the soul is the strongest among human beings I have ever seen, barely reaching the level of Manos Grande. It is out of the category of ants. I am the administrator here, intruder, I have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as these words came out, suddenly, a cage descended from the sky, and Ulquiorra and Doflamingo were directly imprisoned in it. Doflamingo's expression changed immediately. Feeling the power in the cage, he couldn't help but speak. As this, Seastone, and, actually made the director of Impel Down. The other party smiled, but in the darkness, he couldn't see his appearance. Oh, do you know me? Doflamingo's complexion sank and he smiled. Fufurofer. I don't know. It's just. It is rumored that the director of Impel Down has a combat power comparable to Admiral, and his power is enough to suppress all criminals in Impel Down. This is the reason why Impel Down is called Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. However, the Golden Lion incident is the only stain. Clap clap. Suddenly, the other party clapped their hands, very briskly. 0. Ask for flowers. The Golden Lion matter was indeed my negligence, allowing him to slip away. However, the person who dares to tell me this kind of thing in person. I really haven't met for a long time. You are really brave. I wanted to reserve a prison cell for you on the 6th floor, but it seems, there is no need for this. The other party had just finished speaking. Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and moved the corner of his mouth lightly. Sero. There are still not many harsh words. The gigantic Sero engulfs everything in sight. However, when the smoke dissipated, except for the seastone cage in front of him, nothing could be damaged. The man was still standing in the darkness. I see. Spirit attacks, no wonder Sengoku finds them tricky. Unfortunately, this is Impel Down, I have the final say. Advertisement. The moment I finished speaking, he stepped out of the darkness one step at a time. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see the true face of this mysterious director. Point 0. But it was the moment the other party stepped out of the darkness. Doflamingo's pupils shrank. Disappeared. Gone. It just disappeared in front of Doflamingo. Not even observation hockey can perceive it. HMPH. Idiot. The other party is there, but he has hidden his body. Papa afraid. In the void, the sound of clapping hands came again. The source of the sound was still ahead, but Doflamingo just couldn't see it. What ability is this? The other party smiled and spoke calmly. My name is Sebastian. I am an energy man who has eaten energy fruits, and I can use any form of energy. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face changed slightly. Absorb energy. Could it be that you absorbed both observation hockey and light? Absorbed observation hockey naturally can't perceive him. And absorbing the light cannot be reflected, so naturally you cannot see him. You are very smart. By the way, I will tell you one more thing. Not only can I absorb any form of energy, but I can also use this energy for my own use. The moment after saying this sentence, void directly exploded. Before Doflamingo could react, he suddenly felt a huge wind pressure coming from his face. The opponent's attack has already arrived. What? Doflamingo couldn't react at all. He neither sees nor feels it. But, at this moment, Ulquiorra took a step forward and came to Doflamingo in an instant, raising his hand to calmly block the blow. The huge impact exploded the air behind Ulquiorra. Under this force, Doflamingo was pushed away in an instant, and Doflamingo couldn't help but change his face. It still has such a powerful power even if it is blocked. What a terrifying calendar area. At this moment, Ulquiorra just looked at each other calmly. Under his probing nerves, the opponent's absorption is invisible. Humanity. He is what His Majesty needs. You want me to disobey His Majesty's orders? Chapter 88. The arrogant person is you. Wang Sero reappears. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, beyond Impel Down, 5 warships sailed from the far end of the horizon of the sea. 2 people stood on top of the 2 leading warships. They wore justice cloaks, with dignified faces. Aokiji saw the hands coming, and couldn't help but speak. Such a big thing happened, so there are only so few people here. It seems that the impact on the headquarters is no less than that on this side. Originally, after Aokiji and Kizaru came back from New World, they went to World Government to return to life. Who knew that Impel Down was invaded and naval headquarters was attacked at this time? The two immediately split into 2 groups. Kizaru went to naval headquarters and Aokiji came to Impel Down. Coincidentally, I met a Kainu who was cultivated by World Government. Hearing that Ulquiorra invaded Impel Down, he gave up his cultivation vacation and followed Aokiji. At this moment, Aokiji looked at a Kainu next to him, and said, Sakazuki, your injury? All right. Akainu nodded. 527, it's okay. I received treatment from World Government, 5 elders dispatched their special ability force, and one of them provided me with treatment in this area. Hearing this, Aokiji was taken aback. Oh, can even the wounds of the soul be healed? HMPH, open black lens bracket. World Government close black lens bracket has more cards than we imagined. This person with a special ability is just one of their hidden trump cards. If it weren't for the resurrection of the Sun Never Sets Empire, it would be impossible for them to expose this power. Aokiji nodded instead. Before that, he didn't even know World Government had this special ability unit. Obviously it was secretly trained by World Government. It can be seen that World Government is also aware of the threat of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Otherwise, with their pissing nature, even if a Kainu is dying, this will not be the case. It seems that the sun never sets empire's power far exceeds our imagination. Akainu nodded. I think, when Ulquiorra invaded the Holy Land, world government was aware of the crisis. At that time, I thought the five elders should have intervened, but they lost. Otherwise, the open black lens bracket special ability force close black lens bracket, which has been hidden for so long, won't just be exposed like this. Advertisement. Along with the sailing of the warship, between the words, the warship has slowly approached Impel Down. At this moment, looking from afar, he Impel Down has become ruins. Looking at the traces, it was directly bulldozed by some powerful force. The power remaining in the ruins made Akainu frown. The power to strike souls, Kiora. Kuzan, the energy attack released by that guy must not be hit, otherwise, even we will be seriously injured in an instant. Aokiji nodded. Akainu and Ulquiorra have a fruitful fight, so naturally they have a say. A power that even Akainu fears, he naturally has to be careful. Accompanied by the approach of the warship. The observation haki of Akainu and Aokiji spread out, however, observation haki sweeps open black lens bracket Impel Down close black lens bracket, and between Setsuna is the Sea of Shichung. The faces of the two changed suddenly. Observation haki is gone. No, it was absorbed. That guy Sebastian is doing it. The faces of the two of them changed slightly. Obviously, they knew the current director of Impel Down very well. Aokiji touched his chin and couldn't help but speak. I hear he wants to retire and leave things to Magellan. Rumor. No matter what happens, he won't make a move. Golden Lion was able to escape smoothly, because it took advantage of this loophole. Otherwise, Impel Down would not be stained with this kind of stain. Now, thick smoke billowed suddenly from Akainu's body, and terrible magma dripped down from Akainu's body. HMPH, it's because world government guys forced him to deal with it so negatively. No one would want a man with this kind of power to stay in the dim Impel Down every day. That's why he wants to retire. And in this case, the opponent still made a move, which means that he also sensed the threat from Ulquiorra. In this case, let us help him. After finishing speaking, Akainu's right arm turned into magma, and immediately punched the ruins of Impel Down. Great eruption. The huge lava fist seems to be able to destroy everything. Advertisement. It fell on open black lens bracket Impel Down close black lens bracket, but it was unscathed. All attack energy is absorbed. Seeing this, Aokiji couldn't help but speak. Hey, are you really okay? Although it is indeed sending energy to him, it is said that there is an upper limit to his energy absorption. Now, not only does he have to bear the energy of the Impel Down, Prisoner Riot and the Battle of Ulquiorra, do you want to add it? Akainu shook his head. If you don't do this, you can't defeat Ulquiorra. I have fought against him and know his strength. Sebastian's energy absorption does have an upper limit, but as long as it doesn't exceed the upper limit in an instant, he can release it instantly. Now, focus your energy and kill Ulquiorra in one hit. Aokiji hesitated for a moment, felt right, and then followed Akainu to attack. Ice Cube. Storm Pheasant's Mouth. The huge ice bird came with an unparalleled impact, and instantly frozen the ruins of Impel Down. However, at the moment of freezing, all the energy was absorbed and stored. At this moment, Sebastian is standing calmly in front of Ulquiorra. Since absorbing light was useless to him, he also showed his true self. I'm curious, who is he? And he will be taken by the king of your empire on which the sun never sets. Ulquiorra didn't answer, just raised his right hand calmly. Sero. Bang. Sero bombarded him, and Sebastian shook his head helplessly, taking the blow without dodging or dodging. I see, do you think I'm not qualified to communicate with you? How arrogant. The voice fell. Second shot, third shot, fourth shot. Sero has arrived. Behind Ulquiorra, Doflamingo watched this scene in horror, trembling in his heart. What a terrifying power. It actually released that attack 4 times in an instant. Can his so-called Reiatsu be used infinitely? Just standing here feels like my soul is going to be torn apart. Advertisement. However, the director of Impel Down is also a monster. He endured this kind of attack, and he was unscathed. 4 Sero shots hit Sebastian's body directly, and the moment it was engulfed, he took a step back. It is indeed an extraordinary power. Let me take a step back. I'm not very proficient in absorbing this kind of soul attack. Sebastian smiled, took a step forward, spread his hands, and said mockingly. How? Is this the best you can do? I heard that you defeated Akainu, which made me a little interested. Is this the end? It's not enough to force me back a step, or even hurt me. Hearing this, Ulquiorra frowned. During Setsuna, Reiatsu vented wildly. Doflamingo's complexion changed drastically behind him, and he felt his scalp go numb. 3.9 inches, what a terrible power. Ulquiorra, this guy was just playing around. Then, Doflamingo saw that Ulquiorra pulled out the knife from his waist, and gently scratched his fingertips, from which, blood flowed out. Doflamingo's pupils shrank. Cut my finger. What is he going to do? Then, in the next moment, Doflamingo felt his body sink, and his soul seemed to weigh tens of thousands of caddies, and he couldn't even move. This kind of shock to the soul was unprecedented, and even Sebastian on the opposite side couldn't help frowning. The pressure on the soul was not ordinary. Humanity. The one who is really arrogant is you. As he spoke, Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand, and the green Reiatsu frantically gathered, accompanied by a flash of light, instantly depriving everything in front of him. The next moment, the corner of Ulquiorra's mouth twitched slightly, and he uttered a sentence. Wong Shoes. Flash. Chapter 89 Full Energy Release. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wong Shoes. Flash. At this moment, Doflamingo felt as if his soul had been shattered, and almost fell to his knees on the ground, making him break out in a cold sweat. What kind of power is this? Terrible. It's just the aftermath, which actually gave me the illusion of being crushed. Not just Doflamingo. The face of Sebastian on the opposite side changed at this moment. He is indeed capable of absorbing any energy, even Sero. However, this deterrent from Reiatsu is real. Back then Akainu was suppressed by this Reiatsu, and he was no exception. Accompanied by the lightning-like green Sero instantly engulfed everything in front of him. The storm that was set off destroyed all the surrounding walls. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. The surrounding environment can no longer absorb energy. Has he reached the limit of energy absorption? Knowledge swept past. Sebastian's aura was still strong, and Doflamingo's expression changed involuntarily. Do not. He just concentrated the scattered abilities of 06, and he actually wants to absorb this kind of attack. According to Doflamingo, the flash of Wong Shu, placed outside, is enough to blow away everything on the surface. On the same level as Kizaru Akainu and Aokiji's out-of-range ults. And beyond killing souls, this Wong Shu's flash surpassed everything without a doubt. Can you hold it? This can only be left to fate. The huge impact made Doflamingo raise his hands involuntarily, and at the same time use his arm defense to defend. Advertisement. Seconds later, the gigantic Sero engulfs everything. When all the smoke and dust dissipated, everything on this layer disappeared. This is still with Sebastian absorbing energy. Otherwise, Impel Down may collapse completely. What a terrible blow. No one can resist this blow. Doflamingo was shocked, like a countryman who has never seen the world. However, I really don't blame Doflamingo. Anyone who comes here will be confused by the current scene. Knowledge swept past. Opposite Ulquiorra, there is no voice. Dead. Doflamingo stepped forward, just about to get closer. Ulquiorra frowned and spoke calmly. As an ant, your vitality is out of proportion to your strength. Not dead yet. Doflamingo was shocked. At this moment, the smoke dissipated, and it was suddenly discovered that there was a figure in the smoke. He maintained a posture of raising his hands in defense, his whole body was constantly emitting smoke, his skin was extremely red, and he looked as if he was about to explode at any moment. Sebastian resisted the blow. The next moment, with a puff, I couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. He's wounded. Hearing this, Sebastian sneered. Idiot, this is because the soul has been shocked. That blow just now was really powerful, but it still couldn't hurt me. Your power is really exaggerated. Ever since I got this devil fruit, I have never absorbed energy to such an exaggerated level. I thought that my capacity had reached its limit. However, after this time, my energy reserves can still be raised to a higher level. I must thank you. Sebastian smiled. That's right, Break the limit of the capacity reserve, and my capacity will be greatly improved. Advertisement. Ulquiorra's attack, coupled with the battle in Impel Down, and the external Akainu Aokiji's attack, the energy stored in Sebastian's body at this moment is the largest to be unimaginable. Seeing this, Ulquiorra frowned. He did feel a huge force. At this moment, Sebastian is like a bomb that will explode at any time. But at this moment, the opponent suddenly put on a punching posture and grinned. Just use your body to feel how huge this energy is. The moment he finished speaking, Sebastian aimed at the void and blasted away with a punch. Boom. The air burst instantly and a sonic boom occurred. The speed of this punch is fast enough to cause flames to be born from air friction. The impact of the fist, accompanied by frictional flames, instantly bombarded Ulquiorra. Seeing this, Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to resist. Dong's life. Fist exploded in front of him, Ulquiorra's probing nerves swept. The opponent disappeared instantly. It's getting faster. The next moment, Ulquiorra disappeared in an instant, fighting against Void and Sebastian. The opponent threw several punches, all of which were caught by Ulquiorra. The huge fist wind suppressed Ulquiorra's retreat steadily. So that's the case. Did the release of the stored power lead to a dramatic increase in speed and strength? Seeing this scene, Sebastian grinned. Do you still have time for leisurely analysis? In that case, I won't play with you anymore. The next trick is to solve you. The moment the voice fell, Sebastian clenched his fists. At this moment, huge energy gathered in the fist. This huge force even shakes the space, causing the void to tremble. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. Advertisement. This power is frightening. What a terrifying power. Then, Sebastian threw the punch at Ulquiorra in an instant. Energy. Release. Seeing this, Ulquiorra froze for a moment. The speed of 533's punch far exceeded Sebastian's original level, and even escaped Ulquiorra's probing nerves. The energy released by this punch is no small matter. Can't escape. Ulquiorra instantly raised his right hand and caught the punch with his palm. The huge energy instantly engulfed Ulquiorra, and the ground under his feet couldn't bear the impact and instantly cracked. Seeing this, Ulquiorra frowned. The power of this blow was even greater than he imagined. The next moment, he raised his other hand and resisted it with both hands, resisting the blow with all his might. Seeing this scene, Sebastian's pupils shrank suddenly. You bastard! What kind of monster? This kind of energy release, you actually blocked it with your bare hands, and you didn't use armament hockey. Sebastian was a little shaken and couldn't help but speak. No wonder Akainu can be defeated. Since that's the case, then I can't control so much. Full energy release. Bang. In Setsuna, the violent energy exploded instantly, and the impact was dozens of times that of the blow just now. At this moment, even Ulquiorra's complexion changed. The next moment, the huge impact directly engulfed Ulquiorra, and then knocked it into the air. In the void, Sebastian grinned. You're done. Chapter 90 High-Speed Regeneration. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This blow seemed to destroy everything. The energy accumulated in the entire Impel Down battle, plus the Sero released by Ulquiorra before, including Wang Shu's flash and the energy sent by Akainu and Aokiji outside. If it wasn't for Sebastian's control, the third layer of Impel Down would be completely blown away in an instant. Although the peripheral energy impact was absorbed by Sebastian, this huge force still destroyed everything. Doflamingo didn't even have a place to hide. After covering his whole body with armament hockey, he resisted the impact of this aftermath. When everything is over, huge smoke filled the air, taking away all sight. Is it over? Among the ruins, there was a sudden tremor. Doflamingo turned out from the ruins, shaking the dust off his body, with a terrified expression on his face. Everything in front of me disappeared. Open black lens bracket. Impel Down. Close black lens bracket. Everything on the third floor, including the prison cells, jailers and those awakened zone devil fruit jailer beasts, have all been killed. Open black lens bracket. Observation hockey. Close black lens bracket. Swept across. On this floor, no sound can be heard. Doflamingo's face trembled, and his heart trembled a little. He knew that it wasn't that he couldn't hear it, but that he was absorbed. Sebastian, who unleashed this blow, could not have killed himself. Open black lens bracket observation hockey close black lens bracket Shichung Dai can only show that his energy has absorbed it. That is to say, Ulquiorra. Killed. The director of Impel Down, is he so amazing? He has a deep understanding of Ulquiorra's strength. Advertisement. When meeting for the first time, the other party can shoot at will, and they can be easily killed. Even Akainu was defeated by him. Now, he was killed by the mysterious Impel Down director. Doflamingo felt inexplicable fear in his heart at the moment, and felt extremely insecure. At the moment when his vision was deprived by the smoke, he even wanted to run away. And at this moment, the smoke was pushed away, and Sebastian's figure was revealed from it. Under the huge burst of energy, he looked a little embarrassed, but in fact he didn't have any wounds on his body. However, at this moment, he was gasping for breath, looking a little weak. His whole body was on the verge of falling, and he seemed to be a little unstable. Doflamingo laughed when he saw this. Fufurfurofuroffer. It's amazing. I didn't expect to have this kind of combat power in the darkness of Impel Down. With such power, the world government actually sent him to guard Impel Down. It's a pity. At this moment, seeing Doflamingo, Sebastian grinned. How? Aren't you going to avenge your companion? Hearing this, Doflamingo shook his head. Fufurfur. I want to live a little longer. Besides, your ability is still there. Attacking rashly now is just sending you energy. On the contrary, now that your energy is exhausted, you probably don't have the energy to chase me again. Hearing this, Sebastian smiled, took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and adjusted his state with a smile. The vision is good. Have you seen through my ability? However, compared to Ulquiorra, you seem weak. Do you really think that apart from storing energy, my basic strength is weak? As he said that, he stepped forward with one step, and in Setsuna, with a shocking momentum, he instantly suppressed Doflamingo. Advertisement. Tell you something. Even if I put aside my devil fruit ability, I still have the strength to suppress the entire prison. Hearing this, Doflamingo hooked his fingers. The opponent is very strong, he naturally knows. Although he was invincible, but as long as he didn't allow the opponent to accumulate energy, it would not be difficult for him to escape. However, it is likely that the identity will be exposed. After all, his string fruit is highly recognizable. If it doesn't work, just control the opponent and run away. Sebastian is ready to fight, and Doflamingo is ready to run. Both sides send. The next moment, Sebastian was about to act. At this moment, a figure suddenly stepped into the battlefield between the two. During the Setsuna, the shocking Reiatsu came over instantly, slanting down like a torrential rain, and the surrounding smoke was instantly blown away. In the smoke, his figure was revealed, and at the same time, a voice seemed to sound from the void. Humanity. I said it before. He is what His Majesty needs. Seeing this scene, not only Sebastian but also Doflamingo's expressions changed. What? After taking that blow just now, how can you still die? Sebastian showed fear, and quickly backed away, vigilant. What a hell of a ride. But at this moment, that figure calmly pushed aside the smoke and emerged from it. Ulquiorra was emitting white smoke all over his body, and blood was splattered on the left side of his body. At the same time, his left arm was suspended due to the huge impact just now, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. The left half of the body was also riddled with holes, and was almost smashed to pieces. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Sebastian, who was taken aback, heaved a sigh of relief. Although not dead, however, it is fatal. It's still your defeat, Ulquiorra. You are so arrogant. You actually want to catch my blow with your bare hands. Your left arm is useless, you lose. Sebastian let out a breath, relaxed a lot, and then sneered. You have no chance, Ulquiorra. With serious injuries, you can't be my match. Hearing this, Ulquiorra glanced at Sebastian casually, and there was no panic in his eyes, only the indifference of treating everything as an ant. I see. Do you think this kind of thing is a serious injury? Saying that, Ulquiorra raised his right hand, then grabbed his left arm, and then made a sudden force. With a pop, Ulquiorra calmly withdrew his left arm along with the splash of blood. What? How Zhao? Seeing this, Sebastian's pupils shrank suddenly, and shock was written in his eyes. Even Doflamingo next to him was stunned for a while. Why did he tear off his left arm? Although it is useless, if it is treated, it may be able to be saved. But the other party just tore it down, because of the wolf. But at this moment, Ulquiorra was still expressionless. It didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. Even if he lost an arm, he was still calm and terrifying. At this moment, Sebastian suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that? The voice just fell. At the place where Ulquiorra's arm was broken, new bones grew out in an instant, at a very fast speed, followed by muscles, covering and surrounding the bones, and a new arm was formed in the blink of an eye. Then, under the stunned expressions of the two, Ulquiorra raised his hand to look at his newborn left arm, moved it a bit, and was very satisfied. Chapter 91 Block It, Black Wing Demon. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You bastard. What kind of monster? Even Sebastian, who could suppress the entire large prison, felt his scalp tingle at this moment. Can the Ulquiorra in front of me really be regarded as a living thing? It's too weird. The power is extremely powerful, and the skin paste is harder than steel. Without using armament hockey, you can easily prevent his energy release. That is, under the full energy release, it broke the defense and seriously injured the opponent. No, it was not a serious injury, the opponent had regenerated. Speed, strength, plus soul attack, these means are enough for heaven defying. Now, it also exhibits the ability to regenerate. It's too scary. At this moment, even the extremely proud Sebastian couldn't help being shaken. How can such an opponent be killed? The shock of Doflamingo next to Sebastian needn't be less. Even on top of it, the existence of Ulquiorra constantly refreshes the upper limit of his team's sun never sets empire cognition. At the same time, he is also more and more eager for this power called open black lens bracket Reiatsu close black lens bracket. Speed, strength, defense, soul attack, regeneration. If he can obtain this kind of power, in Doflamingo's opinion, he is enough to ascend to the sky in one step, to the real upper level of the pyramid in this sea. This is Reiatsu. Furofurfur. What a horror. At this moment, seeing Sebastian so shocked, Ulquiorra just looked at him calmly and said, "What's so shocking? It's just high-speed regeneration. To be honest, in terms of power, I made a trade-off, and as the price of losing great power, what I got is this excellent regeneration ability." Ulquiorra didn't shy away from revealing his secrets. Sebastian suddenly felt a little creepy. At the cost of losing great power. Advertisement. Does that mean you were stronger than you are now? Ignoring Sebastian's shock, Ulquiorra placed his hand lightly on the handle of the knife at his waist. Seeing this, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes slightly. Ulquiorra. Is he going to draw his sword? Moreover, this posture is different from the action of cutting your own fingers just now. He is really going to fight with this knife. That is to say, Ulquiorra is getting serious. At this moment, Doflamingo realized that there was a knife in his waist, but Ulquiorra was fighting with his bare hands. Now, is the first time Ulquiorra really draws his sword. What power will he exhibit? AGBD, surpass the world's #1 swordsman's swordsmanship. At this time, Ulquiorra looked at Sebastian calmly, and spoke quietly. Without Reiatsu, I was able to break through my steel skin. This power is commendable. Thousands of years ago, no one could do this. No wonder His Majesty taught me not to underestimate this era. I was indeed a little negligent. However, ants are always ants. Even after training this powerful devil fruit ability, the result will still not change. A battle with me is a battle with Reiatsu. If you continue to attack with ordinary Arankar, facing your ability, it is indeed somewhat passive. As he spoke, Ulquiorra slowly lowered the knife in his hand. Since this is the case, let me show you the real horror. And my real attitude. Advertisement. Real gesture. Hearing this, Sebastian frowned tightly. In other words, is it showing real strength? Sebastian activated his ability instantly, feeling a little nervous. I slightly estimated the strength that Ulquiorra just showed. Because I just broke through the limit, my energy reserve capacity has been increased again. Besides, I haven't started to store energy yet. No matter what attack he unleashes, I should be able to eat it. So, at least, I am undefeated. According to Sebastian. In this state, his ability can resist any attack from the opponent. You can even use this absorbed attack to kill the opponent. Then, the corners of Ulquiorra's mouth moved slightly, and a soft word came out of his mouth. Block it, Black-Winged Demon. The moment after saying this sentence, the drawn Zanpakuto disappeared immediately, and Ulquiorra was instantly engulfed by a jet of black Reiatsu. The black Reiatsu turned into a pillar and soared into the sky. This force made the whole impel down vibrate. At this moment, even Aokiji and Akainu, who are stationed outside the impel down, can feel this sense of oppression and the soaring Reiatsu. What? On the warship, Akainu's expression changed. Stand back, prepare to defend. From the depths of his soul, he felt the fear, and quickly ordered. However, the voice just fell. The souls of the ordinary sailors around were instantly shattered, unable to bear the shocking Reiatsu, they collapsed directly. Persisting, the faces of Aokiji and Akainu suddenly changed, and they were extremely shocked. Advertisement. What a terrifying power. The distance is so far away, the soul coercion released directly crushed everyone. Akainu, is Ulquiorra so strong? Akainu shook his head and couldn't help but speak. This kind of power is completely different from last time. At this moment, he raised his hand, and in the sky, the dense Reiatsu even solidified into liquid and dripped down. At this moment, Sebastian's heart trembled, and from the jet-black Reiatsu beam of light, he instantly spread out a pair of black wings covering the sky and the sun. A sound from Peng. The Reiatsu beam of light was broken away, and densely packed Reiatsu black raindrops fell down. In the void, there is an aura of nothingness. When they saw Ulquiorra again, the expressions of Sebastian and Doflamingo changed. Costume changed. The knife disappeared too. What just happened? What is this almost solid black raindrop? Doflamingo raised his hand to catch a drop of rainwater. In Setsuna, the soul stood up, and was directly suppressed, making him a little out of breath. Ulquiorra stepped forward, and his image changed completely. Wearing a white one-piece robe and a helmet with two horns on his head, his black nails have turned into long claws. In addition, his hair seems to have become longer, and the tear stains have also deepened and thickened. Sebastian looked at Ulquiorra apprehensively. At this moment, there was a creepy feeling. What did you do and why did you become like this? I told you, this is my original posture. Ulquiorra spoke calmly. Because the power is too strong. You seal the power in your own Zanpakuto, do you know what it means? Hearing this, Sebastian's pupils shrank, his nerves tensed to the extreme. The me now, my strength, is very different from just now. Chapter 92 Returning to the Blade, I can do it again. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The me now, the strength, is very different from just now. As he spoke, Ulquiorra stepped forward, and the jet-black Reiatsu rippled out, raising a puff of smoke. In an instant, he was in front of Sebastian. His face suddenly changed. So fast. It's actually faster than when I released the energy just now. At this moment, Doflamingo's pupils shrank, and he couldn't see Ulquiorra's movements clearly. Too fast. It's really just a blink of an eye. Then, boom. Sebastian was instantly knocked into the air. He didn't even know what happened. When he got up from the ground, Ulquiorra in the distance had disappeared. Next moment, his line of sight, like a camera switch in a movie, changes instantly. Boom. At this moment, his line of sight suddenly moved down, and when he came back to his senses, he found that all he could see was a ruined surface. He froze for a moment, a little horrified. You fell to the ground. Ulquiorra's speed was too fast, even beyond his reflexes. Before he could adapt to this speed, he was brought down. What? At this time, Sebastian realized that he suddenly discovered that a large amount of energy had accumulated in his body at this moment. Are you being attacked? He wanted to get up from the ground, but Ulquiorra was faster, stepped down, landed on his head, and pressed his whole body to the ground. Humanity. Advertisement. You can see my posture. You are already proud enough. Hearing this, Sebastian maintained a suppressed posture, his eyes moved up, and met Ulquiorra's eyes. That look has not changed from the beginning to the end. There is still nothingness, and everything in front of him seems to be regarded as ants. You monster. At this moment, even if it was Sebastian, his heart was extremely shaken. Subconsciously, he wants to use his ability to release the energy in his body. At this time, Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and pointed it down suddenly, aiming at Sebastian. In the Setsuna room, the pitch-black Reiatsu gathered crazily, and the huge power made the void tremble. Then, suddenly released. Black Sero. Boom. Dozens of times the power of the previous Sero, instantly bombarded and killed. At this moment, Sebastian suddenly felt a little numb in his scalp, and quickly stopped the release of energy, converting it into energy for absorption. Then, the pitch-black Sero engulfed Sebastian in an instant. At the same time, he also activated his energy to the best posture, wanting to absorb all of this energy. However, in just an instant, he was knocked into the air. The energy output of this Setsuna was far beyond his imagination. At the same time, his soul was trembling, and he couldn't completely defend himself, and was directly knocked into the air. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed out, and Sebastian flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, smashing into the wall in an instant. At this moment, his whole body was red. Obviously, most of the power of Ulquiorra's Black Sero was absorbed by him just now, but even so, he is in an extremely awkward situation now. He had never felt so embarrassed and bad before. After checking his physical condition a little, his expression changed drastically. Energy is going to be full. Are you kidding me? Sebastian looked shocked. The previous energy report was due to the gathering of the energy of the entire Impel Down, plus the attack of Ulquiorra, and the assists of Akainu and Aokiji. Advertisement. And now, with just one attack from Ulquiorra, it's almost full. This is also the result of breaking through the limit expansion before. Otherwise, if he faced Ulquiorra with such a posture at the very beginning, this blow might be enough to blow him up. This guy, what kind of monster? Can this kind of attack really be unleashed by humans? The voice just fell. Ulquiorra calmly appeared in front of him, and behind her, a pair of demonic wings cut open at will, making Sebastian's pupils shrink. Speaking of which, you have wings, maybe you are not human. Seeing this scene, Ulquiorra looked calm. Already desperate. Humanity. After all, this is your limit. Ulquiorra stepped forward and stomped him down again. Doflamingo in the distance is already paralyzed. The situation was reversed again. Sebastian, who was previously invincible and had the upper hand, was suppressed after a face-to-face encounter. It's amazing. I didn't expect there to be monsters like you in this world. Is this your real strength? I see. Do you think this is my true strength? Ulquiorra spoke calmly. 0. Seeking flowers. Since this is the case, let me tell you again. After all, you are the first person who can make me use this posture, and you are considered to be out of the category of ants. As I said before, the liberation of the sword is called returning to the edge. After returning to the edge, I can release the power that I originally sealed in Zanpakuto, and this kind of returning to the edge. I can do it again. Hearing this, Sebastian's face changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. One return to the blade, the strength is enough to report, and this kind of return to the blade, Ulquiorra can do it again. How else would they be shocked? That is to say, Ulquiorra's true power is still several times higher than it is now. Speaking of this, maybe you still can't understand, let alone my second stage return to blade, even now you haven't realized my strength. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Ulquiorra immediately raised his right hand, and with the gathering of Reiatsu, a green spear suddenly appeared. 0.00. Moonlight Sword. The next moment, Ulquiorra threw the Moonlight Sword towards the sky without any hesitation. Whoosh! The Moonlight Sword turned into a beam of starlight, instantly destroying the first and second floors of Impel Down, and then sank into the sky without seeing its power. Next moment, the sky exploded. This blow seemed to be enough to tear apart the stardust. The instant eruption of the Moonlight Sword dyed the entire sky in pitch black. And at this moment, seeing this scene, Akainu and Aokiji's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help but speak. What is that? A sword plunged into the sky and tore the sky apart. This scene was like the end of the world, and the hearts of the two were extremely heavy. Aokiji, get ready. That guy Sebastian has already lost. The blooming sky was reflected in Sebastian's pupils. The bursting of the sky is like fireworks, gorgeous and terrifying. It is indeed a monster. At this time, Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and aimed at Sebastian. He has no intention of keeping his hand. Reiatsu gathers wildly and bursts out. Black Sero. Bang. This blow will completely destroy the lower part of Impel Down. Sebastian's body instantly disappeared under Reiatsu's bombardment. And at this time, Doflamingo suddenly discovered that the Impel Down, at this moment began to become precarious, and his face changed slightly. That guy Sebastian's ability has failed. He lost in Chapter 93. Are there really demons in this world? Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Don't go up. The director of Impel Down has woken up. With him here, we can't get out. Listening to Guy chattering on his shoulder, the black sperm was already a little bored. Can you be quiet? Ulquiorra has breached the main gate, and will come down to meet the Lord soon. The director of the Impel Down, he will get rid of it easily. At this moment, since the ceiling and walls of Impel Down could not be damaged, the black sperm had to choose to take the stairs. Along the way, he encountered many jailers, but he easily solved them all. What are you kidding? That's the director of Impel Down. His strength does not lose to Admiral. In the entire Impel Down, he is the king here. You can't destroy Impel Down, it's because of his ability. Hearing this, the black sperm became interested, smiled, and then asked. Oh, devil fruit ability. 667. What kind of ability is this? It's a bit interesting. Guy thought for a moment, then spoke. I'm not so sure either. According to legend, the director of Impel Down is said to have the ability to absorb energy. Any attack is useless to him. On the contrary, the more you attack, the stronger the opponent will be. Hearing this, the black sperm was taken aback and touched his chin. Oh, this ability. I haven't seen it 1,000 years ago. But judging by the ability, it's a bit incomprehensible. However, since it is devil fruit, there is a limit according to the user's ability. The black sperm smiled with a relaxed face. That is to say, as long as your attack power is strong enough, you can break the opponent's energy absorption. Hearing this, Guy was taken aback. So simple. Do you really think that you can compete with the director of Impel Down just by analyzing it like this? Advertisement. His horror is far beyond your imagination. As a former scientist of the Marine Science Department, he also knows a thing or two about Impel Down. He naturally knows about the monster-like director of Impel Down. The reason why his reputation has not been spread is that Impel Down can only enter, but cannot exit, and no news can pass through. And if he walks out of Impel Down and comes to this sea, the current 3 Admiral may belong to whom? No, you are wrong. Our power is far beyond your imagination. As long as you are human, you have limits. And his opponent? No. Not human. Guy was taken aback for a moment, feeling a little horrified. Before he could continue posting, suddenly, the whole Impel Down trembled. The next moment, the shocking Reiatsu turned into black rain and fell down. Guy was terrified. At this moment, he felt his soul was shaken. Subconsciously, he stretched out his right hand to catch a drop of rainwater, and couldn't help but speak. Why is it raining here? However, at this very moment, his soul was in turmoil, he was instantly suppressed, his eyes turned white, and he almost fainted. He hastily turned himself into an element and was in a state of gas, which allowed the rain to pass through his body. Immediately gasping for breath, terrified. What is this? This is Reiatsu. It seems that the director of Impel Down you mentioned, there is indeed something, actually made Ulquiorra use returning blade. Hearing this, Guy Saw's face changed slightly. Did your companion fight director Impel Down? Run down. Your companion is dead. Don't step on the horse and make noise. The black sperm glared at him. You are so timid and afraid of getting into trouble, even if you want to serve His Majesty, I feel ashamed. The fight will be over soon. We're going out. Soon you will meet His Majesty. Don't step on the horse so submissively, and make His Majesty unhappy. No one can save you. Hearing this, Guy shut up immediately. Black sperm is also a murderer, he can't afford to provoke him. Advertisement. At the same time, I can't help but feel a little unconvinced in my heart. What is a station puppet will end soon. Do you really think the director of Impel Down will give in so easily? And this kind of thought came to an abrupt end. Because he found that the impel down that was originally stable began to shake, and at the same time the ceiling was trembling, and it was actually falling. The black sperm also found out, and then jumped forward and punched out. Boom. The ceiling was shattered in an instant, and the black sperm took Geisa to the upper floor immediately. Hee, the ability has been lifted. The battle is really over. After all, returning blade, as used, it is really comfortable to do tasks with Ulquiorra. I don't need to work hard. But at this moment, Guy's expression completely changed. Ability, lifted. Director of Impel down, defeated. How is this possible? How long has it been? Has it been 3 minutes since the ability was activated? Are you kidding me? And right now, boom. Accompanied by the shocking black Reiatsu, the ceiling of Impel down immediately collapsed. Seeing this, the black sperm's face suddenly changed. That Ulquiorra guy, what are you doing? Knowing that my uncle is down there, you actually hit Black Sero down there. Black sperm dodged with Geisa. At this moment, Guy saw that there seemed to be a person in the huge shock. That is, Director of Impel down. Guy's heart trembled. He was too frightened to say a word, his eyes widened to the maximum, and after a while, he opened his mouth tremblingly. Push. Director of Impel down, is resolved. Advertisement. Oh, is that the Director of Impel down? The black sperm smiled. Being able to make Ulquiorra use returning blade as really powerful, what a pity. If it is my uncle, I will definitely save his life and blackmail him. But he met Ulquiorra. Hearing this, Guy's face trembled, and he opened his mouth quickly. Ulquiorra. Who is that? Want to know. See you soon. Because Impel down was broken down, it was convenient for the black sperm to jump several times in succession and directly came to the 3rd floor. Above that huge hole, the black sperm smiled. It's here. Then he jumped up and walked through the hole, cursing at the same time. Ulquiorra. You bastard. You should know I'm down there, right? You actually used open black lens bracket black Sero close black lens bracket. Could it be that your wife killed my uncle? Even if this uncle can resist, but this weak chicken scientist can't stand it. Although the black sperm complained nonchalantly. But in 3.5, Guy Saw can still feel the oppression coming from the Tao Void. It's different from the talkative king-like black sperm. This sense of oppression made his soul suppressed to the limit, and he was terrified. Then, amidst the smoke, a figure stood out. My probing nerves know you're there. So, I controlled the Sero's output power. Just to make a road for you, lest you continue to dawdle down there. At this moment, Guy finally saw Ulquiorra's face clearly. A body of pure white, empty holes, and pitch black wings. Seeing the moment he saw Ulquiorra, Guy almost peed in fright. Then he remembered what the black sperm had said before. The opponent of Impel down Director is not human. Thinking of this, his face trembled. You are not human. Are you a demon? In this world, demons really exist. Chapter 94. How about helping me get rid of them? Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He's not a devil. The black sperm grinned. He is 1,000 times more terrifying than demons. At this moment, Guy stared blankly at Ulquiorra who spread the black wings. The trembling of his soul made him terrified, as if he would be instantly killed by the other party in the next moment. And Ulquiorra just glanced at him, and spoke calmly. Is this the scientist His Majesty needs? As far as the soul is concerned, it is even worse than this guy. Doflamingo, who was wearing a mask beside him, paused for a moment. He knew that Ulquiorra was talking about him. Although he felt a little upset, he could only acquiesce, and he insisted that everything was justified. If I hadn't suppressed Reiatsu, his soul would have been broken. This guy is too timid. The black sperm smiled. He brought him up all the way, and he shook all the way. How strong can this guy's soul be? It's a pity, this guy still has the fruit ability of Logia. As he said that, the black sperm suddenly remembered something, and suddenly turned to look at Doflamingo wearing a mask. Taguchi said. Correct. This guy is calling your name all the way. Say you'll hold him. From his point of view, it seems that you feel more secure, Doflamingo. Hearing this, Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Geisa, and couldn't help being speechless for a while. In this case, what's the use of calling me? Impel down has been breached. The sun never sets, the Empire is the real AtThe. And Guy saw, who heard the black sperm's words, immediately set his eyes on Doflamingo wearing a mask, and his expression changed immediately. Joker. Is that you? Joker. Doflamingo didn't want to talk to Guy about the idiot. Apart from scientific research, the trash with no merits gave him a headache. However, it is considered that His Majesty will cooperate with him to serve Chiba in the future. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing dryly, and then took off the mask. Fooferfer. Are you okay? Guy. Seeing Doflamingo, Guy burst into tears of joy, ran over quickly, and hugged Doflamingo. Joker. You finally came to save me. It was just too thrilling. Advertisement. I knew that you would definitely take me out. Next to him, Ulquiorra looked at Guy Saw with a calm expression, and couldn't help but speak. Black sperm, you saved the wrong person, right? The black sperm also scratched his head, speechless. Yeah, that's the guy. But at this moment, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and the ninja was so angry that he pulled Guy off his body, laughed dryly, and opened his mouth quickly. Fooferfer. Guy, I don't have the power to rescue you. Even Impel Down has been breached, and some big shots have taken a fancy to you. At this moment, Ulquiorra stepped out, releasing a wave of Reiatsu, and spoke calmly. All right. That's enough nonsense. People are still rescued, and now they can go back and return to life. Your Majesty's order is the most important thing. As he said that, Ulquiorra grabbed Guy casually, flapped the wings behind him, and flew into the air in an instant, flying towards the Impel Down. Seeing this, the black sperm quickly followed, and Doflamingo put on his mask again, and flew up with a thin thread. At this moment, Guy said that he didn't dare to take a breath. Being caught by Ulquiorra like a chick looks hilarious. And just when everyone just emerged from the ruins outside Impel Down, Guy Saw suddenly discovered that the sky, at some point, had turned blood red. He narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see what it was, and his expression changed immediately. This is, ah. Guy couldn't help but screamed in fear. Ulquiorra frowned, feeling a little annoyed, then raised his right hand and tapped Guy's forehead with a finger. A ray of Reiatsu invaded his brain in an instant and suppressed his soul. Guy suddenly passed out and went to the doctor. The noise died down, and Ulquiorra looked up at the scene in front of him. Now, under this blood-red sky, there are densely packed lava fists, blasting towards them, each one has shocking power. Doflamingo's face changed when he saw this scene. It's Akainu. He's already ambushed outside, ready to strangle us here. This is his meteor volcano factory. Akainu. Ulquiorra murmured. The last time you were defeated. After being hit by Wang Shu's flash, I didn't die. As an ant, my vitality is quite tenacious. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Ulquiorra immediately raised his hand and stretched out his index finger, and the pitch-black Reiatsu would immediately release him. Black Sero. Bang. The pitch-black Reiatsu swallows up the entire sky in an instant. The densely packed lava fists were directly shattered, and the rest were changed direction under the impact and fell into the sea, where a lot of seawater evaporated immediately, and water vapor rose up. At this moment, Sleepy Day saw this scene. His face changed. What? A random blow actually shattered my meteor volcano. Akainu raised his head and looked at Ulquiorra, who was carrying Guy in the sky. His pupils shrank suddenly. Ulquiorra. This guy, the appearance has changed. What happened? Aokiji couldn't help frowning too. This Reiatsu made his heart palpitate. Wings. Is this guy a demon? Just between the horror of the two, Ulquiorra didn't talk nonsense with them at all. When he raised his hand, a green spear suddenly appeared in the palm of his right hand. The next moment, he directly charged towards the two of them. Moonlight Sword. Whoosh. The Moonlight Sword turned into a beam of starlight and flew towards it in an instant. The overwhelming Reiatsu made both Akainu and Aokiji change faces. Get out of the way. Akainu yelled. The two of them used Moonwalk in an instant, stepped into the air, and disappeared directly in place. The Moonlight Sword fell into the air and flew to the distant sea in an instant. Suddenly, the whole sea trembled, and in the next second, the sea roared, and the entire Impel Down was not shrouded in darkness. Aokiji and Akainu couldn't help looking up, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Tsunami. Just the aftermath caused by the explosion of the moonlight sword on the sea caused a huge tsunami hundreds of meters high. In the next second, they will be swallowed up. Seeing this, Aokiji made a quick move, with bursts of cold air rippling all over his body. He couldn't help but speak. Sakazuki. Is this Ulquiorra so strong? Advertisement. Akainu looked serious. No, the last time we fought, it wasn't so difficult. Just be careful with his soul attack method, it's not impossible to deal with it. It's just this attack. He has become stronger, and it's not a star. Aokiji understood, released the ice from his hand instantly, and snorted coldly. Ice River 323 Century. The next moment, the overwhelming tsunami was instantly frozen. Seeing this scene, the black sperm couldn't help shaking his head. Good guy. And seal the whole sea. Hundreds of millions of clones of my uncle in this sea were wiped out in an instant. A Logia fruit of this strength really restrains me. As he spoke, the black sperm looked at Ulquiorra, and then spoke. Ulquiorra, how about helping me kill them now? Hearing this, Doflamingo next to him was startled. Black sperm led Ulquiorra kill Admiral, or both. Can it be done? Doflamingo looked at Ulquiorra, as if to see his reaction. At this moment, Ulquiorra frowned, looked at Akainu and Aokiji, and looked at the guy in his hand, hesitating. The black sperm immediately saw what Ulquiorra meant and apologized. That's enough. Your Majesty is indeed the only one in your world. And His Majesty's order is above all else. How about I take him back to His Majesty first, and then help you kill them? Hearing this, Doflamingo was shocked. No rejection. In other words, in Ulquiorra's view, with his posture, killing the two admirals is not a problem. Terrible fighting power. Hearing this, the black sperm waved his hand. Never mind. Take this guy back first and then talk about it. If you do it now, there may be accidents. In short, the priority is to ensure His Majesty's goal. Ulquiorra nodded, and didn't intend to do it again, so he knocked casually. In the void, Heikyong appeared, and the three of them strode into it, and then disappeared. Chapter 95 Changing Hands, the world's #1 swordsman. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the moment, Marineford is in shambles. Accelerator blocked almost all the Marines in the port, and no warship could go to sea. Ordinary sailors, just approaching the port, were blown away by the speeding vector. Facing Accelerator, even if Sengoku and Kizaru teamed up, they still feel Alexander. In the beginning, the two of them were almost beaten by Accelerator, but after adapting to Accelerator's vector control ability and rhythm, they gradually began to contend. However, even so, the ceiling of the two Marines still cannot pass through this one-way street of death, and even if they are not careful, they will be killed. The reason is very simple. Accelerator's appropriate manipulation is an existence that even if he knows what ability is, he still cannot compete with the existing resources and means. Therefore, as long as Accelerator is still in the port, Marineford will continue to be beaten. Sengoku's face has never looked so ugly. Marineford was already on the brink of destruction, and had never been so embarrassed when it was attacked by the Golden Lion last time. And in the center, densely packed black sperm avatars are constantly active, chatting and fighting with many Marine vice-admirals. As for those Shichibukai, except for the initial effort in front of Sengoku, they have been paddling, attacking the black sperm clone from time to show their existence. The sailors gritted their teeth angrily when they saw this scene. On the other side, Arturia and Hawkeye fought fiercely, and no one dared to approach people within a radius of 100 meters. Magic power and slashing dance wildly in the sky, the two of them can split the sky and shake the earth with a single blow. Arturia slashed, but was blocked by Hawkeye, and returned with a beautiful sweep. The huge sword pressure formed a perfect crescent shape, trying to repel Arturia, but was crushed by the magic power released from the dark holy sword. And, with a stronger force, it suppressed Hawkeye. Hawkeye's pupils shrank, he raised his black sword to resist, and was instantly knocked into the air. He couldn't help kneeling on one knee, and his breathing gradually became short of breath. Seeing this scene, Arturia grinned. With a light wave of the holy sword in his hand, the violent magic power soared into the sky, engulfing the surrounding ruins. Looking at Hawkeye, he opened his mouth and said, "What? Has it reached the limit? Your movement of swinging the knife is getting slower and slower." Hawkeye let out a breath slowly, looking at Arturia with some inexplicable fear. He knew that if he continued to fight, there would only be one result. Defeat. Unacceptable. But, it does sell. In fact, he felt that his sword skills were superior to Arturia's. However, Arturia's infinite magic power and his super intuition suppressed him to death, and no matter how superb the swordsmanship was, he could not break through this limit. And at this moment, with consumption, both his physical strength and hockey have weakened. However, Arturia is still in her prime. Advertisement. "We're going to lose," Hawkeye murmured. However, Zhejiang has sent out an unprecedented fighting intent. I can't continue to fight with each other like this. The next blow will determine the outcome. Suppress her with the strongest blow. Thinking of this, Hawkeye took a deep breath, let it out slowly, stood up calmly, and at the same time, held the black knife with both hands. Seeing this scene, Arturia's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a shocking magical power released all over her body. Oh, knife in both hands. Are you ready to win? And at this moment, the black sperm suddenly jumped out, came to Arturia's shoulder, and said, "Open black lens bracket, impel down, close black lens bracket, it's over there. Mission complete. Ready to retreat." Really? My side is about to end. Saying that, Arturia held the holy sword with both hands and raised it above her head. The black magic power burst instantly. The next blow should determine the outcome. Seeing this scene, Black Sperm froze for a moment, saw that Hawkeye was in the same gesture, and then grinned. "Oh, the other party plans to confront you head on. There is such a strong swordsman. Are you bullying someone? Since we are the world's greatest swordsman, we should use swordsmanship to decide the winner, right?" To shut up. Arturia glared at the black sperm. "I recognize his sword skills. However, I have super intuition and a scabbard. I want to defeat me purely with sword skills. That's impossible. He also discovered this, so he plans to use the strongest blow to fight against me. So, you also plan to use your strongest output." The black sperm shook his head. "Isn't this still bullying? The other party just slashed with a knife, but what you slashed was the release of Baoyuan. In this duel of the Holy Spirit, since the opponent has taken out the strongest blow, I should also fight back with the strongest blow. If you keep your hand, it's an insult to him, and an insult to the title World's No. 1 Swordsman." Hearing this, the black sperm was silent for a moment, and then spread its hands. Advertisement. Is it? In this case, let's end it quickly. We are still waiting to go back and return to our mission. Don't keep His Majesty waiting too long. As he said that, the black sperm jumped up, and then disappeared. At the same time, Arturia's eyes also changed instantly. The soaring magical power turned into a substantial blade, directly piercing the entire sky. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in Marineford were attracted. What is that? My God, the sky has been pierced. It's the swordsman who fought Hawkeye. At the same time, look along the line of sight. Hawkeye is holding a knife in both hands. On the blade, the black me-armed color, Hawkeye shines with the obsidian-like wands. Ordinary people quietly took a look, then gasped in shock, and retreated one after another. At this moment, everyone realizes one thing. The battle between Hawkeye and Arturia is coming to an end. The two began to fight for output and released their big moves. Sengoku's face sank when he saw this scene, and he spoke quickly. "Everyone, leave the square immediately and prepare for the impact." Ordinary sailors, Shichibukai, and a group of vice admirals changed their expressions, and hurriedly backed away for fear of being affected. The next moment, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, held a sword in both hands, and slashed down. "This knife is my strongest at the moment. This knife, the picture shows the world. A knife enough to cut the world open." With a bang, it was cut down instantly. On the other hand, Arturia didn't hold back either. Her infinite magic power exploded instantly, and she was chopped off with a single blow. Pledge. The sword of victory. Boom. At this moment, at the moment of slashing and releasing magic power, the sky split open. Everything around was swept up under this storm, dancing wildly in the mine at an altitude of hundreds of meters, and many sailors who had no time to escape were directly crushed, and they couldn't even scream. This is the strongest collision of magic power and slash. This knife directly crushed the entire Marineford. Hawkeye's slash continued to extend, cutting open the sword of infinite magic power. Advertisement. And the magical power between the vowed victory also swallowed Hawkeye's slash. The attacks of the two peaks are intertwined with each other, forming a gorgeous and spectacular scene in the void. Then, the ground behind Arturia was cut open, and the sea area behind was split into two in an instant, extending to the sea level. And the ground behind Hawkeye was directly shattered. The sea area behind was directly engulfed by magic power, turned into a shocking tsunami, and pushed to the distant sea level. This blow swallowed everything, reduced the entire Marineford to ruins. I don't know how long it has been. Hiding Marines, Vice Admiral, and Shichibukai show their faces. Sengoku and Kizaru, Wang Qianzhao, also suddenly appeared, looking at the scene in front of them with ugly faces. What a terrible blow. The whole Marineford is ruined. Kizaru pushed through the smoke, but still couldn't see anything. It looks like the battle between Hawkeye and her is over. Who's winning? At this moment, Sengoku's sense of knowledge swept across, and then he noticed that voice in the center of the battle, and rushed over. Here, Sengoku and Kizaru were moved immediately, and after a while, seeing the scene in front of him, Kizaru couldn't help but speak. It is indeed a winner. At the very center of the battle, Hawkeye was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Hawkeye lost. Hawkeye wasn't dead. He just stared blankly at the sky. I don't know how long it has passed, but he slowly picked up the black saber sausage that fell beside him. The knife points to the sky. I'm defeated. The title of the world's greatest swordsman will be given to you for the time being. I'll keep getting stronger. There was an indescribable tremor in the voice. Yamato trembled. As well as, deeply not reconciled. The world's #1 swordsman is defeated. This title has changed hands. Chapter 96. What kind of justice is this? Go to the world government on horseback. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Battle of Marineford came to an end with the strongest strike between Hawkeye and Arturia. At this moment, Marineford is almost completely destroyed. The glorious and magnificent justice building before has long since ceased to exist. Due to the savage bombing by Arturia and Accelerator, the two gunpowder barrels even made the whole island a little bit crumbling. The entire Marineford was shrouded in a cloud of smoke, which could not disperse for a long time. At this moment, with the end of the battle, the tense atmosphere in Marin relaxed. The morale of the army was shaken, and they threw away their helmets and armor, not to mention the ordinary Marines. Even the rear admirals and vice admirals were ashamed. The sun never sets. The sudden attack from the Empire made them lose their temper. Even some Marines haven't realized it until now. In this numerous Marines, this naval headquarters has gathered more than half of the elite Marines. Even being suppressed by the three people of the sun never sets Empire, he loses his temper. It is really unbelievable. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sengoku looked calm and didn't know what he was thinking. I don't know how long it took. His face turned pale suddenly. He staggered, almost lost his footing, and then couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Next to 867, Kizaru also looked embarrassed and said, Sengoku, you're hurt. What about the medical department? Come on, call the medical department immediately. Kizaru yelled, and immediately the sailors began to move beside him. Sengoku waved his hand and said in a deep voice, my injury doesn't matter. He straightened his chest immediately, and as a marshal, he couldn't fall down at any time. Especially when he was defeated, he had to take on the responsibility of commanding the audience. Advertisement. All members, clean up the battlefield. The injured members were immediately sent to the medical department, where they were treated according to the severity of their injuries. Also, collect all the remains of the soldiers, unify the number of people, then notify their families, prepare comfort money, and send their remains back. If the body can't be found, it will be treated as missing. If it doesn't show up in half a month, it will be declared dead. Inform the family and take their belongings back. Sengoku endured serious injuries and directed the overall situation. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. The orders seem to be very cold, but these Marines are all executing. This is a soldier. After a while, Sengoku let out a breath, then looked at Kizaru, and said, the battle here is over. That means, Impel Down, is over too. Kizaru, contact me. Before Sengoku's words fell, the phone bug in his pocket thought of it, took a look, and then gave a wry smile. It seems that there is no need. After taking the phone bug, Aokiji's voice came from the other side of the phone bug. Marshal Sengoku, the battle here is over. At this moment, Aokiji and Akainu stepped on the ruins of Impel Down. Everything within the visible range is completely frozen. On both sides of the ruins, there are tsunami ice sculptures as high as 100 meters. Aokiji looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help shaking his head. If it wasn't frozen, I'm afraid the whole Impel Down would collapse. If you want to repair it, I'm afraid it will cost a lot. More importantly, at this moment, in front of Aokiji and Akainu, there are two people lying down. Open black lens bracket Impel Down close black lens bracket Deputy Director, Poison Magellan, and open black lens bracket Impel Down close black lens bracket Warder, Shiryu of the Rain. The two were covered in blood and were seriously injured, and they had already fainted. Advertisement. Aokiji picked up the phone bug and continued to report. This is the situation with Impel Down right now. Magellan and Shiryu are seriously injured, and their lives are not in danger. It's just that Sebastian can't be found anywhere. I'm afraid there was a battle with Ulquiorra before he disappeared. I had an encounter with Sakazuki and Ulquiorra before. To be honest, if Sebastian can't be found, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. Aokiji sighed, but didn't say anything dead. AGBB, but Sengoku got the point. Since Sebastian was not found, he was probably dead. What's more, even the corpses were seen, probably smashed to pieces by Ulquiorra. Subconsciously, Sengoku clenched his fists. Sebastian. This is a combat power comparable to Admiral, so he lost it. Aokiji continued to report. As for the prisoners in Impel Down, all the prisoners above the 6th floor are almost dead, only a few escaped, and most of the rest were frozen by me. It's just that many prisoners escaped from the 6th floor eternal hell. The prisoners, including Bullet and Red, neither I nor Sakazuki can stop them. Sengoku took a deep breath and let it out slowly, because his heart was beating. Impel Down, not to mention being breached, all the vicious prisoners on the 6th floor escaped. It is conceivable how many people will be shrouded in darkness in this sea. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku ordered immediately. Kizaru, I will count the number and list of Impel Down escaped prisoners with Aokiji later, and reissue the reward order. And at this moment, with a click, a door suddenly opened in the void, and the Japanese walked out of it. Advertisement. Seeing this, Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but speak. Is this the fruit of a family? He remembered that this should be the ability of a CP9 on Eni's lobby. And Eni's lobby's CP9 was basically wiped out by Chiba. The door fruit also reappears with the death of the previous holder. It's just that this time, gate fruit was obtained by the world government. This person is wearing a strange costume and a strange mask. This kind of dress comes from the CPO of open black lens bracket world government close black lens bracket. CPO guy. Hearing this, the man nodded, and then spoke calmly. Marshal Sengoku, I will pass on the highest order to you from 5 elders. Impel Down, things that have been captured cannot be spread. The moment Sengoku heard these words, his face changed drastically, revealing unparalleled anger. What did you say? Do you know what the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down will bring to this sea? Hearing this, the other party looked calm and spoke again. Impel Down and naval headquarters were breached at the same time. For the sake of world government's face, this kind of thing must not be made public. Sengoku clenched his fists. Such a big thing happened, do you really think you can hide it? Even if rumors spread, it's better than being ridiculed by the whole world. Anyway, my message has been brought, and that's all. After finishing speaking, the other party opened the door of air again and disappeared. Sengoku was so angry that he slammed into the ground fiercely, and immediately smashed a big hole in the ground. Hee. This is the world, this is justice, FK the world government. Sengoku cursed, very helpless. Chapter 97 Meet Your Majesty. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Holy Land, Mariajoy. In the building of World Government Headquarters, in a luxurious room on the top floor. Nameless old men sat one after another. They are the supreme commanders and all-powerful owners of Open Black Lens Bracket World Government Close Black Lens Bracket, and they are also called Open Black Lens Bracket 5 Elders, Stars Close Black Lens Bracket. At the same time, in front of the 5 elders, there was another man standing. Even at an advanced age, the tall and bulging muscles still burst. The battles he fought in when he was young made him not have the slightest kindness even in his old age, but instead he was full of evil spirits. He is better than the former naval headquarters marshal and now the commander-in-chief of the army, Kong. At this moment, one of the 5 elders spoke in a deep voice. That Garp guy just left in a huff. Hearing this, another person also spoke. No way. The Tianlong people got the news that naval headquarters and Impel Down were attacked, and everyone was in a state of panic, for fear that what happened that night would happen again. Letting Garp stay here is also to reassure the Tianlong people. However, according to the news, the guy named One-Way Accelerator, who appeared in naval headquarters has very tricky abilities, and he is quite able to restrain Garp, who is strong in physical skills. Therefore, even if Garp goes to support, it won't change anything. The 5 elders spoke one by one and kept on talking. Instead, Kong next to him spoke subconsciously. Do you really want to hide the news that Impel Down was breached? Based on what I know about Sengoku, if he escaped so many important criminals and was made public, I'm afraid he won't be able to swallow this breath. Hearing this, 5 elders looked at Kong with respect, and 5 elders said with a square face. This matter must be suppressed first. Whether it is Impel Down or the headquarters, once the outside world finds out, it will inevitably cause a big shock and cause unnecessary troubles at that time. That's right, the pirates are the hunters. Once they know this, they will swarm like sharks smelling blood. 5 elders explained briefly, then looked at Kong. Sora, Sengoku's side, it's up to you to appease him and give some necessary explanations. As he spoke, the bald 5 elders knocked on the table and spoke in a deep voice. Leaving aside other things for the time being, let's talk about the purpose of this World King. It took a lot of trouble to break into the big prison, and dispatched a sniper to intercept the support of the headquarters. Obviously, it was well prepared. So, what is the purpose? Just to make a name for yourself. But in fact, now, only we Marine know about this crime. Hearing this, Baihu 5 elders also spoke. There are 2 masterminds of Impel Down, Ulquiorra who attacked the Holy Land at night before, and the Black Sperm who has his shadow all over the world. Both of them are fighting members under the devil of the King of the World. The 2 of them took away one person, Guy Sakurang, a scientist from the former Naval Headquarters Science Unit. Oh, scientist. Why is this? Is there any information on him? The bald 5 elders nodded, and then spoke. It seems that I worked under Vegapunk before, and I have a lot of research on some cruel experiments and weapons of mass destruction. I was deported because of crimes, and was later put in a large prison. Advertisement. How did he get involved with this King of the World? 5 elders was puzzled, pondered for a long time, and couldn't help but speak. Could it be that the King of the World wants this scientist to make any weapons of mass destruction? Don't be ridiculous. If he wants to be that leisurely, he should directly grab Vegapunk. Also, which of his men is more threatening than any WMD? So far, the thread is broken. No one knows what Chiba left the scientist for. This incident is full of weirdness. In short, the most important thing now is to find that King of the World, and this scientist may be a breakthrough. Let the CPO investigate it. Follow the clues to find the base camp of other people. The policy has been set for the time being, and the meeting is about to end. Kong hastily opened his mouth. Where's the director of Impel Down? Sebastian is in danger. I'm afraid he won't survive. Should we choose a new candidate, or let Magellan take over? Hearing this, the 5 elders looked at each other, exchanged glances, and then spoke. Let Magellan take over. Sebastian was about to step down a long time ago, now is a chance. Hearing this, Kong froze for a moment. These words, it seems that Sebastian is not dead, but retired. Seeing Kong's expression, the bald 5 elders smiled, and then patted Min. Come out. At this time, with a click, the air door was opened. A person suddenly appeared in front of everyone with an object. It seems to be a transparent Sol, which has solidified together at this moment, and in the most central position, it is none other than the missing Sebastian. Seeing this, Kong's face changed slightly. This. He's not dead, but he's dying. The bald five elders spoke. He absorbed too much energy from Ulquiorra. If he died at that time, the energy would explode instantly, and the entire Impel Down would be buried for it. So, at the moment when he was about to die, we fixed him at this moment. Seeing this, Kong was a little amazed at this skill. This is the ability of the amber fruit. By releasing amber, you can freeze the things frozen in it at that moment. Advertisement. So, as long as the capable person doesn't remove the ability by himself, the next moment of Sebastian's energy explosion will never come. Kong was a little shocked. He never knew that there were people with this ability under five elders' command. It's right to think about it. Five elders are the highest power holders of world government, and it's normal to have some hidden forces of their own. What do you want me to do? Kong spoke in a deep voice. Bartholomew seems to have accepted the transformation of the Ministry of Science. Let him come to world government when the time comes. Hearing this, Kong instantly understood. Five elders want to use the energy of the bear to eject the huge energy that Sebastian has accumulated in his body. At the moment, Dressrosa. 0. Seeking flowers. In the bedroom of the imperial palace, Sheba stood leisurely by the window, admiring the scenery outside the window, living a life like retirement. As if the external Impel Down and naval headquarters breach had nothing to do with him. At this time, a clone of the black sperm suddenly appeared behind Sheba, knelt down on one knee, and spoke calmly. Your Majesty, the task has been completed. That scientist was brought out by us intact. Hearing this, Sheba smiled and said, well done. Bring him to me. Yes. After finishing speaking, the black sperm retreated. At this moment, Geisa was being grabbed by Ulquiorra, like a chicken, not daring to move at all. You, where are you taking me? Saying that, Guy also took a look at Doflamingo. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched. What are you watching me do? What I said here doesn't count. Seeing that Flamingo ignored him, Guy fell into complete despair. 0.00. At this time, the black sperm spoke. Your Majesty has an order, take him there. Guy was stunned when he heard the words. Who are you taking me to see? Advertisement. Ulquiorra glanced at him, then spoke. Our king. What? Guy saw's face changed slightly. Their king. That is, the leader who commands them. Which one of the people present is not the first-class murderer in this sea? And how should the king who commanded these murderous people be heaven-defying? Thinking of this, Guy was trembling with fright. What are you shaking? At this moment, Accelerator glared at him. See you later, Your Majesty, be smart. Hearing this, Guy quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Soon, everyone quickly came to the door, and then pushed the door open and entered. His Majesty. Ulquiorra just opened his mouth. Guy's body trembled suddenly. At this moment, he just felt that there was a person standing in front of him, and he didn't even see clearly, so he knelt down on the ground and said hastily. I will do whatever you want me to do. Do not kill me. Guy spews fear to the max. You know, this is the leader of the faction that captured Impel Down and defeated the invincible director of Impel Down. Such a great effort wasted just to save myself. If you can't play the corresponding value, I'm afraid you will die quite ugly. And how much water is in his own stomach, Guy can clearly tell. So, he is afraid. I was so scared that my body turned into gas. Seeing this scene, Sheba smiled. The reaction is cute. Sometimes, this kind of person who is afraid of death wants to live longer. As he spoke, Sheba cast a glance at Doflamingo intentionally or unintentionally. During the Setsuna, Doflamingo's expression changed, as if he was facing a big enemy. He quickly knelt on the ground with one knee, sweating profusely on his head, and couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty. Chapter 9800 Billion Baileys. Celestial Dragons get it out. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. His Majesty. Doflamingo immediately knelt down on one knee, his face changed slightly, and there was an indescribable fear in his heart. Every time I see Chiba, it seems like a new feeling. However, there is only that kind of unfathomable which is absolutely impossible to fathom. At the same time, this time naval headquarters and Impel Down allowed Doflamingo to re-establish the huge power of the Sun Never Sets Empire. The sun never sets. If the members of the empire really want to gather together, it will definitely be a force that can surpass the world government and naval headquarters. Not to mention that the current forces are only displayed on the surface, and the sun never sets empire still has deeper forces that have not been realized. With the exposure of these powers, while Doflamingo felt small, he also lamented Chiba's power more and more. How did this man who he couldn't feel anything, as if he was not in the same dimension as him, led this group of murderous people together? At this moment, seeing Doflamingo knelt down in fright from Shiba's look, Gaisa was even more terrified. He knew that Doflamingo was the awakened conqueror's haki. However, any existence of 797, who has awakened open black lens bracket conquerors close black lens bracket haki has the aptitude of open black lens bracket king close black lens bracket, how could it be easy to be inferior to others? Not to mention kneeling directly. However, Doflamingo knelt down. Guy shook his body, the gas on his body leaked out, and he couldn't maintain his human form. And at this moment, when Guy didn't realize it, Shiba suddenly stood in front of him, and spoke with a smile. Guy Sarah Current. Relax, stay relaxed, no tension. You are the talent I need, so, don't be restrained. Take control of your devil fruit power. As he spoke, Shiba raised his hand and gently placed it on Caesar's shoulder. Guy was taken aback, a strange power suddenly passed into his body, immediately made him feel relieved and calm. Only then did Guy relax, looked at Shiba, and subconsciously spoke. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. What do you want me to do? As he spoke, Shiba raised his backhand, and a strange fruit appeared in his hand. Guy recognized it immediately. This is his research success. Man-made devil fruit, did you make it? Guy nodded. I'm very interested in this. Help me make it in batches. Hearing this, Guy was taken aback, and then hesitated a bit. Advertisement. Actually, I am not very good at this, and this subject has only been established recently. Actually, what I'm good at is the production of super weapons, such as weapons of mass destruction that can wipe out a country in one go. Hearing this, Shiba smiled, then pointed around. Slaughter a country at once. My subordinates can easily do it by just pulling one out. Do you think that kind of thing is of any use to me? But, at this moment, Guy seemed a little nervous. It's not that he doesn't want to do things for Chiba. It is really that the current technology is immature, and the chance of screwing up is more than 90%. And the person in front of him is also the king of the sun never sets empire. If he is not happy, he will be ready to die. Once screwed up, he won't have enough lives. And at this moment, the black sperm slapped Guy on the head and snorted coldly. Don't be hesitant, His Majesty is asking you something, just tell the truth. Shiba didn't stop, just watched Guy quietly. Seeing this, Guy shivered a little, obviously frightened, and opened his mouth quickly. The current artificial devil fruit is actually a gimmick, and it is true that this topic has just started. Your Majesty, the ones you are holding are the first batch of experimental products. Although the finished product has been produced, it has never been tested on humans, and it cannot withstand human experiments. If it wasn't for Kaido's urging, it would be impossible to produce results so quickly. Kaido simply doesn't understand how a cross-age technology can succeed in a short period of time. Everything takes time. According to my calculations, it will take at least 10 years of research and development for man-made devil fruit technology to truly obtain the ability similar to devil fruit. This is still just the beginning. After finishing speaking, Guy suddenly looked at Chiba cautiously, for fear that Chiba would get angry. And Chiba is not surprised by this. In fact, it was 10 years later that the technology of man-made devil fruit really came to the fore. To this end, Kaido also created a batch of man-made demon fruit power troops. However, what Chiba needs is not people with this ability. Chiba waved his hand, and then spoke. I don't need ability users, you just need to continue researching according to your research and development plan. A person who doesn't need abilities. Guy was taken aback for a moment, a little surprised. Man-made devil fruit doesn't need ability users, so what is needed? Advertisement. At this moment, Shiba looked at Gaisa and spoke immediately. So, can it be done? Shiba calmly looked at Guy. That look was as deep as ultimate. Just being stared at like this, Guy actually felt a sense of being out of his wits, so he opened his mouth quickly. Can do it. No problem. Give me half a year. No, 3 months. No. 1 month. As long as the supplies are in place, I will immediately produce a batch of brand new artificial devil fruit. Hearing this, Sheba nodded calmly. Although there was a smile on his face, Sheba's joy and anger could not be seen actually. Is it? So, what do you need? Hearing this, Guy quickly opened his mouth. I need a laboratory. In Punk Hazard, there is a laboratory where I develop artificial devil fruit, raw materials, which can be used directly. Hearing this, the expression of Artoria next to her suddenly changed, and the corner of the black sperm's mouth twitched, and she glanced at Artoria. This uncle already knows that your knife will cause bad things sooner or later. Before the black sperm could speak, Artoria stood up and knelt down on one knee. His Majesty. Everything on Punk Hazard Island has been blown away because of my previous fight with Hawkeye. The laboratory was also destroyed by me. I'm sorry, I hope His Majesty will give me a punishment. What? When Guy heard that his laboratory was destroyed, his expression changed drastically. My lab was destroyed. Damn it, there are not only artificial devil fruit, raw material construction bases, but also the materials and supplies needed for the human body enlargement experiment needed by Big Mom. If Big Mom finds out about this, he will kill me. Guy Saw's heart was a little broken, even desperate. At this moment, he has provoked almost all the big forces in this sea, world government, Kaido, Big Mom. With these forces, any one person can easily crush him to death. Thinking of this, Guy looked at Doflamingo with a sad face. Doflamingo's mouth twitched suddenly. Do you see you? Can lousy step on the horse save you? The sun never sets, the empire is the thigh, are you panicking? Doflamingo was speechless. As for this, Sheba waved his hand and spoke calmly. Advertisement. I don't care. As far as a laboratory is concerned, it can be rebuilt. As he spoke, Sheba looked at Gaisa and said, Tell me, what do you need? Hearing this, Guy hesitated for a moment, then said embarrassingly. Purchase equipment, supplies, rebuild the laboratory, plus the first batch of raw materials, and technological innovation. If the first batch of man-made devil fruits are going to be produced, it is conservatively estimated that they will need. Guy looked at Sheba's expression and swallowed. Need. More than 100 billion berries. Hearing this, the face of Doflamingo next to him changed. Billion Bailey. What a joke. This is simply an astronomical figure. You have to know that when Doflamingo counted the Dressrosa of the country, the entire treasury couldn't even get 3.5 billion Baileys. Even if the money of the nationals of the entire country was searched, they could not be collected. But Guy said that this guy actually said that he was Bailey. Even the 4 emperors with a big business can't get it out. Moreover, 4 emperors didn't care about Bailey, and at this level, they wouldn't search for Bailey either. Oh, billion Bailey. Sheba looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's complexion changed, and he immediately had an ominous premonition. Can you take it out? This, Your Majesty. 1,000 billion Bailey is really a bit. Who can take out this riding horse? He has worked so hard in this sea for so many years, and he can't even get 10 billion Baileys, let alone 100 billion Baileys. Can't you take it out? Doflamingo was startled, but he still spoke. Sorry, Your Majesty, I really can't take it out. Really? Then who can take it out? The easiest way to raise hundreds of billions in one go is to snatch the heavenly dragon's heavenly gold. Tianlong talents are the richest forces in this world. Chapter 99. If you want to get a reward, please come and please me. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The easiest way to raise 50 billion belly all at once is to snatch the heavenly dragon's heavenly gold. Tianlong talents are the richest forces in this world. The heavenly gold is enshrined to the world government by the countries that joined the world government, but it is actually the treasure of Tianlong people. And you must know that there are as many as 170 countries in the world that world government has joined. 170 playhouses offer heavenly gold to the noble Tianlong people of the world every year. This wealth is far beyond people's imagination. A mere 100 billion Bailey is basically the 9 cows of Tianlong people's wealth one tail. There are only a handful of forces in this sea that can take out hundreds of billions of Baileys at once. Golden City's Golden Emperor, Gilder Tezzolo is one, and Sky Island's Huang Jinxiang is also one. If 4 emperors raided the territory under his command, it would not be difficult to raise hundreds of billions of Baileys. However, the only one who can take out hundreds of billions of berries without any pain is the Tianlong Ren. Hearing this, Tianyi 6 smiled. Is it? In that case, Black Sperm, it's up to you to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Near the Holy Land, I will wake up that guy. He will go with you. If you have his ability, you can easily bring back any treasure. Hearing this, the Black Sperm immediately knelt down on one knee. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. Good guy. He just proposed to snatch open black lens bracket heavenly gold close black lens bracket. After all, he knows some delivery routes of heavenly gold, and his 7 warlords of the sea was obtained by robbing heavenly gold. However, Tianyi is fine. Send Black Sperm directly to the Holy Land Mariajoy. That is the home of the open black lens bracket world government close black lens bracket. But Sheba went as soon as he said he wanted to, and he was relaxed and freehand, as if he had entered his own backyard. And, from Sheba's words, Doflamingo got other information. Advertisement. Wake up that guy. Is it a member of the new Sun Never Sets Empire? Are all these people awakened by him right now? His subordinates are sleeping all over the world. For these, Doflamingo was very curious, but he didn't dare to ask more. At this moment, Sheba looked at his system. Because of the Impel Down and Naval Headquarters, he gained another 2 points of popularity. This is also the result of the world government blocking the news. Otherwise, there must be more than 2 points of popularity. Of course, Sheba doesn't care about this. What matters now is not popularity, but special energy. At this moment, he only has 4 special energies, but he has 3 subordinates who can be awakened, so the special energies are seriously lacking. Fortunately, the first form of one of them is not very powerful, and only needs 4 special energies to be awakened immediately. Thinking of this, Sheba immediately spoke. Ulquiorra. Your Majesty, here. It's up to you to watch Doflamingo and Geisa, and assist them to complete the open black lens bracket man-made devil fruit close black lens bracket. Of these people, Sheba is most assured of Ulquiorra. Putting orders is the first priority, under any circumstances, can be done perfectly. As for open black lens bracket man-made devil fruit close black lens bracket at the moment, Sheba is the most concerned, so it is natural to hand it over to Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra nodded. Understood, Your Majesty. As for the rest of you, there is only one task for you, go collect devil fruit. After finishing speaking, Sheba waved his hand, telling everyone to step back and prepare to leave. But at this moment, Doflamingo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he hesitated extremely. Seeing Sheba turn around and was about to leave, he gritted his teeth and spoke hastily. Advertisement. His Majesty. The posture is extremely devout. Seeing this, Sheba smiled. What's the matter, Doflamingo? Doflamingo bowed his head, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke. After the artificial devil fruit, as made this time, can I apply for a reward? Hearing this, Ulquiorra next to him froze for a moment, he seemed to know what Doflamingo wanted to say, and then stepped out. Sorry, Your Majesty, it was me before. Before finishing speaking, Sheba waved his hand and smiled. I thought about applying for a reward before the matter was completed. Doflamingo, you are very utilitarian. Doflamingo was startled and dared not speak. In fact, he knew his place. Artificial devil fruit, the real core of the project is Geisa, not him. Without him, if you find someone else, as long as you have enough time, you can still make artificial devil fruit. However, after Doflamingo saw the Impel Down battle, he had more ideas. The sun never sets, the thigh of the Empire is too thick, he wants to hug it no matter what. Seeing this, Sheba smiled and spoke calmly. However, I don't hate such utilitarian people. The more utilitarian a person is, the easier it is to control. After all, as long as you give enough benefits, you can save a lot of effort. Sheba turned around, walked up to Doflamingo, and looked down at him. Tell me, Doflamingo, what do you want me to bestow? Hearing this, Doflamingo raised his head. Those eyes are full of longing. Sheba saw it. It was the desire for open black lens bracket power close black lens bracket. Your Majesty, I want the power of Reiatsu. Hearing this, Sheba smiled. Advertisement. I see. Did you come up with this idea after seeing the Battle of Ulquiorra? You want Reiatsu. I can give it. Doflamingo was overjoyed and extremely excited. Reiatsu's power. He has seen it with his own eyes. It is too powerful. As long as he gets it, he can really reach the sky at 801 step. And at this moment, Sheba calmly stretched out his hand and spread it slowly. Since you want a reward, please come and please me. I'll give you a month to assist Guy to produce 500 pieces of open black lens bracket artificial devil fruit close black lens bracket. What? 500 a month? Impossible. Doflamingo hasn't spoken yet. The guy beside him exclaimed. But Doflamingo nodded fiercely. It is good. 1 month, 500 pieces. Guy was startled, and quickly looked at Doflamingo. Joker. You are crazy. 1 month, 500 coins, how is it possible? But Doflamingo gave Guy a hard look and let out a cold snort. Shut up. Guy, you don't understand anything at all. This is different from Kaido's cooperation. You don't understand the benefits. I saw that kind of battle in Impel Down, haven't you reacted yet? Good thing. Get this thing done and you can get everything you want. Guy was taken aback for a moment, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a little thrilled. You can get everything you want. This sentence is so tempting. Seeing this, Sheba smiled, then turned and left. It is ready. I look forward to your efforts. Chapter 100 Master Fang, how about forming a team with me? Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone retreated from Sheba's bedroom. Ulquiorra was sent by Sheba to assist Doflamingo and Guy in making artificial devil fruit. At this moment, he brought the two out, looked at Doflamingo calmly and said, Doflamingo, your rudeness before His Majesty before, I don't want it to happen again. Hearing this, Doflamingo smiled. Fooferfer. No, I've got the answer I wanted. As he spoke, Doflamingo looked at Geisa, and immediately spoke. Guy Sprinkle, list out what you need, and I can make advance purchases here. Wait for the black sperm to get the money, and then pay the balance. Both sides proceed simultaneously, and the speed will reach the fastest. Hearing this, Guy was taken aback, a little horrified. Joker. Starting production so soon. He remembered that when he cooperated with Kaido, Doflamingo was not so active at all, and even hung Kaido's appetite from time to time. Fooferfer. 1 month, 500 man-made devil fruits, time is naturally precious. Joker. Do you really believe there will be any rewards? Guy is a little speechless. What these big shots like to write most is empty checks. Whether it's Kaido or Big Mom he has worked with, they talk about the benefits in a hype, but in fact the benefits they get are not even a hair. Doflamingo should know this better than himself. But why is it so desperate this time? And at this moment, Guy felt the sight of death from Ulquiorra instantly, and his whole body trembled. What's wrong? Ulquiorra looked at him calmly, and spoke. Your Majesty, you are the king of this world. What His Majesty says is where truth lies. As long as you have done all these things, and His Majesty says there will be rewards, then there will definitely be rewards. Doflamingo smiled. Yes, I have no doubts about that. To be able to make this group of murderous people willingly bow down at their feet. In Doflamingo's view, Sheba possesses more than just pure strength. And his own charisma. In this world, there are a lot of strong people who don't succumb to the mighty force. But, even so, these murderers are still loyal to Chiba. At that time, Doflamingo knew that the treatment under Chiba was absolutely top-notch. And just now, Doflamingo also got feedback from Chiba. Advertisement. That's enough. Guy froze for a moment, suddenly felt that Doflamingo had become strange. Before he could react, Doflamingo handed over the banknotes. Write down what you need. I'll go to the black market immediately. On the other hand, everyone got an order. Accelerator and Artoria were also ready to go to find devil fruit. However, it was intercepted by black sperm halfway. Accelerator, Artoria, act with me degree. Looking for devil fruit like a headless chicken is too inefficient. Hearing this, Artoria glanced at the black sperm. I know what you want to say. I'm going to kill Tianlong. He slipped away in G1 last time. I still need 5 devil fruits from your majesty. The black sperm nodded and grinned. Hey hey. No problem. When the time comes, my 2 teams will bring that idiot named Jack to get devil fruit. Suddenly, the black sperm seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Correct. That guy isn't dead. I'm not dead. I have recovered the power of the scabbard. As long as I have 1 breath left, I can't die. Hey, good. As he said that, the black sperm looked at Accelerator. How is it, Master Fang? Accelerator turned his head indifferently. I don't care. I've been asleep for too long. If I want to find devil fruit, I have to search. Since you have a way, then talk about it. Hearing this, the black sperm grinned with a gloomy expression. The best way to find devil fruit is to ask someone from this era. Many people owe me devil fruit now, just ask them for it. If you can't get it out, look for it. If you can't find it, kill him. Hearing this, Accelerator looked at the black sperm, and the 2 exchanged glances for a similar look. This uncle is familiar. Isn't this blackmail? The black sperm suddenly became unhappy. How can this be considered extortion? The group of Chichibukai attacked me one by one. If it were normal, I would have killed them long ago. 6. They should buy their lives with devil fruit. As for the criminals released from Impel Down by my uncle, that life was given by me. Isn't it right to give 30 or 50 devil fruits to honor me? Accelerator nodded. Advertisement. Reasonable. This is what Lousy loves to hear. Let's go. Tell me the coordinates, my uncle will go with you. Accelerator laughed. In the red pupils, a terrible cold light shone. Arturia just glanced at it and knew it. Those guys who have been blackmailed by black sperm are going to be bad luck. The most shameless and arrogant guys have teamed up in everything, and this sea will probably be overturned. The 2 left as soon as they said they would, and soon set off from Dressrosa and disappeared into the sea. Seeing this, Arturia shook her head, and there was also a black sperm next to her. At this moment, he was carrying Jack on his shoulders and smiled. Let's go too. Arturia nodded, releasing infinite magic power instantly from all over her body. Not to mention this side. At this moment, a certain sea area. In the sea, Jinbei was moving in the sea at an extremely fast speed, splashing a lot of waves on the sea surface. His expression is serious. Although he was shocked by what happened in naval headquarters, what made him more concerned was what Sengoku said in the 7 warlords of the sea meeting. Whitebeard and Big Mom might go to war. As for Marine, it is likely to sit back and watch the tigers fight and catch the fishermen. He had to pass this on to Whitebeard. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes narrowed slightly. In the sky, there was an inexplicable explosion sound. It was as if a hurricane was reverberating. However, looking around, the entire sea is cloudless. Not to mention hurricanes, there is not even a slightly stronger sea breeze. What sound is this? Just when Jinbei was wondering, suddenly, a black villain appeared on his shoulder. Do you think you can run? You did something to my uncle before, so you have to save money for your life. Seeing this, Jinbei's expression changed. He immediately grabbed the little black man and threw him out. After a while, he could see clearly, and couldn't help shrinking his pupils. Are you the black sperm that showed up at the meeting? Since when have you followed me? Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. Why, don't you know? My uncle. But it's always on you. Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly. Always there. And, it's not just me, there are other avatars too. Advertisement. If you don't believe me, look at your other shoulder. Hearing this, Jinbei's pupils shrank suddenly, and after lowering his head, he found another black sperm on the other shoulder, immediately threw it out as if he had seen a ghost, and backed away one after another. What the hell are you? What the hell is that? You should have seen my uncle's ability before, right? Unlimited clones. Isn't it normal to have 1 or 2 clones on you? Even with a look of horror, he couldn't help but speak. Am I shocked by this? I can't find you. Different from other powerful clones, this clone for reconnaissance only has 1 cell. It's just the strength of a cell. What do you expect you to discover? Stop talking nonsense. You have done something to this uncle before. If you want to survive, hand over 3 devil fruits, otherwise, this uncle will kill you. Hearing this, shock was nothing but shock, and Jinbei also calmed down at this moment. After checking his body and confirming that there are no other clones, Taguchi said with a sorry expression. Feel sorry. It was not my intention to attack you before, it was really forced by Sengoku's situation at that time. Besides, I didn't really do anything, Zhao Dahao, hope you can understand. Now I have other things, goodbye. After finishing speaking, Jinbei dived into the sea in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he was dancing medicine. In the sea, Jinbei is not afraid of anyone. Not to mention that the sea is his home field, his speed is also extraordinary, no one can catch up. But at this moment, the black sperm clone saw Jinbei turn around and leave, grinning with an extremely dangerous expression. Guy of this era, one counts as one, you all underestimate this heavenly emperor, right? Do you really think that an apology can solve the problem? Ridiculous. At this moment, the sound of the hurricane roaring was getting closer and closer. Soon, with the arrival of the Forte hurricane, Accelerator came with black sperm. Master Fang, over there, don't let that guy run away. Hearing this, Accelerator grinned. Run. In this sea full of vectors, where is he going? After finishing speaking, Accelerator vacated above the sea in an instant, and put his right hand into the sea. The next moment, everyone in Tianai was manipulated by Accelerator. The whole sea boiled up and turned into a shocking Uzumaki, who captured Jinbei and involved him in it. At this moment, Jinbei's complexion changed. What kind of power is this? I was caught by the sea sim. Chapter 101 Uchiha Obito. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Compared with before Ulquiorra attacked the Holy Land, the guards of the Holy Land were several times more. It's not just that the number of troops stationed has increased. Even every day the Holy Land will ask for an admiral to sit in the town. When all 3 admirals were transferred, Garp was left behind. It can be said, the guard of the Holy Land has reached the strongest ever. Today it is Kizaru's turn to guard the holy place. At this moment, he is sitting in the corner of the tallest room, sitting on the sofa, cutting his nails, maybe blowing them, very leisurely. In his opinion, it is a good job to come to the Holy Land to sit in town. After all, if the people from the Sun Never Sets Empire really wanted to attack, with their combat effectiveness, as long as 2 combat members came, there was a high probability that he would not be able to stop them. Then, 5 elders will have to come out and clean up the mess. And if there is no attack, it will be more leisurely. So, come here, just touch the fish and bask in the net. Is there anything easier than this? Anyway, when it happened, there was a tall man on top. He's not the tallest man in the Holy Land. And at this moment, 233 outside the Holy Land, a corner that no one has discovered. A man wearing a single spiral mask and a uniform embroidered with red auspicious clouds is silently watching everything in the Holy Land. Under the single spiral, there is a scarlet eye, engraved in the eye is a strange pattern. The guards are so strict. It almost covers the entire Holy Land, and there are countless eyeliners inside. Do these guards affect you? Advertisement. At this time, behind him, the voice of black sperm suddenly sounded. With your ability, sneak into the Holy Land, who can find out? You say so. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Race. Human. Ability. 1. Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui Right Eye. 2. Not open. The 4 special energies, Chiba's awakened subordinate, are Uchiha Obito. This is by far the least amount of special energy consumed. Because the first form of Obito is not superior in terms of attack power. However, his Kamui Hollow is an almost unsolvable space skill. At this moment, Obito turned his head and looked at the black sperm Agai's calm opening. Here you come, black sperm. Get ready to act. Is there your eyeliner in the Holy Land? The black sperm nodded. That's nature. My avatars are all over this sea. However, the strength of a single cell clone is limited. If you want to find out the treasure house of the Holy Land, you need other means. Hearing this, Obito smiled. Isn't it all right to ask the people inside? After speaking, the Mangekyo Sharingan hidden under the single spiral mask flickered instantly. At this time, the space was distorted, showing a spiral posture, and then the black sperm was sucked into it, and at the same time, Obito's body disappeared quickly. No matter how tight the guards of the Holy Land are, they cannot stop the invasion of Uchiha Obito. The next moment, Obito entered the Kamui space with the black sperm, moved through the Kamui space, and jumped over the strict guards directly. Obito moved quickly, directly into the interior of the Holy Land, and chose a castle in the center. Advertisement. 3 flashes and 2 flashes, bring in and sneak into it. Inside the castle, the lights were shining everywhere, and it was a bit dim. Only a few servants were cleaning. Obito went around the hall and came to the backyard, where he saw a lonely Stoudemire. With a collar around his neck, he should be a slave of the Tianlong people. At this moment, he is carrying the garbage that has been cleaned up, ready to arrive. However, at this moment, a hand was quietly placed on his shoulder, and his face trembled. Before he could react, he was sucked into it by the distorted space. By the time he realized it, he had already entered the Kamui space. What happened? As soon as the words fell, he was punched by the black sperm and flew away. After landing, Obito also appeared, and immediately raised his foot and stepped on his chest. The blood-red Mangekyo stared at him and spoke in a cold voice. I ask, you answer. Don't say unnecessary words, understand? Hearing this, he nodded hastily, and finally came to his senses with a frightened expression on his face. He was clearly in the mansion of the Tianju people, but now he was caught here. Obviously, the 2 people in front of him were intruders, so how could he not be frightened? You know, if the guards of the Holy Land can let a fly in, a group of people will be liquidated, and even Admiral will be in charge. The means of the opponent's invasion must reach the sky. Whose castle are you in? The Walrose family. Do you know where the treasure house is? This. I'm just a slave, I don't know these things. The black sperm nodded and didn't struggle. After all, he is a slave, so it would be strange to know. Then who knows? The only one who knows the treasure house of the Varose family is Saint Valrose. Hearing this, Obito smiled, looked at him calmly, and said, Say, is he there? In the largest room on the 3rd floor of the castle, that's his bedroom. Advertisement. However, since the Holy Land Phoenix family was invaded by Ulquiorra last time, Saint Valrose recast his entire room with seastone. Unless he agrees, no one can go in. Seastone. The black sperm froze for a moment. This thing can block demon fruit power. Unfortunately, members of their Sun Never Sets empire do not rely on devil fruit. And this kind of thing can't stop Obito. Suddenly, the black sperm seemed to remember something, and asked immediately. By the way, that guy, does he have devil fruit? There should be, but I'm not sure now. Because his slave gladiator won the victory, he rewarded him with a devil fruit. Hearing this, the black sperm was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly felt a little excited. Sure enough, all the Tianlong people were fat and oily. Devil fruit, if you say a reward, you will be rewarded. Of course, it is very likely to be zone or garbage paramesha, and the black sperm doesn't care about it. He quickly rubbed his hands. This is a great deal. At this time, Obito knocked the black sperm on the head and couldn't help but speak. Drool is coming out. Don't be dazed, do business. The black sperm quickly reacted and nodded. That's right, do business. At this moment, the slave boy looked at the 2 of them, terrified. He had a premonition that something big was going to happen in the Holy Land tonight. And he is an accomplice. Therefore, no one should know about it. Chapter 102 Valrose. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The black sperm wiped his saliva, grabbed the slave boy, and grinned. My uncle likes honest little devils the most. When the matter is over, I will give you freedom. However, if what you say is false, you know the consequences, right? For a moment, the slave boy felt his hair stand on end. The black sperm in front of him, who was as tall as a child, controlled him like a demon horse at this moment, which horrified him. Every word I say is absolutely true. Forgive me, a mere slave doesn't have the guts. Immediately afterwards, Obito dropped the slave boy in a corner of the Kamui space, and then proceeded in the direction guided by the black sperm. Obito moved silently, and soon came to the place where the target was. The boy said that the largest room on the third floor of the castle is where the target is. But in fact, there is only one room on the third floor of the castle. Moreover, it is wrapped with 3 layers of sea stone inside and outside. Luxurious to the ultimate. At the same time, above the long corridor, you can see a large number of patrolling personnel. These patrolling personnel are not weak based on breath alone, and among them, there are even powerful hockey users and powerful abilities. HMPH, the defense is quite strict, but unfortunately I'm useless. Obito enters the Kamui space and moves through it so quietly that it is impossible for anyone to notice. Soon, Obito went straight through the palace and into it. Wait, don't go in yet. Suddenly, the black sperm opened its mouth. I'll put a few cells out. When Ulquiorra attacked the Holy Land last time, it encountered a lot of difficult demon fruit power, and some people can even manipulate the mind. In this day and age, it's not surprising that there are any weird devil fruit abilities. If someone appears, first let my uncle's cells test the opponent's ability. Although Obito felt that there was no need for this. After all, his Kamui Hollow is amazing enough. However, since the black sperm wanted to leave behind, he naturally had nothing to say. The next moment, the space was distorted. From the spiral twisted space, densely packed tiny cells were released and immediately scattered in various places. These are all clones of black sperm. Advertisement. It's just that every clone is just a cell. A cell clone, even observation hockey, cannot be sensed. No, to be precise, it can be perceived. However, the sense of existence is too weak, no one will care at all. After doing all this, Obito went on to hack. It seemed that this place was not just a room, but a palace, and he even saw other people in it. After wandering around in it, Obito realized that this is not a direction at all. Instead, the Tianlong people remodeled the entire third floor. Under the blessing of Seastone, capable people cannot invade. And even though capable people serve as guards, the palace occupies too much area, so as long as they don't get close to the edge, it won't affect the capable people who are patrolling. Great hand. It seems that the Tianlong people are really rich. The black sperm smiled. After all, it is not easy to process Seastone. And it hasn't been long since Ulquiorra attacked the Holy Land, and the Draconians have built such a fortress. At this moment, Obito walked around with the black sperm and punched, and saw quite a few celestial dragons, but most of them were having fun. Some people are watching beauties dance, some people are watching their slaves duel. In short, there are all kinds of them, emerging one after another. This should be a family of celestial dragons. I just don't know where the patriarch Valrose is. After wandering around for several times, Obito found nothing. Strange. None of this. Could it be that the slave lied? Obito talked to himself, and the black sperm looked angry, and hurried to find the little slave. How dare you deceive my uncle? Hearing this, the slave boy's expression changed. I didn't. I really told the truth. These Tianlong people are so hateful, they don't even treat us slaves as human beings, how can I protect them? The slaves wished that all these Tianlong people would die. Having said that, however, Obito wandered around and punched, and indeed found nothing. Is there some secret passage hidden? Obito froze for a moment. No way. With the thickness of the walls, it doesn't seem like a space that can accommodate a darkroom. Advertisement. Having said that, Obito is still going to check it out, and he can't come here in vain. For such a luxurious palace, the treasury must be fattening, there is no reason to let it go. Look, it's really not good, don't hide it, come straight to it. My uncle made hundreds of billions of clones and pushed this holy place horizontally. The black sperm is also very irritable. At this, Obito smiled. Don't be arrogant, don't forget, here is a Kizaru who restrains your ability. The black sperm froze for a moment and touched his chin. That old shiny fruit thing is indeed a problem. No, it's the abilities of the 3 admirals in naval headquarters that are somewhat restrained by me. Ordinary Logia can't do anything with black sperm. But San Admiral has developed the fruit ability to ultimate, any big move is the range damage of clearing the screen. Plus I knew I should call Mr. Chiffong here too. Show that old bastard what ability restraint is. Obito continued to probe. This time, he sneaked into the walls to see if there was a darkroom. After a while, there was a new discovery. Sure enough, there is something. What did you find? Asked the black sperm. Is there really a darkroom? It's not a darkroom. Obito smiled. It's a secret passage. The thickness of the wall is indeed not enough to support the dark room. The secret passage seems to be connected to the bottom. The next moment, Obito went all the way down the dark passage. After a while, it actually directly entered the ground. Good guy, these Tianlong people are really good at hiding. 0. Seeking flowers. Making the third floor of the palace like a fortress is actually just a feint. After all, that kind of thing is for defense at first glance. But in fact, the real Tianlong lives in another place. It's a good move. However, they didn't expect that Obito's Kamui could go anywhere. Obito then dived down the secret passage, and there was a study room in the innermost part, densely packed with various documents. Advertisement. A man, sitting on a chair, holding a phone bug, seems to be talking about something. Marine is ready for Whitebeard and Big Mom. Marriage to Al Buff gives Big Mom a lot of confidence. However, the Big Mom must not be allowed to gain the power of the giant race. At this moment, this person is sitting in his position, playing with a pen in his hand, and he seems to be very strategic. The giants refused to join the allied nations at the beginning, and letting them join forces with Big Mom is worse than fighting Whitebeard. 0. Street. Valrose, what shall we do then? At this time, a voice came from the other side of the phone bug. Hearing this, Walrose closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment, then spoke. The battle between Whitebeard and Big Mom, no matter what, let them fight and consume their strength. Of course, the marriage between the Big Mom and the giant family must also be prevented. In this way, the woman you designed to marry the giants will get her out of the control of the Big Mom. Saint Walrose, why didn't you kill him directly? Hearing this, Walrose smiled and spoke immediately. Idiot. If you kill it, the life card can see it, and then the marriage between Big Mom and the giants will be blown. How can she and Whitebeard fight? To keep the woman alive, the marriage must not be broken, at least not until Whitebeard is at war. As long as the bride can't be found, the marriage will be delayed, and the giant's support for Big Mom is also limited, but it can support her to fight Whitebeard. Walrose Saint smiled. This plan was so perfect that he admired his own IQ. Saint Valrose, where are you taking that woman? Street. Walrose rubbed his forehead. Let me think about it, it can't be in New World. That's the site of 4 emperors. By the way, in the Sea of Thick Fog, it seems that Moria is playing tricks there, so it's not easy to get out. I know, I'll do my best. After finishing speaking, the phone bug hung up. Walrose was narcissistic and his own wise and powerful, and then smiled. And at this moment, the black sperm suddenly jumped in front of him, making him show a frightened expression. You bastard, you will be plotting behind the scenes. I thought the Tianlong people were a bunch of trash, but it looks like you are better than trash. At this moment, Valrose's complexion changed drastically, and his voice trembled a little. What? How many black sperm? Chapter 130 Tianlong people kill Tianlong people. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Black sperm. Walrose's complexion changed drastically, however, before he could do anything. Obito suddenly appeared behind him, and grabbed his throat with his hand. At this moment, the crisis of death suddenly emerged, making Valrose's scalp tingle. Hush. Don't be noisy. Otherwise, I don't mind shutting you up forever. Walrose was terrified at the moment. Since Ulquiorra invaded the Holy Land last time, in order to hide himself, he has made several preparations. The defense of the Holy Land is not only impregnable. At the same time, he himself arranged smoke bombs to disrupt the realization. However, even though he was hiding here, he was still found. And he is also a guy from the Sun Never Sets Empire, which immediately made him look ashamed. He didn't dare to speak, and then made a gesture, indicating that he would not resist, telling Obito not to do anything. Seeing this, Obito smiled, but he didn't put his hand down and said, 990. You are sensible. How? How did you sneak in here? Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. Idiot, there is no place in this world that this uncle can't go to. Walrose looked terrified, but he didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, besides the black sperm, there is another person behind him. able to act together with black sperm, I am afraid that he is also a member of the Sun Never Sets empire. However, in his intelligence network, he has never seen this type of person. Therefore, he understood immediately. Is it another new character that appeared in the empire of open black lens bracket the Sun Never Sets close black lens bracket? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Walrose calmed down and tried hard to keep himself calm. What are you trying to do? Seeing Walrose's reaction, Black Sperm smiled. It's much calmer than I imagined, but it's quite different from the image of Tianlong people I've heard. Hearing this, Walrose laughed dryly. He couldn't be happy about the inexplicable praise of the black sperm. Then he glanced back at Obito. The scarlet pupils under the single spiral made his heart tremble, and his body and mind seemed to collapse at this moment. Terrible eyes. Whatever you want, you can say it directly. No matter what, it is negotiable. Do you think you have the qualifications to discuss with us? Obito smiled, grabbed the hand around his neck, and subconsciously exerted force, causing Valro's face to change drastically. No discussion, but I can buy my life. I should have no grievances with you and the Sun Never Sets empire behind you. If you come to me, is someone going to buy my life? No matter how much that person bids, I will pay 10 times. No, Takumi. Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. You guy, do you understand me very well? Buying life money, my uncle likes this name. If other guys are as knowledgeable as you, I don't need to rush around like this. Hearing this, Walrose looked happy. Listening to the words of the black sperm, it seems to be negotiable. Since there is something to discuss, it is easy to talk about it. In this world, there is no deal that cannot be completed, only the price that cannot be negotiated. I'll give you 10 billion Baileys. No, 50 billion Baileys. You take the money and leave. I'll pretend nothing happened, and I won't tell anyone else about your whereabouts. How about it? Opening your mouth is 50 billion Baileys. Advertisement. The black sperm were startled. Tianlong people are really rich. The poor place of Dressrosa can't even come up with 10 billion yuan. The Tianlong man in front of him casually said 50 billion Baileys, without even blinking his eyes. 5 billion Baileys. Do you think we sneaked into the Holy Land just for this gimmick? Obito sneered. Tell us, where is the treasure house? In an instant, a murderous intent flashed in Obito's Mangekyo, and Walrose caught it immediately. His face changed and he spoke hastily. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. No problem, I will cooperate with you. But, don't kill me. The black sperm grinned. Generally, I will not kill people who pay for their lives. Doing business is all about honesty. If you say it's money to buy your life, then the money is used to buy your life. Soon, under the leadership of Patriarch Walrose, Obito entered a basement with black sperm. The basement was pitch black, and there was no lighting, but the dark green luminous light could be seen. It was Yi Ming Pearl. After turning on the light, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed. It was a pile of gold, extremely dazzling, piled up into a hill. At the same time, on it, there are all kinds of gems, scepters, crowns. If it is replaced by Bailey, it will be a sky-high price. The treasures whose names can be handed over alone already exceed 100 billion Baileys. There are also some treasures that cannot be handed over their names, even if they are collectibles, they are even more valuable. Although shocked by the wealth of the Tianlong people, the black sperm touched his chin. That's all you need. Ah, no. This is my personal collection. The real money is stored in the bank. Most of the offerings of Tianshengzhen are there. I just took out some interesting gadgets from Tianshengzhen for collection. In the eyes of the Tianlong people, these priceless treasures are nothing but gadgets for collection. However, it is a pity that the black sperm cares about these. You didn't collect devil fruit. Devil fruit. Valrose froze for a moment, then nodded quickly. Advertisement. Yes, here it is. He quickly walked into it, found a wooden box in the treasure pile, and after opening it, there was a devil fruit lying inside. After Obito took it, he left it in the Kamui space. At the same time, he distorted the space and collected all the treasures in front of him. Seeing this, Walrose didn't feel bad, and didn't even change his face. For him, these collections are not painful at all, and saving his life is the most important thing. Devil fruit, you just collected one. Such a huge family is so rich that it is impossible to have only one devil fruit. Even if you don't eat it yourself, there is more than one for collection. To be honest, things like devil fruit are useless to us. Walrose said as it should. Money is the most important thing. If you control the money, you will control the world. What can't you buy with money? In the middle of speaking, Walrose suddenly remembered something, and then opened his mouth. I know who has the most money, and at the same time, I also know that guy collected a lot of devil fruit in 2.8 episodes. I will provide you with his information, how about you help me kill him? Hearing this, Black Sperm and Obito were taken aback. Good guy, the celestial dragons also want to kill the celestial dragons. That guy is your deadly enemy. Valrose nodded. That's right. We Tianlong people are not all of one mind. We are divided into many factions, and many Tianlong people are executed every year. However, that guy is a bit special, he is from the Evros family. The portrait on Bailey now is the portrait of the first generation family of the Evros family. So, the Evros family controls the economic hub of this world. That's right, that's the big capitalist. Black Sperm and Obito nodded as they understood. Say, who is that guy? You are so smart. My uncle went to rob his treasure house, but I can help you get rid of him. Chapter 104 The Only Rule. That kind of thing can't trap me. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Say, who is that guy? You are so smart. My uncle went to rob his treasure house, but I can help you get rid of him. The Black Sperm patted his chest, also very bold. Of course, murder is secondary, the most important thing is that the guy has money and devil fruit. Since Walrose provided information, the Black Sperm didn't mind killing the other party, it was just a matter of convenience. As he spoke, the Black Sperm patted Valrose on the shoulder, and smiled. It's been a long time since I met such a guy who knows the current affairs. Those Shichibukai, as well as the criminals on the 6th floor of Impel Down, all think of themselves as Uranus lousy. Only when I really wait for my uncle to crush them to death, will I kneel down and bow my head. You guys, not bad. Hearing this, Walrose laughed dryly. Aware of current affairs, barely be regarded as. He is more afraid of death. He is a Tianlong man, a nobleman of the world, holding the world economy in his hands, and has great power. There is no benefit in dying against such desperados. Counseling when it's time to coward, and nothing left when you die. But at this moment, the Black Sperm's expression changed suddenly, and the hand that was holding Walrose was suddenly forceful, making his shoulders creak. Walrose was in pain, but he didn't dare to hand it over, so he had to beg for mercy. Easy, light, my shoulders are going to be broken. In this regard, the Black Sperm just narrowed its eyes slightly, releasing a cold light. At the same time, he has no intention of letting go. You guy, dare to play tricks. Hearing this, Val Rose's face suddenly changed, and 06 hurriedly defended himself. I didn't. He was stunned and didn't even know what happened. Apparently, it was the Black Sperm that knew something about the cell clones outside. And at this time, Obito also raised his head suddenly, and at the same time, a huge aura enveloped him, even Valrose noticed it. Immediately afterwards, dense footsteps sounded from above. Valrose was completely stunned, and quickly looked at the Black Sperm and Obito, his face changed drastically. It's none of my business, it's really not me. The Black Sperm touched his chin. Forget it, I thought he was a sensible guy, so let's get rid of it. Hearing this, Walrose's complexion changed drastically, his inner fear reached the extreme, and he quickly widened his eyes. Wait, I have been cooperating with you, my name is in your hands, how could I call someone? In this regard, Obito next to him can't deny it. He has been controlling Walrose, and the opponent does have a chance to make small moves. Maybe it's not him. Maybe someone tampered with him, and he was threatened at this moment, so he was exposed. Hearing this, the Black Sperm smiled and touched his chin. Indeed, my uncle has always settled accounts clearly. Since you have paid for your life, as long as you don't make small moves, you will naturally not kill him. In this case, Obito, come and verify it. Advertisement. Obito nodded. The next moment, he made a mudra with his hands, and with a bang, a person exactly like Obito appeared beside him. This is Shadow Clone. After the appearance of Shadow Clone, seal again. Transformation technique. Peng's voice. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Obito's Shadow Clone turned into the same posture as Valroth. Seeing this magic-like technique, Valrose's complexion changed. What kind of ability is this? Hey, this is not some ability, but ninjutsu, you don't even understand it. Go in obediently. As he said that, the black sperm pushed it casually, and the space was distorted. Walrose was sucked into the Kamui space by Obito, and at the same time, Obito and the black sperm disappeared immediately. And at this moment, the door of the darkroom suddenly burst open. A figure appeared. With a bald head, wearing a loose white robe, and holding a demon knife in his hand, he came barefoot. At the same time, there are three guys with strange masks following behind him. And the other party just appeared. Obito, who turned into Valroth, snorted coldly. Bold. Who let you in without my permission? Saint Valrose. Hearing this, the bald white robe scratched his head and couldn't help shaking his head. It looks fake. Who are you? He shot instantly, without the slightest hesitation, and directly attacked, blowing Shadow Clone to pieces with one punch. When the white smoke disappeared, the other party was obviously taken aback. Fake. Not Ulquiorra. What is this? At this moment, observation Haki spread out, and he found nothing. Strangeness. Where did you go? Walrose should still be here just now. After looking around, the other party couldn't find it, so I ordered it immediately. Notice. Let the people of the Holy Land strengthen their guards. Someone has invaded the Holy Land, and there is a high probability that it is the Sun Never Sets Empire. Saying that, the bald five elders stepped away, and spoke again as if something sounded. By the way, inform the other Tianlong people and let them ask for more blessings. After speaking, turn around and leave the doctor. In less than a minute, the opponent turned back quickly, as if he didn't give up at all. However, nothing was found. However, this time, the other party did not leave, he just spoke in a deep voice. Come out. Guys, where the sun never sets, God knows you're here. Advertisement. Don't be sneaky. Come out. The bald five elders snorted coldly, with an imposing manner. That tone made sure that Obito and the black sperm were here. At this moment, Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, a little strangely. He took the two into the Kamui space. Although it is here, but it should be in a different space, how did the other party find himself? As he said that, Obito looked at Valrose. This guy was indeed tampered with. Hehe. Strange devil fruit. Can actually locate my Kamui, interesting. As he said that, Obito then distorted the space and emerged from it. At this moment, Five Elders was not surprised to see Obito appearing, holding a sword, but squinted his eyes. HMPH, I knew it. It's a new face again. Who are you from? The sun never sets. Forget it, I'm not interested. After finishing speaking, he shot instantly, without any reason, drew the knife, slashed people, and retracted the knife, all in one day. Juhei cut. However, Obito in front of him was unharmed. Avoided. No, it should have been hit, but I didn't feel like I was hit, my attack went through his body. Holding the sword, Five Elders looked surprised and had an ability he had never seen before. Interesting. The sun never sets empire is really full of talents. Ulquiorra attacks the soul, the black sperm has infinite clones, Accelerator manipulates the vector, and Artoria has magic output. What is your ability? What is it with you? Obito looked calm and raised his head slightly. The Mangekyo beneath the single helix mask is revealed. Those scarlet pupils, just for a moment, made the sword-wielding Five Elders tremble. The eyes. It seems to be able to see through the heart. Eyes of the soul. Where did you take street? Valrose. Hearing this, Obito smiled. Didn't you tamper with him? Don't you know where he is? Sword-wielding Five Elders frowned. This sentence, no matter how you look at it, seems to be a cliché, he didn't answer it. But Obito, as if he knew something, opened his mouth immediately. However, I also want to know, how much devil fruit is that guy's life worth? You want to threaten the old man with the life of Saint Valrose. Holding a sword, Five Elders' eyes widened. So what? How can you say that he is the head of the Walrose family? It must be a headache for you to save him but not. Hearing this, the expression of five elders holding the sword changed slightly. Indeed, if he really died in front of him, the Tianlong people would definitely make trouble with him, which would be very troublesome. Advertisement. However, the five elders were the first to compromise. Compromise? You can't start. Otherwise, once, there will be a second time. This is a matter of principle. At this moment, five elders holding the sword narrowed his eyes slightly, showing killing intent, as if he had already made up his mind. What a pity, we will not compromise. Do it. Whoosh. The words should just fall. Above the ground, a huge circle erupted instantly from between Obito and the five elders. This circle envelops everyone. The next moment, the person who had been standing behind five elders back 617 walked out one step at a time, landed in front of Obito, and smiled. Sorry, you've been trapped by me. Laozi is a gamer who has eaten the fruit of the game. Within this area, Laozi can specify the rules of the game at will. You'll never get out of here until Walrose is released intact. Hearing this, Obito looked around. Here, it seems to be a space confinement. However, he didn't have any feelings. Rather than saying it was a space, it was better to set specific rules. Thinking of this, Obito smiled. Interesting ability. It made me see some good things. However, with this kind of thing, you want to trap me. Sensing that Obito is leaving, the player grinned. It's useless, you can only clear the level if you complete the game rules quickly, tell Street Val rose to hand it over. Obito doesn't want to talk to him. The opponent's game ability is indeed weird. However, all of this must be based on acting on Obito. Hit it from the beginning, hollow. Any ability, as long as you can't touch Obito, is useless. Hehe, it doesn't matter if you don't compromise. There are many Tianlong people in the Holy Land, and the fun has just begun. After speaking, Obito raised his right hand and gently pulled it from top to bottom. With the movement of his arm, his whole body was like magic, and he disappeared directly in front of five elders holding the sword. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. The player looked even more sluggish. How is it possible? In this space, the rules I customized should be the only truth, but he actually ignored my ability. The expression of five elders holding a sword changed even more. Damn it. Even game fruit can't trap him. Another tricky ability. As he spoke, he looked at his subordinates and snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. Now, block the Holy Land immediately and tell all the Tianlong people that the people from the empire on which the sun never sets have appeared. Also, tell Kizaru to act immediately. Chapter 105. Chaos in the Holy Land. Open black lens bracket, subscribe, close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Inside the Kamui space. Valrose witnessed the whole process of Obito fighting the sword-wielding five elders. There are five people in five elders, each of whom has a different role. Holding swords, five elders manages the protection of the Holy Land. To put it bluntly, it manages force. Therefore, he knew that under the command of five elders with swords, there was a group of people with special abilities. The devil fruit held by this unit is quite weird. The strength may not be particularly strong, but the ability is quite incomprehensible. This kind of devil fruit, as long as it is taken by a real strong person, it is quite tricky. So, in order to prevent accidents, although the ability of this special ability user's troops is weird, the strength itself is not strong, just to control it. The game fruit, just now, is obviously a member of this unit. Customize a set of rules within a certain range. In this range, this rule is the only truth. Pretty scary ability. It is equivalent to the limited speaking method sway. Of course, there should be certain restrictions, but even so, it is still terrifying. But just now, Obito actually ignored the opponent's only truth rule and left easily. Can't help but let Valroth know Obito again. This masked man's ability is much more terrifying than imagined. At this moment, the black sperm saw Walrose in a daze, and then patted him on the shoulder. How? Are you disappointed because you were abandoned? Hearing this, Walrose immediately reacted and shook his head. No, I know the five elders won't compromise because of me. Even the celestial dragons are not a whole, how could the five elders compromise for me alone? The black sperm smiled. I see. However, It seems that the other party has really tampered with you, how about it? Obito. Obito glanced at Valros, and then spoke. Even in Kamui, the other party can locate our location. Advertisement. However, it seems very vague, there is only one general direction. If you take him into action, even if you won't be discovered, your ass will definitely have a tail. If you want to act at will, either kill him or throw him out. Hearing this, Walro's complexion changed slightly, and he opened his mouth quickly. Knock me out and throw me out. I promise, I won't say anything. No, throw me out of the Holy Land so they can't find me. The black sperm pinched his head and smiled. What? Do you really want to leave us? Don't be afraid, my uncle said, since you have paid for your life, this uncle will not kill people casually. It's not up to you to say what to do. Tell me about that guy first. Valros's face trembled, and he quickly told the whole story about the Evros family. That guy's called Evros Roy. As soon as Walros finished speaking, the black sperm slapped him unconscious and said, Obito, throw him anywhere. Let's go find trouble with that big capitalist. Hearing this, Obito froze for a moment. Not to kill. What are you talking about? They have given money to buy their lives, and they are so cooperative. Let's do things with principles. Obito's mouth twitched. It's really crazy. I can hear the word principle from you, the Talker King. And just when Obito was about to throw Valros out, he suddenly discovered that 5 elders with swords and others who were chasing after him just now lost their direction and began to search randomly. Wait. The other party has lost their target. The black sperm froze for a moment. You'll be fine if you're knocked out. How did the other party locate this guy? Both of them were a little puzzled. However, it wasn't too tangled. At this moment, they knew one thing. To position themselves, these draconians have to be conscious. Soon, the news that Walros was captured spread like wildfire in the Holy Land. All Tianlong people felt insecure after learning about this incident, and many people even went to the world government building to denounce their incompetence. Advertisement. At this moment, in the meeting room of the world government building, the other 4 of the 5 elders watched all this in silence. Old Sword has failed again. One time can be considered an oversight. But this is already the second time. It means that the power of the sun never sets empire is beyond my imagination. Old GN may not be able to handle it. Look at the form first, and we will support when necessary. What about the denunciations of the celestial dragons? How to do? What can we do? If you want to argue with us, you have to wait for the matter to end. Those who are making trouble now are all idiots of the younger generation. Dead is dead. We don't have to pay for the death of these idiots. Indeed, most of the Tianlong people who come to make trouble are playboys who only enjoy themselves and do evil all day long. The Tianlong people who really have a heart have already begun to seek life for themselves. Evros Roy is one of them. When he learned that the sun never sets empire that destroyed the Phoenix family came to the Holy Land again and hid it, he was really furious. Damn it. The Night Walk guards are a bunch of trash, letting them guard the Holy Land is simply a wrong decision. At this moment, beside Evros Roy, there was a young man in his early 20s. He smiled and spoke immediately. Dad, I don't think we need to worry. After what happened to the Phoenix family last time, didn't you get a lot of strange devil fruit? Now, I have called the guard who took hidden fruit last time. At this moment, he should hide our location, and the people of the sun never sets empire will not be able to find us. Hearing this, Evros Roy looked at his son calmly, a little resentful that iron could not be made into steel, and actually entrusted his safety to these unreliable guards. Don't be an idiot, the guy who sneaked into the Holy Land, but leave in front of the 5 elders. It is said that even the rules made by the game fruit ability user are ignored by the opponent. Obviously, the intruder's means are very good, and the other party really has a heart. Hidden fruit will definitely not be able to stop it. Hearing this, Evros Roy's son was dumbfounded. Listening to my father's analysis for a while, it seems that I am a little more dangerous. Then what to do? By the way, I heard that the sun never sets. Taigu's purpose this time is not killing people, but devil fruit. We have collected a lot of devil fruit during this time, there seem to be 5 or 6. Hearing this, Eve Roy blinked and said, Indeed, since the other party's goal is devil fruit, Then you should go and get the devil fruit from the treasure house immediately, and if something happens, hand over the devil fruit. Advertisement. In short, how to save your life. Okay, Dad. At this time, Everose Roy seemed to remember something, his face changed slightly, and he spoke immediately. By the way, don't take out that devil fruit in the dark vault, I specially collected it. Special collection. Everose Roy's son was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't care. He knew that since the Phoenix family was destroyed, his father had been collecting powerful devil fruit. He felt that the world government was unreliable, and a family of Tianlong people was wiped out in an instant. Therefore, following the example of the bald five elders, they want to form their own troop of ability users. The hidden fruit ability user guarding outside is one of them. In addition to this hidden fruit, Everose Roy also collected a devil fruit. His son, Nuo Zhao, doesn't know what kind of ability this is. Oh, what kind of fruit is that? Don't ask. Get the fruit from the treasure house first. Hurry up. Maybe right now, the guy from the old unfallen empire is watching us from the dark. Hearing this, his son's face trembled, and he immediately went to the treasure house. At this moment, in the Kamui space, Obito and the black sperm were indeed watching this scene. The black sperm grinned. Hee hee, this guy is the same as Valrose, he is a guy who cherishes his life. However, it seems a little ignorant. I actually hid a devil fruit myself. This kind of guy, kill him. As he spoke, the black sperm squeezed his fist and asked. How about it? Now. Does it have a tail? Obito shook his head. No, it wasn't found. The black sperm smiled. Oh, is this guy not tampered with? Or, this mysterious ability that can detect us, hasn't been triggered yet? Do not know. Obito looked calm, and then spoke. However, try it and you will know. After speaking, the Kamui space is opened immediately, and the space presents a spiral twisted gesture. Chapter 106 The Soul Fruit reappears. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. HMPH, a bunch of trash, everyone is really unreliable. The most incompetent is the government, for the sake of the so-called face, and let us Tianlong people ask for more blessings. After this incident is over, Laozi will cut off your capital chain. Everose Roy cursed and was very upset. When he asked his son to go to the treasure house to get the devil fruit, he wandered around a few times and arrived at a secret place. At this time, Obito just wanted to distort the space to go out, but after seeing the opponent's actions, he stopped abruptly. Seeing this, the black sperm was stunned and couldn't help asking. Why didn't you act? Just now this guy said that he hid a special devil fruit, and now he's wandering around, maybe he'll go get it. If you go out casually, you may be discovered again. Take a look first before talking. Hearing this, the black sperm nodded. At this moment, the five elders and the night troops patrolling outside found their means unclear. In this case, it is safest to appear when you see devil fruit. Soon, Everose Roy spent a long time in the house, and finally opened a mechanism, and opened a darkroom from the wall. Seeing this scene, both Obito and Black Sperm were speechless. Do one or two of these Tianlong people like this move? The question is, what can your darkroom do? If there is a fight, the Holy Land will be leveled for you. Is it useful for you to hide in the dark room? Having said that, the Tianlong people never tire of it. For them, these so-called darkrooms are never protected against external attacks, but internal personnel. Maybe it's a colleague who is a draconian, or a government they feel a little incompetent. In short, neither the Tianlong people nor the world government are of one mind. They all have their own little 99 in their hearts, each with their own ghosts. At this moment, Everose Roy took out a box in the darkroom. After opening the box, it contained a strange fruit. Devil fruit. This open black lens bracket soul fruit close black lens bracket, do you want to eat it? Everose Roy hesitated. This devil fruit is quite special, it has the power to control people's hearts, even five elders, they must use it carefully, and dare not give this fruit to someone who is too strong. Carol, the previous holder of the soul fruit, was raised by the five elders since he was a child, and he is loyal. Under such circumstances, he took the spirit fruit, and was also held by the five elders as a handle to death. This is enough to explain the horror of this devil fruit. There is nothing wrong with taking devil fruit. However, once that mind fruit matter is exposed, he may be opposed by all the celestial dragons except his own family. Of course, the world government won't interfere with these things. From the world government's point of view, as long as you don't argue with them, it doesn't matter what troubles you Tianlong people make. Hesitate again and again. Avrose Roy didn't eat it. If there is a fatal crisis, let's talk about it at that time. He will not take this fruit unless it is absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, Avrose Roy took out a small knife, ready to cut off a corner of devil fruit and take it with him. As long as he was in danger, he could swallow a piece at any time. Anyway, devil fruit can gain abilities just by eating one bite. In Avrose Roy's opinion, taking this devil fruit is far more beneficial than drunk. He doesn't want to touch any devil fruit if possible. Of course, if it is really life-threatening, it is another matter. Everything is about saving your life. And at this time, the space behind Avrose Roy was instantly distorted, showing a spiral posture, and Obito shot instantly, directly strangling Avrose Roy's neck from the back. Avrose Roy was startled suddenly, his face changed drastically, and he subconsciously clenched the piece of devil fruit that he had cut off. Do not move. Advertisement. I know you cut a piece of soul fruit. If you want to eat, you can try it, whether you swallow it first or I will break your neck first. Hearing this, Avrose Roy was terrified, not daring to act rashly. At this moment, he knew that he was being targeted by the empire on which the sun never sets. Worst case scenario. He hastily put down the devil fruit in his hand, and opened his mouth tremblingly. Don't do it. This devil fruit, I don't know how to eat it, I will cooperate with you whatever you want. I know your goal is devil fruit, I have asked my son to fetch it before. I give you all my devil fruit, as long as you don't hurt me. Hearing this, Obito didn't speak, but looked at the black sperm. In response, the black sperm shook his head, and then spoke. The guy patrolling outside didn't respond. No response. Obito froze for a moment. The bald head chased so fiercely just now, but now he doesn't respond. What kind of early warning ability is this on the other side? Has it not been triggered yet? Hearing this, the black sperm chuckled, then took the open black lens bracket soul fruit close black lens bracket and said. Hee, no matter what, we should not have been discovered by now. I didn't expect this guy to get soul fruit. Hearing about the black sperm, Obito glanced at him and said. Why, do you know this fruit? I've heard Ulquiorra say before that someone wants to arrest him spiritually. However, the difference in soul power between the two is too great, that person was directly crushed to death by Ulquiorra's Reiatsu. And that is the soul fruit. Picking up the devil fruit, the black sperm fiddled with it, and didn't intend to put it in the Kamui space. This is a good thing. Let this uncle try his effect. After speaking, the black sperm swallowed it in one gulp, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Not good taste. While speaking, the black sperm noticed that a strange force suddenly emerged in his body. This kind of power is like instinct, as soon as he takes it, he knows its effect. So that's it really is controlled by the soul, let me try it. After finishing speaking, the black sperm narrowed its eyes slightly and shot at Avrose Roy. Avrose Roy's complexion changed drastically, knowing that he would be controlled and wanted to break free. However, the next moment, his body trembled and he lost control of his body. Oh, really under control? The black sperm smiled. So that's how it is, through the connection of souls, you can directly manipulate the other party's soul. However, the premise is that the gap between the souls of each other should not be too large, and it is fate that Ulquiorra can't be controlled. This fruit ability is a bit of a threat. If Ulquiorra hadn't attacked the Holy Land, everyone else might have stumbled. Of course, it will have no effect on my uncle. At most, I can control one clone of my uncle. Hearing this, Obito glanced at the boastful black sperm, a little speechless. Let go of Avrose Roy along the street, and said. You got him under control, what are you going to do now? What should we do? Of course, we must find a way to find the bastard who warned us, and then kill him. As long as you find him and kill him, where can the combination of the two of us go in this holy place? Obito nodded, agreeing with the black sperm's point of view. He distorted the space again to hide himself and the black sperm. Advertisement. Only Evros Roy was left on the scene. And at this moment, his son came in a hurry from the treasure house, still holding a package in his hand. Dad, I brought the devil fruit. Hearing this, Evros Roy smiled, nodded in satisfaction, took the package, opened it, and found 5 pieces of devil fruit inside. Good job. Have you brought all the devil fruits in the treasury? The other party nodded. That's right. That's all. The extra devil fruits are handed over to world government. Hearing this, Roy, who was manipulating Evros, was taken aback, a little surprised. The devil fruit collected by Tianlong people will also be handed over to open black lens bracket world government close black lens bracket agad. What's going on here? You Tianlong people will still make offerings? He hurriedly asked Evros Roy. At this moment, Evros Roy regained some consciousness, and hurriedly opened his mouth tremblingly. This is not considered an offering. Because the world government wants to cultivate marines, so when we celestial dragons get devil fruits, we usually hand them over to the world government and let them distribute them to marines. Devil fruit is not precious to us Tianlong people, so many Tianlong people handed over the devil fruits they got to the world government. Of course, it doesn't matter, but most of the devil fruit left come and reward your subordinates or keep it as a collection. Originally, I didn't have the habit of collecting devil fruits, but because of the incident with the Phoenix family, I started to pay attention to devil fruits. Hearing this, the black sperm touched his chin, and it became clearer. In other words, the guy with the most devil fruits in the Holy Land is world government. Yes. Where are the devil fruit collected by the world government? This. I don't know about this. The black sperm turned pale, and immediately activated the fruit ability. I order you, tell the truth. I really do not know. It seems that they really don't know. The soul does not lie. In this case, take us to the treasure house. Immediately afterwards, Evros Roy, under the control of the black sperm, immediately went to the treasure house. This treasury, compared to Valos, has a lot of gold, all kinds of exotic jewels and gold, and a little calculation. I am afraid that there are hundreds of billions, or even trillions of Baileys. Obito did not refuse anyone who came, and directly activated Kamui, sweeping away the entire treasure house. Hee. Too much money is nothing but numbers. Thousands of Baileys, it's just a drizzle. Sure enough, you still have to collect devil fruit for His Majesty. The black sperm smiled, ready to operate against Evros Roy's face. And at this moment, his son came over suddenly and said, Dad, the 5 elders are gone. The black sperm was taken aback, a little surprised. Been found. It's not right. That bald 5 elders is still hanging out with the patrol. That is, the other 5 elders. Thinking of this, Evros Roy looked normal and said, Let him come and see me. Father, I've got him in the living room. Evros Roy nodded, and then walked towards the living room. As soon as he arrived at the door, he sent his son away and went by himself. Evros Roy enters the living room and just looks at. I saw an old man with curly hair and a cane sitting on the sofa. Advertisement. Seeing this, the curly-haired 5 elders immediately stood up and spoke calmly. Saint Evros, sorry for disturbing you late at night. Evros Roy waved his hand, and without arguing with him, he opened his mouth. I don't know why the 5 elders are here. 2 things. The curly-haired 5 elders don't go around in circles, and open their mouths directly. First, the Holy Land is not safe tonight. I hope Saint Evros can go to the world government building to accept our protection. Hearing this, Evros Roy was silent, but in fact, the black sperm was secretly delighted. The real horse is dozing off and meeting the pillow. I just learned that the world government has a lot of devil fruit, and now there are 5 elders who let him enter it. You let me in by yourself. Although the black sperm said it was joyful, it did maintain its composure, and then manipulated Evros. Roy nodded. Hearing this, the curly-haired 5 elders took a strange look at Eve Roy. I'm a little suspicious. As usual, Evros Roy wouldn't be so forthright. However, it is also right to think about it. The situation is urgent now. The last time the Holy Land was invaded, the Phoenix family was wiped out. Now that the sun never sets, Empire sneaks in here, even Evros Roy will be afraid, and then seek the protection of world government. This made sense, and the curly-haired 5 elders didn't doubt it, and immediately said the second thing. Second, Saint Averos, I hope you can deliver the fruit of the soul to us. Hearing this, Averos Roy's complexion changed, and he couldn't help but speak. You investigate me. The curly-haired five elders looked apologetic. Sorry, that wasn't our intention. The fruit of the soul is indeed very special. We have been paying attention to it. It is precisely because we know that you have obtained it, Saint Evros, that we turned a blind eye. In normal times, we naturally wouldn't ask. It's just that the sun never sets, people from the Empire are sneaking in, and devil fruit is likely to be their target. I don't care about other devil fruits, but this open black lens bracket spiritual fruit close black lens bracket cannot fall into the hands of the open black lens bracket sun never sets close black lens bracket empire. Hope you can understand. Hearing this, the corner of the black sperm's mouth twitched. How do you get the writer out of this? Just got eaten by him. That fruit has already been eaten by me. This is true. However, the curly-haired five elders shook his head. Don't make fun of this old man, Saint Averos, you are absolutely impossible to eat this kind of devil fruit. After all, once you are discovered, you will become the public enemy of all Tianlongren families. You have to trust the world government. We will not annex your property, but temporarily put it away. If you need it, we will return it to you after this turmoil is over. How dare you say that while riding a horse? From the point of view of the black sperm, there is no reason to hand over this devil fruit. The situation in front of me is embarrassing. Devil fruit, he can't take it out. Now being pegged by this curly-haired five elders again. The black sperm shook his head, feeling a little helpless. Why can't you follow my uncle's plan? You asked for it, fella. In an instant, the ability of spiritual fruit was activated, directly attacking the curly-haired five elders. Curly-haired five elders' complexion changed drastically. Mind fruit was really eaten by you. Chapter 107 Take open black lens bracket fear close black lens bracket is an early warning. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, the black sperm directly activated the ability of soul fruit, and shot at the curly-haired five elders, wanting to directly control it. At this moment, the soul received the traction, which made the curly-haired five elders' complexion change drastically, and he couldn't help but speak. The fruit of the soul, was it really eaten by you? Saint Evros, don't do stupid things. Before doing this kind of thing, you need to think about the consequences. The fruit of the soul is not for you to use for this. Realizing that his soul was being invaded, the curly-haired five elders snorted coldly, and then began to resist, scolding Everos Roy. But in fact, it was the black sperm that activated the ability. At this moment, it didn't matter so much, it just invaded the soul of the curly-haired five elders. Finally, the curly-haired five elders' complexion changed. Saint Averos, are you serious? With a change in his eyes, he suddenly revealed a shocking majesty, and he snorted coldly. Saint Evros, do you really think that you can control this old man by relying on the fruits of your mind? The difference in soul power is too great, and those with spiritual fruit abilities will be backlashed. This old man has gone through more eras than you can imagine. Really think it's so easy to control this old man? The meaning of curly five elders is simple. You, Avros Roy, are too good, even if you have a soul fruit, you can't control me. However, the next moment, the black sperm suddenly appeared and sneered. This guy's soul is indeed ridiculously weak. But, what if it's my uncle? The black sperm suddenly appeared from the distorted space, and the five elders' face changed drastically. What? Black sperm, it's you, you ate devil fruit. The voice just fell. At this moment, the face of the black sperm changed slightly. At this moment, his clone outside noticed that the bald five elders and those patrols had moved. Advertisement. Exposed. The other party warned me. How did you do it? The black sperm didn't have time to think about it, and immediately invaded the curly-haired five elders, trying to control it completely. However, they were strongly resisted by the curly-haired five elders. The opponent's soul power is not generally strong. Oh, you can struggle so much. The curly-haired five elders snorted coldly. Don't try to control me easily. After finishing speaking, he stepped forward directly, wanting to do something to the body of the black sperm. However, in the next instant, numerous clones appeared and stopped him. The black sperm sneered. Stop struggling, it's useless. Speaking of which, the other avatars of the black sperm also want to activate their abilities together. However, the ability of spiritual fruit has not moved at all. Seeing this, the black sperm froze for a moment. Other clones can't activate their abilities, so only this clone that ate devil fruit can use their abilities. That's fine, isn't this avatar my uncle, me? The black sperm complained. Immediately let the other avatars fuse, and want to strengthen the control ability of spiritual fruit. However, it was of no use. The one who can use the soul fruit ability is always only the clone that ate the fruit. HMPH, tasteless. However, one avatar's soul is enough. Let me suppress it. Black sperm go hard. Although soul power is not his strong point, his avatar is not weak at all. At this moment, although the curly-haired five elders are resisting, they don't realize that the soul difference is not that huge. It's just seconds. Advertisement. The black sperm took over control of the curly-haired five elders' body. And this time, the curly-haired five elders moved quickly with his subordinates. Seeing this, the black sperm quickly suppressed the consciousness of the curly-haired five elders, and spoke quickly. Black sperm, you dare to show yourself. Come, come, come. As he said that, Obito appeared instantly, distorted the space, and sucked Evros Roy's body into it. What? At this time, I heard movement in the living room. Evros, Roy's son immediately entered into it. What's the matter? Dad, Lord Five Elders. When he came in, he didn't see his father, only five elders with ugly curly hair. Exit five elders, where's Dad? Hearing this, the curly-haired five elders looked gloomy. The black competition appeared just now, and there was a guy wearing a mask. They distorted the space and took Street Evros away. What? Dad was taken away. Evros Roy's complexion changed drastically. However, there is no waiting for him to do anything. At this moment, the gate was directly opened, and several guards rushed in, as well as the bald five elders who led the team. Master Five Elders. As soon as the guards entered, they quickly came to the side of the curly-haired five elders, with a look of wariness on their faces. At the same time, the bald-headed five elders also came to the side, glanced at the curly-haired five elders, and couldn't help but speak. 0. Seeking flowers. Old man with curly hair, what's the matter? Humph. Curly-haired five elders looked indifferently at the guards. A group of trash. Just now, black sperm and a guy wearing a mask suddenly appeared, and took Saint Evros away. Hearing this, the bald five elders' complexion changed, and he couldn't help but speak. How is this possible? Advertisement. I didn't get any warning from Evros Saint. Good chance. The black sperm grinned, and then manipulated the curly-haired five elders, yelling with a livid face. HMPH, there was no warning. Could it be that you thought the old man would lie to you? You should ask your subordinates, a bunch of trash, especially the one in charge of early warning. Hearing this, the bald five elders didn't speak. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to search here. After staying for a while, he left with his subordinates wearing strange masks. Wait until you reach a place where no one is there. The bald five elders and the curly hair five elders walked up to a person and asked. What's going on? Rhodes. Saint Evros was caught. Why didn't you report it? Even if it's only for a moment, you should be able to feel it. You even noticed the change of the curly-haired old man. Hearing this, the man with a strange mask called Rhodes stood up quickly, heaved slightly, and said quickly. Master Five Elders, the devil fruit I ate is emotional fruit. I can set specific emotions on those who touch me. As long as this emotion appears, I can know it. And since Ulquiorra attacked the Holy Land last time, you ordered me to prepare and set fear as the detection target. Still, Saint Evros, he refuses to let me touch. Hearing this, the bald five elders was taken aback. Not only that, even the black sperm was stunned. Refusing to touch, what kind of operation is this stepping on a horse? No wonder nothing happened when he attacked Evros Roy. But the bald five elders rubbed their foreheads with some headaches after learning about this. Street Evros, is he asking for trouble? Why didn't you report it then? Why? Need a reason. Does that guy think people are inferior? Chapter 108. Why don't you give up money to avoid disaster? Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tianlong people have always regarded themselves very high, thinking that they are the rulers of this world, and they don't look down on anyone. Not to mention the head of the Evros family who holds the world's economic power. In his opinion, this kind of guard is no different from a beast, so he naturally refused to touch it, and even humiliated Rhodes at the beginning. For these, Rhodes naturally rotted in his heart and would not say it. Thinking of this, he quickly knelt down on one knee, without explaining, and then opened his mouth. Sorry, Your Excellency, 5 elders, it was my negligence, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Hearing this, the bald 5 elders glanced at Rhodes, hesitated for a moment, and waved his hands. The reason, even if Rhodes didn't say it, he could still guess it. Never mind. Except a Veros saint, you should have issued warning signs for other important members through touch, right? Rhodes nodded. That's right. Those Tianlong people are all under my fear 040 emotional mark. The bald 5 elders nodded, reassuring. Don't let your guard down. Report any situation at any time. Yes. This thing is over. However, at this moment, the black sperm controlling the curly-haired 5 elders clearly saw all this in their eyes. So, is this guy warning? Positioning through fear, it is no wonder that the opponent cannot be located after losing consciousness. So, this guy must be killed. This guy is so in the way. Obito, get ready. Wait for my news, release this uncle directly, and kill that bastard who warned. Oh, you want to do it? How about I just drag him into the Kamui space? The black sperm smiled. Advertisement. Never mind. Although your hollow is incomprehensible, it will materialize at the moment of pulling people. Next to that early warning bastard, there are a few guys with strange masks who don't know what strange abilities they have. There are many risks in exposing your entity. Let my avatars try their abilities. Obito nodded and didn't refuse. Indeed, although the power of the Holy Land is not too strong, each one has strange abilities. Fortunately, it was the 2 of them who came together. If it were other members who attacked by force, they might overturn. Immediately afterwards, the bald 5 elders continued his patrol with his men. But the moment they turned around, behind Rhodes, the void was suddenly distorted, showing a spiral shape, from which, the clone of the black sperm rushed out instantly, directly starting to split and multiply. The huge muscular arm burst instantly, soaring into the sky, and smashed towards Rhodes without hesitation. At this moment, the bald 5 elders also reacted instantly, and his face changed drastically. What? Black sperm, you dare to show up? Why don't you dare? Look at me, I will destroy you. After finishing speaking, the black sperm aimed at Rhodes and punched him down. At this moment, Rhodes couldn't react at all, and his eyes were full of fear of death. Seeing that the black sperm was about to smash down with a punch, a guy with a mask standing next to Rhodes suddenly made a move. Facing the instant blow from the black sperm, he raised his hand to resist. Seeing this, the black sperm frowned, without hesitation, and instantly blasted down. And that person's face was calm, unaffected by favor or humiliation. Facing the black sperm's punch, he swiped across with his palm. During Setsuna, the explosive muscle arm of the black sperm was instantly wiped away. The black sperm froze for a moment, a little puzzled. What ability is this? Just when he was puzzled, the bald 5 elders sneered without moving his tail. He knew that his sword skills had no effect on black sperm, so he just sneered. What ability? You have no chance to know. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, the man made a move in an instant, raised his hand again and swiped across the black sperm's body, and the next moment, the black sperm's clone disappeared directly. At this moment, the black sperm staying in the Kamui space noticed that all this was a bit unexpected. Oh, my uncle's avatar is gone. It doesn't seem to be dead, but I can't perceive existence anymore. This ability is weird. Where did these old guys find this kind of fruit? The black sperm touched his chin, not surprised by this ending. Obviously, Rhodes' early warning is the key. Only he can perceive the existence of danger. Therefore, it makes sense for him to have someone protecting him. And at this moment, with a flash of light, Kizaru suddenly appeared here. What's the matter? Did something happen? I rushed over as soon as I heard the sound. Seeing this scene, Black Sperm was a little surprised. Kizaru guy, move fast. Before his avatar saw Kizaru paddling in the world government for fish, it took less than 2 seconds, and it came directly. The speed of light is really fast. Just now the black sperm suddenly appeared and attacked Rhodes, but was not stopped by Nick. The bald-headed five elders looked at the man who shot him. Kizaru was a little surprised. Oh, he fought off the black sperm. Kizaru rubbed his chin, not believing it now. Although he has never fought black sperm, but from hearing Sengoku, he knows that he is a tricky guy. Seemingly seeing Kizaru's doubts, Nick spoke hastily. Kizaru Admiral, I am an eraser who ate eraser fruit. As long as I touch anything with my hands, I can erase it from this world. Kizaru was taken aback. And this strange ability. Not only that, Obito and black sperm in the Kamui space are stunned. This ability is a little threatening. But at this moment, the bald five villagers scolded angrily. Advertisement. Nick, let you talk. Nick was suddenly scolded, a little puzzled. He was just trying to confuse Kizaru Admiral. Seeing this, the black sperm knew what the bald five elders meant, and immediately stood up and spoke. You really shouldn't have said that. Now the black sperm may be hiding in the dark and eavesdropping, your ability has been exposed. Hearing this, Nick reacted instantly, and his face changed. Yup, it was Rhodes who said his ability before, and he was attacked in an instant. Obviously, those words were heard by the black sperm. It means he is around. And at this moment, he spoke out his abilities again. No wonder the bald five elders are so annoyed. Seeing this, the bald five elders glared at him and couldn't help but speak. Trash, can't you see this form clearly? Kizaru touched his chin, the situation in front of him couldn't help but make him shake his head 3.0. Your Excellency five elders, in my opinion, it is better to give up the search, guys from the empire on which the sun never sets. Since he can hear what you and I are saying, it means that he is hiding nearby, but we don't know. Also, even if you know it, you can't kill the opponent. The opponent's clones are almost unlimited, and you can't kill him at all. The other party seems to be just stealing treasures and devil fruit, unlike the last time above Ulquiorra, they just started killing. So, now we still focus on protecting the Tianlong people. Why don't you give up your money to avoid disaster? Hearing this, the bald five elders were silent for a moment. There is some truth to what Kizaru said. However, if you really want to do this, wouldn't it be like bowing your head to the other party in disguise? In doing so, what is the face of world government? I need to talk it over with someone else. Chapter 109. Treasure House of the Celestial Dragons. Open black lens bracket, subscribe, close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, due to the urgent situation, bald-headed five elders and curly-haired five elders returned to the world government building. The night training team asked Kizaru to host, while the five elders had no one and held a brief meeting. After the bald-headed five elders talked about the matter, the faces of the crowd were a little disconcerted. I see. The situation is not so bad. Old man Jian, it seems that it's not that you messed up, but that the enemy is too difficult. Hearing this, the bald five elders snorted, but didn't reply. Just no. So, Kizaru proposed to abandon the treasury directly and focus on protecting the celestial dragons, and let the celestial dragons take refuge in the mouth of the world government. If they act in unison, at least they won't be caught by the sun never sets empire. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent for a moment. Indeed, gathering together is indeed better for protection. But, the sun never sets, the empire is really about to go crazy, maybe it can take the Tianlong people to a pot. In this situation, who dares to gather the Tianlong people together? Seeing the silence of the crowd and the urgency of time, the bald five elders was a little impatient. Make a decision. Time does not wait. Black sperm and another guy with a spiral mask sneaked into the Holy Land for the treasure house. At least, there is no pure urge to kill yet. They captured the celestial dragons, but they are just threatening to get devil fruit. So what about 06? Hearing this, the five elders with the crescent moon Whitebeard spoke suddenly. Gather the celestial dragons together, let the other party use these celestial dragons as a threat, let us take out devil fruit. That's more passive. In my opinion, since the opponent's goal is the treasure house, why not just use the treasure house or devil fruit as bait to lure them out and catch them all? What? The bald five elders sighed. It's easy to say everything in one go, but it's because you can't do it that you have to think of other ways. Even Kizaru's combat power said that there is no way to take black sperm. The opponent has infinite clones. Why are you killing the opponent? Hearing this, Crescent Whitebeard five elders snorted coldly. Advertisement. Infinite clones. Impossible, there must be a limit to the number of clones. Besides, since there is a clone, there should be a body. Find the body, destroy the body, and the clone will be gone. Boom. The bald five elders slapped the table violently, a little annoyed. Then you will arrange it. This won't work, that won't work, how about you come up with a plan? Crescent Moon Whitebeard five elders nodded, without the other party, nodded directly. Let me say, let these Tianlong people hand over the devil fruit in their hands to us, and we will use these devil fruit as a bait. Not to mention whether those Tianlong people will be like this, even if it is handed over, what then? The bald five elders sneered. Game fruit can't trap the opponent, what eraser fruit erases will be the opponent's avatar. Hearing this, Crescent Whitebeard five elders was also a little annoyed, and snorted coldly. I haven't finished talking yet, what are you talking about? The two of you said one sentence, and I said one sentence, and they were about to quarrel. At this moment, the square-faced five elders next to him shook his head, and then spoke calmly. Okay. Stop arguing. Now is not the time for infighting. Old man Jian is in charge of military security. Since he said he couldn't catch the black sperm, there is probably no good way. Although it is very troublesome, it seems that we have to defend first and wait until the night. After speaking, the conference room fell into a brief silence. The atmosphere right now is a bit heavy. The five powerful old men have fallen into a passive position in their own house at this moment. No matter how you look at it, it is a huge humiliation. So, what do we do now? At this moment, the black sperm also echoed. Watching these old men quarreling, he was also happy to be at ease. The first priority right now is to protect the safety of the Tianlong people. Tell the Tianlong people that if they believe in the government, come to the World Government building, and we will do our best to protect it. Of course, if World Government is not safe, it's up to them to choose. As for the treasury, it's all their collection, you don't need to ignore it, if you lose it, you lose it. Advertisement. However, it's better not to let the guys from the Sun Never Sets Empire get too much devil fruit, which is directly linked to power and strength. Although we don't know what the Sun Never Sets Empire will do to collect so many devil fruits, but there must be nothing good. Let the Tianlong people hand over the devil fruit, we will keep it together, and return it later. Square face five elders talking to himself. The crescent five elders shook their heads. These celestial dragons may not necessarily turn in the devil fruit. The ones that can be handed in have already been provided to our world government to the marine. If they haven't been handed in, even if some people are willing right now, others will probably not agree. Then there is no other way. If you want to hand it in, you can hand it in. If you don't want it, forget it. In short, you can ask for more blessings. The five elders deliberated, and then finalized the plan. Soon the order was conveyed. After the meeting dissipated, the black sperm released some of the curly-haired five elders' consciousness. At this moment, the curly-haired five elders let go of the control of part of the mind fruit, with an angry expression on his face. Black sperm, you are courting death. You lunatic, you actually manipulated this old man. Don't step on the horse and make noise. Don't you know what's going on now? What the hell are you going to do? Hee, I'm not in the mood to go around in circles with you. I've heard that you, world government, have devil fruits. Tell me where those devil fruits are. Hearing this, the curly-haired five elders grinned. Hee, do you think I will say that? Also, don't think that your tricks will work, your disguise will soon be exposed. Hearing this, the black sperm became even more arrogant. If you expose it, you will expose it. How long do you think this uncle expects to control you? I don't have time to keep talking to you all the time. The moment you are exposed, I will kill you. Hearing this, the curly-haired five elders trembled inwardly. In the midst of anger, a touch of panic sprouted in his heart. Hee, are you scared? Tell me where the devil fruit hidden in your world government is, and I can pass the test and let you go. The curly-haired five elders snorted coldly, not giving in at all. In response, the black sperm shook his head. Since you resist to the death, there is nothing you can do. Advertisement. The next moment, the black sperm concentrated all its abilities on the curly-haired five elders, and even lifted Evros Roy's manipulation. 783 immediately ordered directly. Tell me, where is your world government's devil fruit hidden? This is the direct command and manipulation of the soul by the fruit of the mind. It consumes a lot of energy. At this moment, even the black sperm gasped a little. Really, devil fruit is just inconvenient. The other clones can't replenish the stamina consumed by this clone. While complaining, the curly-haired five elders also spoke with eloquence. The tribute devil fruit we received has been distributed to naval headquarters. What? The black sperm almost swears, a little upset. All for open black lens bracket naval headquarters close black lens bracket. To whom in naval headquarters? I don't know, I'm not responsible for this matter. Maybe it was given to Sengoku, or it might be Kong. Now, naval headquarters should have been used. After all, naval headquarters was attacked and needs this batch of devil fruit to strengthen itself. The black sperm was a little speechless. The co-author is that I and an uncle attacked naval headquarters, causing this batch of devil fruit to be used up directly. Pit yourself. Never mind. It's gone. It's gone. First search the Tianlongren's treasure house. Saying that, the black sperm looked directly at Evros Roy. You bastard, so insidious. Do you know where the treasure troves of other celestial dragons are? Hearing this, Evros Roy nodded with a look of horror. I said, don't kill me. The black sperm froze. Yo, do you really know? Immediately mark this uncle. Chapter 110 He Jing's coquettish operation. If you buy it, you won't make a move. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Holy Land tonight is destined to be very long. Unlike the Tianlong people who used to sing and dance in the Holy Land, tonight is extraordinarily quiet. The arrival of the black sperm and Obito made the whole Holy Land panic. Especially when the five elders plus and Admiral Kizaru still couldn't solve the opponent, it made the Tianlong people even more frightened. However, even though these Tianlong people were cursing the incompetence of world government, most of them still shut up obediently and obeyed world government's decision to protect them centrally. Although the Tianlong people scold the government, they actually believe in their strength. After all, they can do their best and become nobles of the world, and it is the world government who backs them up. Coupled with the strongest combat power of naval headquarters, they are even more unscrupulous. However, this kind of powerful combat power is not easy to use right now. It's not that you can't beat it, but you can't beat it at all. At this moment, a large number of Tianlong people gathered in the World Government building, and many Tianlong people took out their collection of devil fruit and handed it over to five elders for safekeeping. The Marine faction headed by Kizaru, together with the special abilities led by the bald five elders, and the Marine Commander-in-Chief Kong, surrounded the entire world government building on the third floor and the outer three floors, making it possible for even a mosquito to escape. Don't go in. Although they know that Obito has weird spatial abilities. However, facing these many pairs of eyes, any Obito who dares to show up will face an unprecedented onslaught in an instant. In terms of the combat power gathered by the world government, at this moment, even a strong person at the Four Emperors level will be expensive to come. Hehe. With such a defense, the sun never sets, Empire's guys might not be able to get in. HMPH, the government has spent so much of our money, it's kind of useful. At this moment, a female celestial dragon was talking eloquently. The black sperm manipulating the curly hair five elders took a look at her, then smiled. Idiot. Uncle Ben has already come in. He really wants to do it, although he will be subdued in an instant, but right now, the Tianlongren must die at least once. Of course, the black sperm felt that it was not time to be exposed yet. He saw with his own eyes the five elders collecting the devil fruits handed over by the celestial dragons. He saw more than 10 of them. No matter what, he wanted to get these devil fruits. Hehe. Let you be arrogant for a while first. I will come to trouble you after I have searched the treasure house clean. At this moment, only a small number of Tianlong people have not gathered in the Holy Land outside the World Government building. Of course, Black Sperm and Obito are not interested in them either. Within the Kamui space, Evros Roy briefly drew a map of the Holy Land and marked it on the map. There are more than 40 marked places. Seeing this, Obito froze for a moment, a little surprised. As far as I know, you Draconians have 19 families. Advertisement. Phoenix was destroyed by Ulquiorra. Why are there so many treasure houses? Evros Roy scratched his head quickly, embarrassed. Actually, I don't know the location of the Haka treasure house. I got these from information. As long as there is a slight possibility, I will mark it out. Therefore, some of these locations are treasure houses, some may not be. Some may have been before, but not now. The black sperm smiled, then took the map, looked at it, and said, "Well done." Hearing this, Evros Roy was overjoyed and opened his mouth quickly. Then, can you let me go? Let you go. The black sperm glanced at him. Did you know that someone wants to buy your life? What? Evros Roy was shocked, and then showed an expression of indignation. Who? Damn, you want to murder me? You two gentlemen, not only is the other party's bid, but I'll pay 10 times as much. Help me get rid of the other party. Hearing this, the black sperm smiled and said nothing. Obito couldn't help but speak when he saw this. Black sperm, where's your principal? The black sperm shook the map in his hand. Did you see that? He paid for his life. Although he was not very honest before, but now he is so clever and cooperative, it's not easy for me to do it directly. As he spoke, the black sperm immediately led Evros Roy towards the corner of Kamui. Before he had gone far, he heard the voice of resentment. Damn it, you are my slave. You bloody bastard, how dare you betray Lousy? At this moment, Walrose and the slave boy wrestled together and grabbed each other's neck, which was really killing him. Seeing this, the black sperm smiled, and then clapped his hands. It's okay, it's okay. Hearing this, Walrose's complexion changed, he quickly stopped, turned around and rubbed his hands, with a flattering gesture on his face. Master Black Sperm, what do you have? Before he finished speaking, he immediately saw Evros Roy next to him, and his expression changed immediately. Roy, why are you here? Advertisement. Evros Roy was also a little appalled. Walrose. As he said that, his face changed slightly, and he immediately remembered what the black sperm said, and then his face became stern. Walrose, it's not like you want to kill me. Walrose's face trembled, but he didn't speak. However, even a fool could see that he was guilty. Evros Roy was furious. You damn guy, you are looking for death, Lousy is going to kill you. Having said that, Evros Roy dare not move. Because, at this moment, the black sperm is in front of him, and he doesn't even have the courage to bypass the black sperm. Saint Evros. This is a misunderstanding. Valrose was a little terrified. In terms of status, Evros Roy, who controls the economic power, far exceeds him. He wants to kill the other party. Once the truth comes out, he will definitely be executed. Misunderstand. You're done. Wait for Lousy to go out. Lousy will kill you. Walrose's face trembled, a little frightened. However, seeing the scene in front of him, his face turned cold, and he suddenly became more courageous. Stop peddling and farting. Roy, you're the one to be damned. As he spoke, he quickly looked at the black sperm and spoke quickly. Master Black Sperm, I will give out 10 devil fruits, please help me get rid of him. Hearing this, the black sperm twisted its neck, just waiting for your words. Seeing this, Evros Roy's complexion changed drastically. Wait, Master Black Sperm, I will give out 15, no, 20, you help me get rid of him. I'll give you 30, 40. The two began to raise the price, which became more and more outrageous. Seeing this, the black sperm smiled and immediately reminded. Don't jump on the horse and shout the price. Anyone who can't take out something after shouting, I will kill him on the spot. Hearing this, the expressions of the two changed slightly. Indeed, more than 30 devil fruits is quite outrageous. Advertisement. Even if they are high-ranking Tianlong people, it is not realistic to get more than 30 devil fruits in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Walrose gritted his teeth. Master Black Sperm. I offer 20 devil fruits, if you don't sell them, I will kill him myself. Hearing this, Black Sperm and Obito were shocked. FK, is there still such an operation? Thinking about it in a blink of an eye, the other party's operation is no problem. After all, Evros Roy's status is much higher than him. If Devil Fruit really wants to call the price, Valrose can't call the opponent's price. Hearing this, the black sperm nodded immediately. This guy is good, he can talk dirty, my uncle likes it very much. Okay. My uncle will not make a move. Evros Roy was taken aback for a moment, and then spoke. Master Black Sperm, I got a good one. Help me get rid of him. The black sperm cast a glance at him and spoke silently. My uncle said, don't make a move. Evros Roy looked at the black sperm. At this moment, he seemed to understand what the other person meant, so he gritted his teeth and spoke hastily. I also offer 20 devil fruits, you don't want to buy them. The black sperm suddenly grinned. Okay. 20 coins, I won't do anything to you. Hit whatever you want. The one who survived, my uncle promises, you will definitely be able to return to the Holy Land alive. However, in a month's time, the guy who survived must pay back the 20 devil fruits that the guy who died owed me. Valrose and Evroth. Roy has a toothache. They don't think black sperm are joking. 1 month, 40 devil fruits, even if they are Tianlong people, it is enough. However, right now they have no right to refuse. In order to survive, they can only grit their teeth and nod. It is good. Seeing this, the king was stunned. Do you still have this kind of operation on horseback? The two of them just sat here and watched the show, and let the other party owe 40 devil fruits in vain. On operating tiles. It's still black sperm show. Chapter 111 Attack. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hehe. You can fight whatever you want. My uncle will not interfere. As for this slave, in order to disturb you, I will help you deal with it. As he spoke, he picked up the slave boy and threw it out. Obito, just throw him out of the Holy Land to fend for himself. Hearing this, Walrose and Evros Roy instantly stole a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, there is only one thought in their hearts. No matter who survives, that slave must be killed. It is absolutely forbidden for Tianlong people to kill each other. The other party saw everything today and couldn't let him speak out. And only the dead, the regiment can't speak. Obito carried the slave casually without any hesitation. Not killing him was the greatest mercy of the black sperm. Then he opened the Kamui space and threw him away. As for his life and death, who cares about him? Let's go, black sperm, to find the treasure house. Obito picked up the map drawn by Evros Roy, and the black sperm also smiled, and then left with pressure. As for the cannibalism of these two guys, let them be. No sooner had black sperm and Obito left than Valrose and Evros Roy wrestled together. The two showed fierce faces, and their eyes were full of killing intent. This is a game of life and death. But at this moment, now you is running all over the Holy Land with black sperm according to the markings on the map. Without the early warning guy, Obito moved through Kamui, and no one would have noticed his whereabouts. There are a total of 42 places marked on the map. And among these 42, only 12 are real treasure houses, and among these 12, only 5 hide devil fruit. However, even so, these 5 treasure houses allowed black sperm and Obito to harvest 18 devil fruits. Advertisement. With these 18 devil fruits, plus 1 from Valrose and 5 from Evros Roy, at this moment black sperm and Obito got 24 devil fruits in the Holy Land. This is just the result of less than one night. One must know that black sperm were salvaged all over the world before, and there were not many more than this. Sure enough, robbery is the fastest. It's so stupid to salvage all over the world. The black sperm smiled and counted today's harvest. 24 devil fruits. There are countless gold and jewelry, and they have piled up like a mountain in the Kamui space Agif. Bailey's notes have more than $1 trillion in cash. Looking at everything in front of him, the black sperm touched his chin. With these, there will be funds for scientists to study artificial devil fruit. Money is secondary now. World government, there is still a batch of devil fruit. The black sperm smiled, it was almost dawn, and pointed the finger at open black lens bracket world government close black lens bracket. Obito then moved through Kamui. At this moment, it was a bit funny to see the one-punch Draco blowing cold wind in the lobby of the world government building. They tensed their nerves and guarded against everything. In fact, the two had already robbed the treasure house of the Holy Land. I don't know what they will look like if they know the result. After staying with the black sperm for a long time, Obito became a little nasty. Then, before you know it, the sky is bright. When the first rays of sunlight entered the World Government Building, Kizaru, standing in the center, looked at the sunlight. It's dawn. It looks like I've made it through tonight. The bald five elders and Kong sat cross-legged on one side, and they also opened their eyes at this moment. Rhodes came in front of the bald five elders, and spoke in a deep voice. Master Five Elders. Dawn, and nothing unusual happened. Under this arrangement of troops, no matter how weird the opponent's abilities are, they won't dare to show up. Advertisement. Hearing this, Kong next to him spoke. As far as combat power is concerned, 4 emperors are useless with this level of strength, but the opponent's ability is too weird. Strong combat power is useless. Besides, even if it is dawn, there is no guarantee that the other party will not attack. Obviously, Kong meant, don't be so guarded. Road looked around and spoke subconsciously. Then when do we leave? The Tianlong people have already complained. Sure enough, Road's voice just fell. A celestial dragon kicked a guard. Go away. Ben Sheng is going back. A bunch of trash, stayed here all night, didn't even catch a ghost. It made me unable to sleep peacefully. There is a lead. Immediately there was a second Tianlong who got up. That's right, I've had enough, get out. I'm going back to sleep. Saying that, the female celestial dragon even slapped the guard directly on the face. It's just that the guards didn't dodge, and they didn't dare to respond to Tianlongren's scolding. Go away, or I will kill you. The Draconians are lawless. 5 elders and the others didn't open their mouths either, they just watched all this silently. They know. The other party will definitely show up. Right now, they have collected 12 devil fruits handed over by the celestial dragons. These 12 devil fruits have not been found, how can the other party leave willingly? Are you going to stop them? At this time, a 5 elders spoke in a deep voice. Forget it, let them go, let it out ye how. The two were talking, as if there was something in their words. The black sperm manipulating the curly 5 elders didn't care. Advertisement. He was indeed staring at the batch of devil fruits, but there is no good time right now. However, since there is no good time, create it. Do it. The black sperm in the Kamui space snorted coldly. The next moment, the space was distorted. A huge muscular arm rose into the sky in an instant, and smashed towards the Tianlong people. In an instant, with a golden flash, Kizaru came in an instant, at an incredible speed. Is it finally here? I kept the old man waiting all night. After finishing speaking, densely packed light bullets flew past, bombarding and killing the black sperm. Hee, can you stand it alone? As he said that, a large number of black sperm bodies suddenly appeared around him. The muscles of these black sperm exploded one by one, and the villains suddenly turned into terrifying giants one by one, rushing directly towards the Tianlong people. At this moment, the faces of the Tianlong people suddenly changed when they saw this scene. What the hell is this? Quick, hurry up and protect this palace, you bloody trash. The Tianlong people were frightened and panicked one by one. Seeing this, 5 elders and Kong frowned. Do you want to do it? One of them spoke. The bald 5 elders shook his head. No solution anymore. Do it, try to save the heaven and man as much as possible. At this moment, the curly-haired 5 elders who manipulated the black sperm were also mixed in. However, his eyes have been peeking at those devil fruits all the time. Ha ha. These devil fruits are accepted by this uncle. Chapter 112 Obito appears. Open black lens bracket, subscribe, close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha. These devil fruits, I will accept them with a smile. At this moment, the black sperm manipulating the curly hair of the 5 elders was mixed in, ready to fish in troubled waters. Everyone is fighting against the attack of the black sperm clone. In order not to expose himself, it is determined that he can get the devil fruit, and the black sperm manipulating the curly hair 5 elders is also attacking. It's just that every time he attacks, he has to take a step back and get closer to the target. In this chaotic scene, no one noticed his small movements. And when it was about to succeed, suddenly, with the curly hair 5 elders manipulated by black sperm as the center, an invisible circle suddenly appeared within a radius of tens of meters. This circle traps the curly 5 elders directly in it. What? The black sperm was a little shocked. Before he could react, he suddenly found that the bald 5 elders stood in front of him at some point. HMPH, it really is you. At this moment, the bald 5 elders looked stern, and spoke sharply, as if he knew all this already. Who are you? How did you control the curly-haired old man? The guy in the mask. Hearing this, the black sperm was a little surprised. In his opinion, his disguise should be perfect. Through mind fruit, black sperm knows a lot of curly-haired 5 elders' habits, and imitates them briefly, and will not expose them in a short time. Furthermore, in order to prevent exposure, black sperm seldom speak, and their words and deeds are also somewhat restrained. Under such circumstances, are they exposed? Hee, it's interesting. How did my uncle expose it? Speaking. Not only the bald 5 elders, but also the other 5 elders around who are fighting against the black sperm clone, including Kong and even Kizaru, are not surprised by this. Obviously, they already knew that there was something wrong with 5 elders with curly hair, and even if they didn't, they must have suspected it, otherwise it would not be this reaction. Hee, you have been suspected from the very beginning, when you came out of Evros' house. The bald 5 elders spoke with a smile. In addition to marking some important celestial dragons, Rhodes' emotional fruit also marked the 5 of us. Even if Saint Averos was taken away in person, the curly-haired old man would never feel fear. That alone is doubtful. And then there are the little details. The way of speaking, the habit of using a cane, although you try your best to imitate, but how many years have the 5 of us been together? It is impossible not to know these subtle changes. Just because of that. Advertisement. The black sperm smiled. These cannot be conclusive evidence. The bald 5 elders smiled. Of course it's more than that. What really exposes you is your actions. We collected the devil fruit of the celestial dragons not only for protection, but also as a bait. I predicted that you would definitely do something to devil fruit, so that game fruit rules have already been set here. You have been deeply trapped in this unique rule. No one can come in, and you don't even think about getting out. Unless you die. Otherwise, this rule cannot be lifted. Hearing this, the black sperm was taken aback. The fruit of the game, he had the impression before that the opponent used it to deal with Obito, but was dodged by Obito's Kamui Hollow. Now, it's me instead. Can't come in, can't go out. What did you say? As he said that, at this moment, outside, a clone of the black sperm rushed over in an instant. But this time, no one stopped them, they just watched all this calmly. The clone arrived in an instant, but was intercepted by a strange force, unable to enter the minister. Seeing this, the bald 5 elders smiled. The old man said, it's useless, the rules made by the game fruit are the only ones here. The bald 5 elders is in a good mood. After being teased by the sun never sets empire all night, I finally got back here. That is to say, this rule is gone after my uncle's death. As he said that, black sperm suddenly appeared on the shoulders of the curly-haired 5 elders. Seeing this scene, the face of the bald 5 elders changed drastically. What? Black sperm, how could it be possible for you? Why can you manipulate curly-haired old men? The black sperm grinned. Why can't it be my uncle? When did my uncle say that you can only clone yourself? Besides, you are actually locked up with this uncle, do you think you can kill this uncle? Hearing this, the bald 5 elders' complexion changed. It was black sperm who showed up and completely disrupted his plan. I thought that the rules of the fruit of the game could securely eat a member of the sun never sets empire, but it turned out that the one who stepped on the horse was the Black Master. This thing is all clones, can it die inside? Furthermore, against a swordsman nemesis, he can use a sword himself, so if he meets him head on, can he have a slight advantage? The bald 5 elders quit. Advertisement. But in fact, the black sperm just bluffed the opponent. Due to spiritual fruit, there are not many cells in his body. If the other party really wants to deal with him, he is afraid that he will be gone with a single blow. But at this moment, neither his avatar nor Obito can get in, and the black sperm is drooling at devil fruit again. How to do? If it continues like this, every time the opponent turns his mind, he will know that his avatar will not be able to get in. In other words, the clone cells within the rules are limited, and the other party will soon find out. The next moment, the black sperm suddenly became ruthless. Then before the other party discovers this, do it. Hee hee, my uncle said it before, the moment of exposure is the time of this old guy's death. Now, the time has come. After finishing speaking, the black sperm instantly manipulated the curly hair. 5 elders picked up the crutches and poked them directly towards his heart. When the bald 5 elders saw this, his face changed drastically. He drew his knife and rushed over in an instant. He raised his hand and blocked the crutch of the curly-haired 5 elders. He was very annoyed and snorted coldly. Damn, black sperm, what are you trying to do? What are you doing? Hey, goodbye. After finishing speaking, the black sperm directly smeared oil on the soles of its feet, and walked towards the direction where the devil fruit was placed. 0. Seeking flowers. The bald 5 elders froze for a moment. Kindness. Black sperm, so, run away. What are you doing? Aren't you a huge advantage? It's infinite avatars, and it's manipulating teammates. At this moment, before the bald 5 elders could react, the curly-haired 5 elders regained consciousness and spoke instantly. Old man Jian, shoot directly. The clone of the black sperm doesn't have many cells, you can kill him directly. This avatar of his ate mind fruit. What? When the bald 5 elders heard soul fruit, their complexion changed drastically, and they reacted instantly, and slashed at the black sperm. This knife instantly killed the black sperm. However, at the moment of being killed, the black sperm directly threw the pack of devil fruit out. At the moment of his death, the rules of the game fruit become invalid. Devil fruit galloped out, flying towards a clone of the black sperm. Advertisement. Stop devil fruit. The bald 5 elders roared. Everyone acted instantly. The clone of the black sperm rioted instantly. Seeing this, Kizaru's body instantly turned into an element, and originally wanted to snatch the devil fruit, but directly pointed the finger at the clone of the black sperm. He soared into the air with an extremely fast speed, and instantly fired dense light bombs, intensively bombarding the infinite clones of the black sperm. But at this time, a person with a strange mask shot instantly. The golden liquid was released from his hand, directly freezing the devil fruit, freezing it at this moment. That is the fruit of amber. Seeing this, the bald 5 elders grinned. Good job. Amber fruit can solidify everything, and the sun never sets, it is impossible for the people of the empire to take devil fruit out of it. However, before he could be happy, Kong's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but speak. Wait, where's devil fruit? Everyone was shocked. Immediately looking around, there is nothing in the space frozen by amber. At the same time, on top of the solidified amber, there was a man sitting quietly on it. The robe embroidered with red auspicious clouds is a bit weird. What is revealed under the single spiral mask is the blood-red pupil that can shock the soul. Obito sat quietly on top of amber, holding in his hand the devil fruit that had been solidified before. What? How did this guy get devil fruit out of amber? Everyone was shocked. Amber fruit can freeze anything at that moment, and it can even be preserved for 10,000 years and cannot be changed. At the moment when everyone was shocked, 5 elders, Kong, and even Kiwi all shot. Blast towards Obito. Seeing this, Obito just watched everything calmly, neither hiding nor dodging. All the attacks penetrated his body. He didn't even move. What? Attack, from his body, passed into. Chapter 113. The Murloc was dragged out by the sea. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, everyone was stunned, staring blankly at Obito holding the devil fruit, with vigilance on his face. The bald 5 elders looked a bit ugly. He recognized Obito, the guy who couldn't even trap game fruit last night. Now, it is easy to crack the amber fruit, and even easily take the devil fruit out of amber. The ability is extremely weird. Obito sat on top of amber, looked around for a week, and then stood up holding the devil fruit. Gentlemen, this is the first time we meet. I am a combat member of His Majesty's Imperial Majesty, the Sun Never Sets, led by Uchiha. One night of competition, I had a lot of fun. Hearing this, everyone was a little annoyed. They worked all night, and the other party actually said that they were playing. Totally underestimated. Hey, that's right, I also had a lot of fun playing. 507. As he said that, the black sperm came out from nowhere. Seeing black sperm, curly hair 5 elders' eyes are green. Damn it, this old man will kill you sooner or later. Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. Hey, you should worry about yourself. If it weren't for the rules of game fruit, I would have killed you long ago. Do you think you can stand here and brag with me? The bald 5 elders were also a little annoyed. I thought game fruit could kill a member of the Sun Never Sets Empire, but ended up killing a clone of the black sperm. Face is too big. Hee hee. Don't be complacent. At least, we destroyed the mind fruit you ate. Oh, did you say that? Advertisement. The black sperm waved his hand with a look of disdain. Do you really think that my uncle is rare in this ability? It's ridiculous. My lord, just put the words here. Guys present, one counts as one. Whoever eats spiritual fruit Ulquiorra of our Sun Never Sets Empire doesn't even have to do it. One thought can suppress your ridiculous soul power. Soul control. You guys are ridiculous enough to use this kind of thing as your trump card. Hearing this, everyone was silent. The black sperm was telling the truth. If you want the fruit of the mind to play a role, the difference between the soul power of each other should not be too large. However, Ulquiorra's soul is incredibly powerful. A single thought directly killed Carol, the previous mind fruit capable user. Who can control this kind of guy? At this time, the black sperm seemed to remember something, and then opened his mouth mockingly. You have this kind of combat power, but you come to protect these pig-like guys. For what? The so-called national treasure. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed on the spot. The so-called national treasure are the Tianlong people, and the regiment is the real secret of the Holy Land. However, before they asked back, Obito and Black Sperm were already planning to leave. Goodbye, gentlemen. Had a great time tonight. Obito waved his hand. The next moment, under the single spiral mask, the space is instantly distorted, ready to enter the Kamui space. When leaving, the black sperm smiled and spoke immediately. Correct. Be prepared. Advertisement. When I run out of money, come to the Holy Land to have fun. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In this world, there is no place that this uncle can't go to. There are my uncle's eyeliner everywhere. After speaking, Obito and the black sperm disappeared instantly and entered the Kamui space. Seeing this scene, the veins on the bald 5 elders' head burst out, and they were extremely angry. Damn guy. Not only was he played around by the other party, but he was also humiliated. Right now, no matter how you look at it, it is a big defeat for the Holy Land. It is the most cherished face of world government, and it is lost at this moment. Not to mention this side. After entering the Kamui space, the two saw the guys who survived the killing of 2 celestial dragons. Seeing this, the black sperm smiled. You're still ruthless. Although Walrose had a bruised nose and a swollen face, he still had an attentive face. Master Black Sperm is right. Obito glanced at the scene, threw Everose Roy's body out, and then pointed to Valrose. What about this guy? What should I do? Just find a place and throw it away. Hearing this, Walrose's complexion is big. Yes, just find a place and throw me away. Seeing this, the black sperm pinched his shoulder. Want to get rid of us? Walrose's complexion trembled, and he smiled awkwardly. No, Mr. Black Sperm. You are joking. HMPH, don't step on the horse and pretend to me. Advertisement. You still owe me 40 devil fruit. 1 month. If you can't get it, I will visit the Holy Land again. Guess. At that time, what is this uncle doing in the Holy Land? Hearing this, Walrose's complexion trembled, his heart was terrified, and he opened his mouth quickly. I know. 40 devil fruits, I will definitely collect them. Hee hee, you're smart, you'd better not lie to me. What I hate the most is a liar. Valrose nodded quickly. The black sperm gave Obito a look. Seeing this, Obito grabbed Valrose and threw it out of the Kamui space. Now, the Kamui space is completely clean. All that remains is a pile of treasure and devil fruit. This time the harvest is full, His Majesty will definitely be satisfied. Go back and report first, don't make His Majesty wait too long. After speaking, the two disappeared immediately. Not to mention this side. 2.8. At this moment, Above the sea, Jinbei looked dazed. He is a murloc. Above the sea, he can be said to be like a fish in water. No matter how awesome a person is, he will retreat 3 points when he encounters Jinbei in the sea. However, at this moment, Jinbei discovered that he was actually caught by the sea. The huge Uzumaki, carrying a shocking force, directly dragged Jinbei in the sea, and threw him out of the sea. Jinbei's complexion changed drastically. What kind of power is this? It actually forcibly dragged me out of the sea. The words should just fall. A figure instantly appeared in front of Jinbei accompanied by a whirlwind. Accelerator grinned. It's a vector. Did you come out at last after all your misbehavior? Chapter 114. He also said that he is a pirate, and he has no strength to beat people. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Are you finally willing to come out after all your misbehavior? Jinbei was startled. He never thought that someone could drag him out of the sea as a murloc. And when he just emerged from the sea, what he saw head on was the white-haired red-eyed demon in front of him. Accelerator looked at Jinbei calmly, with a vague smile on the corner of his mouth. Combined with the 4 whirlwinds made with vector behind him, it looks like a fallen angel. And the moment he saw Accelerator, Jinbei's pupils shrank. He is no stranger to Accelerator. When the Sun Never Sets Empire attacked naval headquarters, he was the one who blocked Kizaru and Sengoku at the same time with one man's power, and his combat power was much stronger. It's you. Jinbei's complexion changed drastically. Running into Accelerator made him a little terrified. After all, he had seen Accelerator's combat effectiveness with his own eyes. If the two sides really fought, even if it was on the sea, he would be in bad luck. The sun never sets, the black sperm of the Empire and Accelerator, what do you want me to do? Jinbei looked vigilant, and at the same time was ready to fight at any time. Although the fighting power of the two is amazing. However, right now he has a geographical advantage, even if he can't beat him, it's not a big problem for him to get out of the way. As soon as the words fell, the black sperm snorted coldly. Oh 6. Don't play dumb. My uncle said, when you were at naval headquarters, you shot this uncle, 3 devil fruits, settle this matter, otherwise, my uncle will throw your ashes here. The corner of Jinbei's mouth twitched. The black sperm talked nonsense and became so arrogant that they didn't pay attention to Jinbei at all. This is also if the opponent is Jinbei. If it is other pirates, just this face to face, then they will fight directly. Seeing this, Jinbei quickly apologized and said, sorry, I apologize for my previous behavior. You should have seen that situation. It was indeed forced by the situation. If I don't make a move, Sengoku will really do it. Besides, I should just be putting on a show, and I haven't brought you any real loss. From Jinbei's point of view, this matter seems to want to be exposed in this way. Hearing this, the black sperm sneered. Advertisement. Hehe, when did you say it so grandiosely when you shot someone? The situation forced you. Did my uncle force you? It's Sengoku who forced you, so you do it to him, but you do it to me. Although it only caused me to lose a few cells, it's really nothing. However, if you take action against me, it means declaring war on us. The sun never sets, and disrespect to His Majesty. Do you really think you want to get away with it? If you really let you go, then no one will dare to provoke us, and then an apology will solve the problem. Hearing this, Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured. So that's the case, does it have a deterrent effect? I didn't expect to have a knife on me. However, I don't have time to deal with you right now. The moment he finished speaking, Jinbei's face became ruthless, and he directly struck. Aiming at the direction of the black sperm and Accelerator, he punched out directly. This punch seemed to carry a powerful impact. The moment it hit the void, huge pressure burst out instantly and spread out. Murloc Karate. Tang Kawa Righteous Fist. Seeing Jinbei make a move, Accelerator, who had been silent all this time, suddenly grinned. Black sperm, you're blabbering about a lot of results and you still have to fight. Don't waste time next time, find the target and beat him to death first. Hearing this, the black sperm nodded with a smile. That's right, Master Fang. Kill him. Don't order lousy. Facing Jinbei's fist pressure, Accelerator stretched out his slender right hand, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Reflection. Bang. During Setsuna, all the impacts went back the same way and directly bombarded Jinbei's body. Jinbei's complexion changed drastically. What? He quickly crossed his hands and put them in front of him to block the blow, and couldn't help but speak. My attack was bounced away. What kind of ability is this? HMPH, there's nothing to talk about with a bastard like you. Advertisement. The next trick is to kill you instantly. After finishing speaking, Accelerator manipulated the hurricane behind him, and rushed towards Jinbei in an instant. At this moment, in Jinbei's eyes, Accelerator was like a demon, and he felt a sense of oppression, and he dared not neglect him in the slightest. In an instant, he punched Accelerator in the face again. HMPH, don't underestimate me. In the sea, Admiral dare not kill me instantly. Murloc Karate. Profound truth. Ghost Wajang Fist. All the power hit the right fist, and then aimed at the rushing party, Accelerator, and directly blasted out. This punch can split mountains and rivers. To this, Accelerator dismissed it, and directly raised his right hand, without even using his palm, and stretched out his index finger directly to face his fist. On the index finger, there was no trace of using the armed color, and Accelerator was full of ridicule. Jinbei's expression changed. How dare you use a finger to pick up my secrets? Is there any problem? Accelerator grinned. One finger is enough to deal with your scumbag. Then, the moment Accelerator's finger touched Jinbei's fist, all the vectors were controlled, and immediately turned back. Setsuna Room. The shocking power penetrated into Jinbei's right arm, and it exploded instantly. Bang. This power that belonged to him directly made his right hand useless and his bones shattered. Jinbei's complexion changed drastically. What? Can even this level of strength rebound? Seeing Jinbei making a fuss, Accelerator mocked. Hehe, my uncle's ability has nothing to do with strength, it only depends on the doctor's direction. Really think that with pure strength, I can break through the vector manipulation of my uncle? Stop laughing. And, who do you expect this fist to kill? Also said that I am a pirate, and I have no strength to beat people. Advertisement. As he said that, Accelerator punched him instantly. Compared with the previous Jinbei, this punch was soft, but it carried a shocking momentum. Let me see, this kind of fist can kill people. This limp fist hit directly. Jinbei resisted. However, 967's face changed in the next instant. This seemingly soft blow contained incredible power. At this moment, Jinbei couldn't resist at all, he just felt as if the whole world was rolling towards him. Puff. A mouthful of blood spewed out instantly. Jinbei's body was directly blown into the air, blood stained the sea water. This blow almost made Jinbei lose consciousness. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. At this moment, Jinbei felt fear. Because the sea is his home field, he had a lot of confidence before. However, the murderer in front of him is enough to suppress Kizaru and Sengoku's murderer at the same time. How could it be so simple? Jinbei only reacted at this moment, and immediately became more energetic, and suddenly felt like quitting. The next moment, following the impact, he sank into the sea and fled instantly. The speed of the Murloc in the sea is second only to the mermaid, and he escaped far away in an instant. Jinbei vomited blood as he walked, panicked. I overestimated myself, far away. Thinking of relying on Hi's home field to confront that monster head on. Now think of it. When will the real strong be able to use the sea to check and balance? Oversight. However, it is safe to enter the sea for the time being. I am in the sea, even the Admiral 4 Emperors can't help me. The voice just fell. All the seas were instantly stirred by a force. The next moment, Jinbei was directly blasted out by the force of the sea. Chapter 115 Phoenix Marco. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Being dragged out of the sea again. No matter how slow the reaction was, he knew it was the other party who made the move. However, it was precisely because of this that Jinbei was shocked. Aren't you a capable person? Why can the sea be manipulated? Hearing this, Accelerator grinned. When did my uncle say that he is a person with abilities? This is my uncle's superpower, don't make a mistake. After finishing speaking, Accelerator rushed towards Jinbei like a demon. Seeing that Accelerator was about to make a move, the black sperm next to him couldn't help but growl. Don't kill me. He owes me 3 devil fruits. Accelerator glanced at the black sperm. I know. Lousy sees this guy is quite arrogant, let's kill him first. Hearing this, the corner of Jinbei's mouth twitched. I don't know who is arrogant. It's all about complaining, but the oncoming party, Accelerator, is a big problem. How to do? I can't fight and I can't fight. I can't run and I can't run. The next moment, Jinbei's expression froze, and he didn't intend to run away, so he also shot. Having such strange power, are you really not capable? Jinbei expressed doubts. So, the next moment, he grabbed the sea in an instant, exerted all his strength, and let out a cold snort. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu Shui Shinsi Flow over shoulder throw. Bang. The sea is turbulent. Jinbei actually grabbed the sea at this moment and threw it towards Accelerator. The huge current, like a tsunami, directly engulfed Accelerator. Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly. Advertisement. If you are a person with abilities and you are swallowed by the sea, you will die. But, if not, the voice just fell. The huge ocean current was directly crushed. Accelerator rushed over while bathing in the sea. Although it was a bath, all the sea water fell on Accelerator's body and opened up. This sea didn't even wet Accelerator's clothes. Jinbei looked shocked. What? You're really not capable. HMPH, what are you talking about here? Accelerator arrived in no time, aimed at Jinbei, and kicked directly. Is this your last words? Then, boom. Accelerator commands all vectors. The power contained in this kick is simply unimaginable. Jinbei blocked it with one hand, trying to resist the blow. However, the vectors gathered by Accelerator in this kick were far from his imagination. From Jinbei's point of view, what hit him was not like Fang Accelerator's foot, but the whole world. Jinbei was broken from the front and kicked him in the heart. The huge force caused his body to collapse directly, and he was knocked out. Next moment, he vomited blood, his eyes turned white, and he passed out directly. Just when Jinbei was about to fall into the sea, the black sperm suddenly caught Jinbei from nowhere. After checking his situation a little bit, he felt a little uncomfortable. Master Fang, I've said it all. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Why are you shooting so hard? Accelerator spread his hands. Aren't you dead? As he spoke, he dug his ears and said, and, I have very fine control. Advertisement. If it's the one lousy hit at naval headquarters before, he won't even leave a body. Hearing this, the corner of the black sperm's mouth twitched. Naval headquarters that blow. Almost sank Marineford directly. The black sperm shook his head. Really, the injury is so serious, he needs to be healed, otherwise he will really die. The black sperm was a little speechless. Accelerator was still the same, and his actions were not serious or serious. However, at this moment, in the sky, a cyan figure flashed past, and instantly rushed towards the black sperm like a shooting star. Then, bang! Accompanied by the explosion of the void, the black sperm was kicked away by the opponent and snatched Jinbei away at the same time. Immediately afterwards, cyan flames emerged from the void and surrounded Jinbei, relieving his injuries. His closed eyes trembled slightly, as if to open them. Jinbei, wake up, are you okay? The other party spoke with an anxious voice. But at this moment, the black sperm suddenly rushed out of the sea with an angry expression on his face. Who is it? Dare to attack my uncle? Accelerator pointed to the sky. At this moment, a blue bird appeared in the sky. The severed wings were bathed in blue flames, while the claws were to grab Jinbei. At this moment, Jinbei has regained consciousness, saw the scene before him, knew that he was rescued, and opened his mouth quickly. Hold, I'm sorry, Marco, I caused you trouble. The one who rescued Jinbei was none other than the captain of Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco. In addition to the ability to regenerate him, his Qingyan also has the function of healing, which can make the wound heal gradually. Because of this, Jinbei can regain consciousness under this injury. What happened, Jinbei? How could it be like this? Marco just finished asking. Jinbei suddenly remembered the matter of the black sperm and accelerator. He quickly looked at Marco and said, Marco, get out of here quickly, as fast as you can. Marco froze. Leave. Advertisement. Why? Those two guys were the ones who injured you, right? Just let them go. At this moment, seeing Fang Accelerator and the black sperm in the distance, Jinbei's expression changed. Marco, listen to me, don't mess with those two guys. They're pretty scary. I don't want to get you into trouble. Although Jinbei said that he was kind, but this was extremely harsh to Marco's ears. What do you mean you don't want to cause trouble for us? We are the Whitebeard pirates. On this sea, is there any trouble we can't afford to provoke? Hee, you say that, I want to see it even more. Jinbei was startled, and spoke hastily. No, Marco. Go. The news hasn't been released yet, Qian's Zhao. However, in fact, Naval Headquarters was captured a day ago, and Kizaru and Sengoku were both repelled. These things are exactly what those two guys did. Go away, they're pretty scary. Jinbei emphasized again. However, as soon as these words came out, Marco's eyes widened. What? Naval Headquarters was captured, and Kizaru and Sengoku combined were repulsed. Are you kidding me? And just when Marco was surprised. At some point, Accelerator had manipulated the whirlwind and arrived in front of Marco. Accelerator looked at Marco quietly, with an arrogant expression on his face. Oh, is this devil fruit too? In this era, there are only some weird things. Put this Murloc down and get out. Hearing this, Marco was taken aback. It's easy to ride arrogantly. Since becoming the captain of the first team, no one has ever spoken to him like this.